I want to talk to you.
The last time we talked, Mr. Smith, you reduced me to tears. I promise you it won't happen again.
Sealed in an evil monkey temple and presumably left to starve. Trapped in a magical tower for all eternity. Cooked and eaten by hyenas, becoming a museum exhibit, having your body/mind/soul consumed in any number of ways, bonked on the head by a giant robot, witnessing your homemade Pokemon be executed in front of you for banter. If you were a British child growing up in the noughties, you're probably familiar with at least a few of these shows, and how they did not mess around with these real-life children being K-worded or just horrendously traumatized in any number of ways. And let's be real, we loved it. Raven, Jungle Run, Mission 2110, and so many more were staples of my childhood, and I'm sure plenty of other people's too. These shows were great because on top of being extremely entertaining, tense and fun, they did not pull their punches when it came to how they treated these kids. Whether they were dark and macabre or just took things more seriously, it was great. My favourite show growing up was Bamzooki, and maybe one day I'll do a video about just how frickin' amazing that show was. But in this video, I want to talk about a show that I think is just as traumatic as some of these heavy hitters, but for whatever reason, nowhere near as remembered or talked about. That show is Who Wants to Be a Superhero? You may have heard of the original US version of the show, broadcast in 2006 and 2007 on the Sci-Fi Channel, and while that show is,
Rodiart, spelled backwards, is traitor.
Interesting. I'm gonna be talking about the UK version of the show, broadcast in 2009 on the CBBC channel. Because trust me, it is interesting all on its own in some fascinating ways. While the US version of the show has at least a modicum of a following, the UK version seems a lot more elusive. Until recently, you couldn't find any of the episodes online, and only a handful of images and articles came up as search results. It's even listed on the Lost Media Wiki. I have to give an extraordinarily grateful shout out and thanks to Childhood Nostalgia for not only uploading the episodes of the show to YouTube for everyone to enjoy, but also for giving me permission to use them in this video. Like I said, I honestly thought this show had been lost to time given the lack of information about it available online, but thankfully I have been able to relive my childhood and make this video thanks to Childhood Nostalgia. Again, thank you so much, fantastic channel, my own personal superhero. The premise of the show is that a group of people, adults in the US version, children in the UK version, and don't you worry, that's going to become horrifically relevant as this video goes on, compete in challenges in order to become the next great superhero. The challenges normally have some kind of twist or hidden challenge to them, which serve as a test of character for the contestants, to see if they're truly worthy of being a superhero, you know, making sure they have heroic traits like kindness, empathy, bravery, that kind of thing. A contestant is eliminated in each episode, and the prize for the winner varies across all versions, but basically you get a comic book based on your character made. I think also maybe some of the US winners got action figures made of them. I should point out that the late and great Stan Lee not only devised the show, but also served as the main host and judge of the US version. And he was the one who would make the comic book for the winner, so you know, it was kind of a big deal. In the UK version, it's hosted by Sam Nixon and Mark Rhodes, which, depending on who you are and where you grew up, are either like knockoff Dick and Dom, some guys who were on Hole in the Wall, some guys who were on Pop Idol, or just some guys. Stan Lee plays a smaller role on the UK version, acting as more of a distant mentor or quest giver. But again, the prize for winning was to go to Hollywood and meet him, and he'd make a comic book of your superhero character, so I'd say a suitably big deal, especially for a kid. So all you've got to do to win a pretty cool prize is be a great superhero. How hard can that be? Well, as it turns out, very. This is
Who Wants to Be a Superhero?
Episode 1 tells us all we need to know about being a great superhero, so in theory it should be fairly straightforward. Before we get into the show proper, our two hosts travel to Los Angeles to meet some icons of the superhero industry, including Chris Daniels, the stunt double for Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3, who has gone on to do tons of stunt work for other hit films, including Avengers Endgame, Spider-Man No Way Home, and Jupiter Ascending. He comes across as a very cool guy, and to be fair, Sam and Mark's excitement at even the most rudimentary fight scenes is very infectious. They also meet Anthony Wynn, an illustrator for Marvel, and I really love his DGAF energy. This man does not have time for these dumbass British boys invading his office and asking him to draw their stupid superhero OCs. They also meet some guy dressed as DC's Superman on a street corner, because I guess Captain America wasn't in the cultural landscape yet. All of these encounters are preamble to meeting Stan Lee, who, like I said, devised the original US show, and serves as a kind of mentor / judge, but in a reduced capacity for the UK version. It's honestly quite wild seeing the brief history section talking about Stan Lee's work, especially knowing the future heights that Marvel would reach. Like, wow, remember when the original Fantastic Four was the most exciting Marvel film people were talking about?
Brilliant. Yeah, now you've done it, now I'm nervous. I'm worried that we've not done enough research on Stan Lee. We need to look intelligent and knowledgeable. Wait a minute. What is this I see before me? Wow, that was a stroke of luck.
The interview with Stan Lee mostly just consists of Sam and Mark asking a little about Stan's creative process, as well as what superpowers he himself would prefer.
You know, if I could have one quality as a superhero, and I imagine the world is hanging on my next sentence, it would be luck.
I'm Nagito Komaeda. Nice to meet you.
Before it moves on to the serious business of what makes a true superhero. Put simply, they need a good name, a good outfit, good superpowers, as well as heart, compassion, courage, and integrity. And then he kills them. No, sorry, he beamed his years of superhero expertise directly into their brains, so they can now be trusted with the important job of finding the next great superhero. Speaking of which, the other half of this episode focuses on the audition process, where the wannabe superheroes turn up in their homemade outfits, rock some gadgets, explain their powers, shout some iconic catchphrases.
Is it a driver? Is it an iron? No, it's Clubman.
Stop! I'm Fireboy! And I'm going to stop you!
I'm the Gothanator and I'm going to take you down.
I'm small but very powerful.
And eventually take part in a team task, saving a stuffed cat, and then some one-on-one interviews. We're told that everyone was given a £20 budget to make their outfits, and my immediate thought is that not all £20 budgets were created equal, and secondly, since it's going to become relevant later, during the cat rescuing challenge, which is to see how well everyone works as a team, the 30 hopefuls are put into teams of 5, given a load of, let's be honest, useless items, and instructed to use the items somehow to retrieve the cat from the tree. It's also worth pointing out that while the teams are both building their devices and actually rescuing the cat, Sam and Mark are laughing in the background, which is fair because these attempts are banterous, but don't worry, you'll see later. Anyway, from 500 to 30, then to 13, the superhero candidates are narrowed down, which brings us on to... With our two hosts now brimming with knowledge on what it takes to be a great superhero, and with 13 narrowed down candidates to impart that knowledge onto, the show truly begins. Once we've met all our superheroes, they are shown to the lair, which is basically like a fancy sixth form common room. It's great for kids though, with beanbags, bubble chairs, bunk beds, a Big Brother style diary room, and probably other things beginning with B. As the heroes are exploring their new home, home, we get some brief insights into some of them, like Steel Soldier.
My mission is to do what the governments of the world are unable to do when it comes to saving people. There isn't a single thing that I can't take care of. Earthquakes, tsunamis, even a cat stuck up a tree. I can do it. Seeing all these guys, these superheroes on TV, how they leapt onto the screen, all these explosions, all these fighting bad guys, you know? That's just great. I really want to do that. And for a while, I never thought that could happen. I didn't think that was possible until now. I was born pretty much like this, and my fingers were like stuck together. I don't really find any daily disadvantages with certain things. Nothing that like any kid with normal hands and feet would do.
Flying Feather.
I got my powers from an angel. My main mission in life is to turn bad people into good people and make the world a better place. Well, I'm a really competitive and determined girl. I'm in it to win it in swimming and every place, and I won't come second.
And Dolphin Girl.
I can speak dolphin. I have great social skills, just like a dolphin. I'm flexible and I'm very adventurous. I love hiding, getting muddy, and climbing trees.
Just like a dolphin. We also meet Pink Puffle Girl.
I'm kind, I'm caring, and when somebody needs help, I'll be there. This is my extra powerful super screen. I think I'm quite a girly girl because I love pink. My whole room's pink. Most of the things in my room is pink. Just because I like pink doesn't mean I'm not tough. I've done abseiling, kayaking, caving.
I just want everyone to know that the activities she just listed are considerably more adventurous than anything we see on this show. Just in case you thought the life of a superhero was going to be remotely interesting. Also in the house is the control room, where Sam and Mark will be monitoring the superheroes' progress, and as they are quick to remind us, judging their morality.
Now, we told our superheroes that we will be watching them very closely.
But what they don't yet realise is that whilst they're in the lair, me and Mark will be judging them on their superhero behaviour at all times. And so far, so good.
But take the boys' bedroom, for example. We've got 6 comfy bunk beds, but 1 rickety old camp bed, and 7 boys.
What do you think a true superhero would do in this situation?
Oh dear. So, okay, immediately you're like, well, the selfless thing to do is to give up a comfortable bed for the rickety old camp bed, because it's good for you to put others before yourself. And it's also good for kids to practice that kind of behaviour. This is a statement that can coexist with the fact that it's a little weird to immediately set a challenge regarding sleeping arrangements. I don't think it's part of any kid's superhero fantasy to be the one outcast sleeping on a naff bed and suffering when everyone else is enjoying themselves and you just want to have fun exploring this new environment. No, you need to immediately lock TF in, actually, because Big Brother is watching you. Why is this a thing only for the boys too? Like, what are the kids supposed to take from this? That the adults are just negligent in providing a hospitable environment for all of them? And if you're sat there thinking, man, you're reading way too much into this, then absolutely, yes, I am, and that's going to make up about 80% of this video. Thanks for watching.
Back in the boys' bedroom, the camp bed is still unclaimed.
Okay, why don't we just not make any rules and everybody takes whatever one they get to first?
I'm taking this one. Come on, run, quick! I am not moving from this bed. Hello,
Very interesting. That was.
Unfortunately for Steel Soldier, everyone else seems to have claimed a bed.
I sleep on the... Oh, I am sleep on that one, do I?
I'm taking my shoes off.
Yeah. Nice
Yeah,
and
you get
comfortable.
the camp bed.
Nice and
We get the
comfortable,
bunk beds.
Every man and whoever always settles things with a game of rock, paper, scissors.
It's true, that's true.
No way, I'm not doing it. I'm not.
We've made our decisions. No way.
Wait, somebody sleeps. Some different person sleeps on the camp bed every night.
Interesting. Hitch to All Man was the first to say, let's take it in turns.
We can always swap round on the camp bed because it's a bit unfair if Toby has to sleep on it for like 4 weeks.
Let's just stay in the beds that we were in.
But actually, who does not actually particularly mind sleeping on the camp bed? Why not?
My back is kind of sore. Anytime I sleep or something, my back is kind of sore.
Fascinating, but what I'm more interested in is exactly how Megamite Man got that top bunk he's so defensive over. Because if you look at the footage, the top bunks are claimed almost immediately, and then in the next shot, he's miraculously on this one. No shade, just pointing it out. Anyway, the camp bed debate is resolved when H2O Man volunteers to swap places with Steel Soldier, a kind and thoughtful gesture which impresses Sam and Mark, and means he's probably going to win. We should also probably consider the fact that as contestants get eliminated, more beds will become available, so this is unlikely to actually be a big deal for long. Unless taking an empty bed is also considered a moral faux pas. Once that's out of the way, Sam and Mark show the heroes the control room, where they meet Stan Lee with honestly very little fanfare. Anyway, this is where the superheroes will receive their mission briefings. As Stan explains,
First of all, whenever the superhero alarm goes off, at any time of the day or night, you must report to me here in the control room.
Did you get that? Whenever the alarm goes off, the superheroes must report to the control room immediately. Why did I repeat that? No reason. The control room is also where the superheroes' secret identity files are securely stored. Apparently, it would be really bad if these files were leaked because then the superheroes' cover would be blown. I personally can think of some other issues with files containing information on children being stolen or leaked, but no matter. This is also where we get more superhero profiles, like Ms. Dungarees, the certified capitalist superhero, and Sant.
From now on, the superheroes must stay in character at all times and keep their real identity secret.
I love to help people, and I think people really do need fashion sense. I prevent fashion disasters by telling you what to buy. I want to be a superhero because, well, I think it would be just like an achievement for the girls and things, the girls of Scotland, and there's no other superheroes like me, so watch out, I'll get you.
I'm Sant, and fish are my friend, except for salmon. I want to give a knock on the head to people throwing rubbish in waterways and make them think twice about doing it. I love all of the river and all of the animals that live inside it. So I like the duck so much that I sort of based him on a duck, but with scales and stuff.
You know, just like a duck. The superheroes report back to Sam and Mark, who very graciously upgrade all of their 20-pound and under outfits into true supersuits. Well, I mean, I say that, if I can be really nitpicky here, I'd say that only a few were actual improvements. I think Megamite Man, Steel Soldier, Gold Starlet, Flying Feather and Deflector get the best upgrades. Pink Puffle Girl is also good, apart from the... PP on her belt. And 9 Lives is fine too, just means I've got to really restrain myself from calling him Cat Noir.
It's perfect.
Which is proving really difficult. Dolphin Girls is okay, I just mourn the loss of the big dolphin head. And H2O Man is a straight downgrade. He had an actually interesting colour scheme, considering it would be really easy to just make a water-themed superhero completely blue. And, yeah, they made him completely blue. But oh well, at least we get to do this. These cowards got rid of SGW's green hair, which is a tragedy. In fact, there's not much green on his outfit at all, considering he's supposed to be an environmental superhero. But I do like this colour scheme regardless, it's very unique. Ms. Dungarees also has a unique colour scheme. Too bad it's minging. Seriously, who decided that pink and peach were a good combination? She's supposed to be a fashion icon!
It's minging,
Lastly, Princess Paw and Santh's designs are fine. They got rid of Santh's cape, and I don't really know what is going on with this whole design, but whatever. Princess Paw's outfit is really pretty, but very limited on both the royal and animal theming, other than like purple and glitter, I suppose. Regardless of what some rando is saying about this over 15 years later, this is really fun and cute for the kids, so it doesn't really matter about the aesthetics of their outfits. It's just cool that their OCs get to be more real and have proper outfits. Sam and Mark also reveal that the prize for the winner is a starring role in their very own comic book that will be written by Stan Lee, and the winning hero gets to go to Hollywood and meet him, which everyone is very hyped about, and that's lovely. Please savour this moment of the children having a good time, because it's about to become very limited. Anyway, once that's sunk in, the alarm goes off, and remember,
when the alarm goes off, the superheroes must report to the control room immediately.
We're just going to ignore the generic address of the entirety of Canary Wharf, because the superheroes have their first mission. One at a time, they must run from one end of the street to the other, stopping somewhere along the way to discreetly change from their civvies into their superhero costume. Fastest wins, except not really, because Sam and Mark inform us that there is a hidden test.
Now, as we said earlier, our missions are not always going to be as straightforward as they first appear.
And here's why. Our superheroes are unaware that we've enlisted the help of Marco the tourist. And he's completely lost, by the way. He's no good with directions, and he's not so good with the talkie-talkie.
No.
And also, Mrs. Milligan.
Ah, yes, a sweet old lady struggling with her shopping bags.
I knew that was going to happen.
So, will our superheroes stop to help those in need?
Or will their race to the finish line prove just too important to them?
Remember, me and Mark are analysing our superheroes' every move to see who possesses true superhero qualities.
So let's see how they get on.
Now, don't get me wrong, inspiring kids to go out of their way to help people is good. Testing kids on their ability to help people correctly is a choice. Now, in the first episode of the US version, they did this exact mission, and that comes across as less weird because it's a bunch of grown-ass adults. Like, there's a little girl who's crying because she's lost her mum, and obviously any responsible adult is not going to leave a child abandoned and lost in the middle of a public place. But if someone comes up to you asking for directions or help or whatever, it's a slightly odd expectation for a kid to be the one to help you. I'm not saying it wouldn't be nice if children were super polite and helped little old ladies with their shopping and whatnot, but I feel like there's a few reasons why that isn't the case. Aside from the obvious stranger danger aspect, it's just kind of a weird burden to place on a kid, especially when most of these ones are literally not even teenagers yet. I'm all for teaching children to be more responsible, but I'm not sure that this is the way to go about it, and I'm not sure that these are the responsibilities you should be teaching them. Yes, they're superheroes, but let's not lose sight of the fact that they're also tiny human beings who barely know who they are, let alone who they're supposed to be. As you might expect, because they've literally been told that their challenge is to run from one end of the pier to the other in the fastest time, that's exactly what most of the superheroes do.
And she's off, racing to the finish line. But will she do the right thing and stop to help Marco the tourist?
Excuse me, can I ask information? I'm not from this country. Can you please give me a little help? I have to go to the moon. It's very important. Please. I'm not from this country.
No, she's run straight past.
Hello.
And Mrs. Milligan's really struggling. She's slowing down.
Oh dear.
Will she stop? No, she's decided to carry on.
I knew that was going to happen.
I think it's really good that I'm first runner and I'm very quick at getting changed so that I can save people quicker.
I mean, that's also a valid point, and Mark's just standing there ignoring the old lady too, just waving his flags about like a right dickhead. Gold Starlet also misses both hidden tests. She's just having a grand old time running, honestly.
Can you give me direction, please? I have to go to the moon. Can you please tell me what to say?
Gold Starlet's superhero mission is to make the world a happier place.
I'm not sure Marco and Mrs. Milligan would agree.
She dropped her shopping and I just ran laughing because I was focusing on coming.
And SGW nooms down the street at 2 billion miles an hour, probably because he's not wearing his cape. Anyway, Steel Soldier and Megamite Man are the only ones to stop and help both the tourist and the old lady. And I love how patronising Steel Soldier is to Marco.
Excuse me, can you please so kind to help? I need to make my way to the moon. Can you please help me? What is it?
Sorry.
Where is it? Please, come on. I'm not from this country. I have to make my way to the moon.
The moon's up there. You go to America. Yeah, America. Take plane to America, plane, and then they have spaceships that go shh. You know? The spaceships go to the moon.
The moon is a place, and my friend is meet me there.
Oh, the moon cafe. See? There's arrow points. So you should probably go there.
Okay,
see?
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Grazie. Ciao.
Bye.
To be fair, my man was standing a metre away from this sign for like a solid 5 minutes and did not perceive, so maybe this tone is warranted. A few other superheroes do stop for just Mrs. Milligan, including Princess Paw, whose attempt just cracks me up.
Will Princess Paw do the right thing?
I'm not from this country.
Not for lost tourist Marco.
To be fair, if someone approached me on the street and said, "Excuse me, how do I get to the moon?" I can't say I'd be that helpful either. I'm stunned by Megamite Man's reaction, which is just to go,
I have to go to the moon. How can I go there?
The moon's here.
Where?
Here.
Ah, that one.
Yes, not that one.
Grazie. Ciao. Thank you. Ciao.
Megamite Man to the rescue!
Flying Feather has her mind blown by seeing a man holding a map. Nine Lives literally dodges the old lady, and Deflector has a nightmare by not only being spotted changing outfits, but he misses both hidden tests and doesn't even put on his full superhero suit. They went to all that effort to make it for you, and you can't even be asked to wear it. For shame. Once the challenge is completed, I'm left wishing that Marco and Mrs. Milligan could be the hosts for this show.
Little old lady, have you got all your shopping?
I've got all the shopping that I'm going to do. I don't want to see it anymore.
Okay, excellent. Okay, Lost Italian Man, you happy?
I'm over the moon.
Leave the gags to us, yeah?
The superheroes return to the lair and await their fate, with Deflector in particular feeling downtrodden.
I don't want to go at all, but I really think I'm going to go because I messed up.
At the end of every episode, the superhero who Sam and Mark judge to have performed worst in the missions that day is chosen to be powered down and leave the lair for good. Yes, that's right, their superhero OCs literally canonically lose their powers and you turn back into a boring, ordinary person. In the US version, they literally make you chuck your superhero costume in a bin, but thankfully in this version, they're horrendously brutal in other ways. The superheroes report to the Resolution Room, a scary, dimly lit room where the results of the mission are revealed, which basically translates to anyone who did badly in the mission, in this case, followed the instructions Sam and Mark gave them, getting a good telling off in front of everyone. But even the non-telling offs, aka them praising the superheroes for doing well, is framed in a really menacing way.
Santh. Flying Feather. Steel Soldier. Princess Paw. Megamite Man. And H2O Man.
Congratulations, you correctly spotted the old lady in need of help.
Like true superheroes, he sacrificed the time it took to finish the race in order to help another. Self-sacrifice is an important part of being a good superhero.
Then the majority of them get absolutely dunked on for avoiding the old lady and poor Marco.
9 Lives and SGW, you purposely dodged the granny and her shopping to avoid being slowed down. Now, you both got the fastest time in the race, but on this occasion, that doesn't make you winners. And then, of course, there was the tourist who asked each of you for help with directions. It was surprising to see how many of you chose not to help.
Excuse me, can I ask information? I'm not from this country. I need to... Excuse me, can I ask information, please? Hello?
Now, it's a superhero's duty to help those in need and not to ignore people to achieve your own personal goals.
You ruined that man's day. You did bad and you should feel bad, youths. You may have spent less than a decade on this planet, but you failed in your civic duty and you should be ashamed. But H2O Man gets heaped with vaguely threatening praise because he made the noble self-sacrifice of sleeping on the camp bed. Like, seriously, bros, this ain't that serious. Speaking of seriousness, the 3 superheroes up for elimination are Deflector, Dolphin Girl, and Gold Starlet. Gold Starlet is there because, and I'm not making this up.
Now, Gold Starlet, not only did you fail to help the old lady and the tourist, but you did so with a smile on your face. Now, although we love your bubbly and positive attitude, sometimes a superhero must take their responsibilities seriously.
Like, are you f***ing serious right now? Is this how you're distinguishing between everyone who missed both of the hidden tests? Gold Starlet missed them in a worse way because she, as an 8-year-old girl, laughed at a granny taking a pratfall and a man asking to go to the moon? No, she revelled in the misfortune of these random people. That's not the behaviour of a true superhero who needs to be serious and has responsibilities and duties. So f*** you, 8-year-old girl, you need to get a grip. I'm also not sure why Dolphin Girl slowing down nearly to a standstill is somehow a worse crime than both 9 Lives and SGW actively yeeting themselves out of the path of the old lady, but whatever, she gets scolded for that, and then Deflector gets told off for being spotted and not fully changing his outfit, yada yada. Then we get to see 3 children on the verge of tears beg for their life. Gold Starlet's like, all superheroes make mistakes, I'll never laugh again, I promise. Dolphin Girl says, all superheroes make mistakes, it's about setting them right. And Deflector says, all superheroes make mistakes, just look at Batman. He should have killed that clown. So after all of that, Sam and Mark are like, teehee, it's too early actually for us to make this decision. So we're giving all of you a second chance to do better. So for now, all 13 superheroes remain in the lair. Enjoy that camp bed, H2O Man. In the teaser for episode 3, we're told that
dark forces are at work.
Losers!
Terrifying. Before that though, SGW has an announcement.
Okay, look, as you know, the SGW stands for Stop Global Warming.
Yeah.
Right? I have decided to get recycling bins.
Yeah!
Does everybody know how important it is to recycle?
We're not going to be recycling steel, are we?
Steel? No.
Okay.
How do you all feel about getting recycling bins in the lair?
Great!
Also, Megabyte.
It feels like we're doing something to help the planet.
Woo!
Yeah,
And that's what superheroes do!
Fine, fine.
And that's what superheroes do, so yeah.
Paper here. So if you've got paper, just run over here. This is gonna go here, right? Aluminium one is just gonna go. Usually put drinks cans on there, just leave them there so you can always put them in there.
This is cute and all, but where did he get those boxes? At least it leads to this hashtag hilarious moment from Sam and Mark.
What are you doing?
Taking SGW's advice, getting into cycling.
No, he said getting into recycling. Recycling, not cycling.
Fancy a bike ride? Yeah! Ooh, saddle up, partner! Here we go!
Hilarious. As part of their first challenge today, the superheroes are told to split into pairs and get to know one another over the course of 10 minutes. You know, memorize their backstories, superpowers, weaknesses, that kind of thing. Obviously, since there's 13 of them, there's a hidden test to see who will volunteer to sit out of... Oh, no, there's one group of 3, it's fine. And it's funny because they're told to pair off with the superhero they know the least well, and Flying Feather and Dolphin Girl are a pair. I'm just calling shenanigans on that. Anyway, this challenge is fantastic because the superhero backstories are absolute gold.
What is your mission in life? Well, my mission in life is to find the Dolphin Tomb of Kayaka, and if I do, then I'll be granted eternal life.
A pair of dungarees were on a mission line and they flew off, and that's how you got your powers.
Thank you.
Hey, what was mine?
You're an idiot.
That's not very superhero like Ms. Dungarees.
You've got a gadget belt and a big magnet to pick up like tint and litter. You can fly by biofuel shoes.
Rocket boots.
Use biofuel. You can freeze things with your hands. And you're 360 years old.
And I have X-ray vision.
You have X-ray vision.
And hypnotic powers.
And hypnotic powers.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of stuff. My brain, I think, may explode.
Yeah.
Her name's Gold Starlet. She got her superpowers when the microphone turned gold and then a man fell from the roof and she caught him.
And when she was little, 9, her plane crashed. The dolphin saved her and gave her the powers.
Well, Santh is 20 years old. His mother's a crocodile and his dad is the king of Nath.
His name is 9 Lives. He was a cat at first, and then he went to a party and ate fruit salad and became a walking, talking cat kind of human thing.
Oh wow, that sounds weird. I wonder if there's more to that. Let me just consult the wiki. 9 Lives was a cat at first, then he went to a party and ate fruit salad and became a walking, talking, cat-like human thing. Okay. Of course, because this show has to turn everything into a test of one's morality, the superheroes have to recount all of the information they learned about each other in front of everyone. And you can immediately tell that Megamind Man wasn't paying attention because of the silly comedy music.
Steel Soldier, his arch nemesis is... I forgot. His arch nemesis is Dr. I forgot. Nemesis.
Maybe you should have paid a bit more attention earlier, Megamind Man.
But that's nothing compared to the drama of H2O Man and Ms. Dungarees. You know how earlier she called him an idiot? Well, guess what, guys? You're not gonna believe it. Get this, okay? Get this, right? Get this. She does it again.
His name's H2O Man. He got his powers because his dad was a lab rat and he went round in a hamster wheel. He can shoot lasers from his eyes and he's got ice ability and he's an idiot.
That's the second time she's called H2O Man an idiot. Poor guy.
Well, that's okay. You know, at least it was only twice.
Did you find it as a challenge when you were talking to H2O Man?
Well, yeah, it was a challenge because H2O Man's an idiot, so it doesn't really take anything in.
You monster.
And he's an idiot.
In fact, Ms. Dungarees doesn't seem hugely popular with everyone.
Miss Dungarees just really, thinks she's the centre of the attention all the time. Because she's always, shouting about and screaming and everything.
I think everyone's getting along. There may be a few, nasty comments to people, but people get them sorted out.
But there's little time to dwell on that as mysterious forces are at work. The alarm sounds and...
Whenever the superheroes hear the alarm, they must report to the control room immediately.
Exactly. Stan tells them that there is an urgent mission waiting for them at number 16 City Towers. It's imperative that they get there as soon as possible. There's not a moment to lose. And unlike last time where he just sent them to Canary Wharf, this time he directs them to a specific building, number 16.
This is going to be fun. If the superheroes are looking for number 16, I'll give them number 16. There, that should fool them.
A few moments later.
Shouldn't we go back, boy?
16!
16! Well done!
They fell for it. This is going to be easier than I thought.
Look!
Yay!
Superheroes! What are you doing over there? You're meant to be over here.
I don't say that.
But you are!
So now the superheroes have to make their way over to the building where Sam and Mark are, across the beam suspended between the two buildings. A great chance for the superheroes to prove their heroic bravery.
Good luck. We know you can do it.
You're gonna die.
The superheroes are instructed to arrange themselves into a suitable order to cross the plank one by one. Unfortunately, even this simple process is not above scrutiny.
I'm not bothered. My dad's in the parachute regiment.
You know, I really don't care where I go. And all of you just go before me. I really
Let's
don't
go,
care.
Whis. I'm Pink Puffles after him. We need to get on with it.
With the superheroes unable to make a decision, Ms. Dungarees takes a rather forceful approach.
I'm not bothered. I'll go second. Who wants to go first? Me! My dad's in the parachute regiment. I should.
Done this before loads of times.
Do you want to go first? I would like second. I would like to go first. How about we go boy, girl, boy, girl, boy, girl.
Nice. Angel, me, you.
Then Megamite, then me, then you. Then you.
Following in Ms. Dungaree's footsteps, Megamite Man takes it upon himself to get the superheroes in order.
Then it's gonna be Dolphin Girl, and then it's going to be Deflector, and then it's gonna be, and then it's gonna be you, and then you, and you're lost.
Okay, we're done. We've decided.
But not all of the superheroes are happy with the decisions.
But she wants to go last.
Alright, we'll put Princess Paul last then. Yeah, but we had absolutely no say in this.
Yeah, all of you lot.
So you just all bombarded us with just.
I'm not bothered. I'll go anywhere. I'll do anything.
Despite SJW's objections, Ms. Dungarees decides it's time to get on with the mission.
Alright, put your hands in.
We're gonna need it to stay.
Everybody, just in. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, go.
Superheroes.
What a beautiful display of unity and harmony. The best kind of teamwork is where you force everyone to comply, right? Anywho, the superheroes cross the bridge. 9 Lives goes first and finds it easy peasy.
Well done.
Brilliant, mate. Nice work.
I think I felt so brave because cats are good at climbing and they have 9 lives. Therefore, if I fell and killed myself, I'd still be alive.
Okay. Now, obviously, not all the superheroes find it as easy as that and have to truly conquer their fears to cross the plank. Megamite Man, Gold Starlet, and Princess Paw are really nervous, but all manage to successfully cross the bridge. And it's not only nice to see them push on through their nerves, but the other kids are really supportive, cheering them on and comforting them. That's really sweet. SGW picks, the moment he's on the beam to remember that he also has a fear of heights that he genuinely just forgot about. But then at the end he's like, well, now I've done that, I've conquered my fear, so it feels like we just sped ran a character arc there in 20 seconds. Alright. Dolphin Girl's dad is in the parachute regiment, so she's totally fine with walking across a beam suspended between 2 buildings, apparently. So she crosses easy peasy and chucks in some confident dance moves for good measure.
I'm not worried being in the power down, but fingers crossed I'm not. Just in case they say I've got to be more serious in my missions, but I did have a bit of fun up there. So I'm just hoping I'm not in the power down. I think my inspiration for while I was up on the plank was my dad, Tomb Raider and dolphins.
I'm starting to think that you have no idea what a dolphin actually is. H2O Man also walks across the beam with pizzazz and confidence, despite the fact that he seems very nervous at the beginning. But once everyone has safely crossed, we can get cracking with the urgent mission Stan told us about, and
The mission you faced today was a tough one, and I have to say, you did incredibly well.
Absolutely, yeah. You should feel very, very proud of yourselves. Are you all feeling good?
Yeah!
Hey!
Brilliant.
Well, the hard work for today is over, so we suggest you all return back to the lair. We'll see you later. Off you go. Bye!
See you later.
Bye!
Coming up.
oh. Once back at the lair, Stan has one final test for them.
I'd like you to tell me who you think has behaved the most superhero-like today. You may discuss this first, and then form a line with the most superhero-like at one end and the least superhero-like at the other. You will then need to explain your position in the line to Sam and Mark. Over and out.
Oh god, that's gonna hurt.
Well, I can see this going really well. The superheroes diplomatically vote Princess Paw as having behaved in the most superhero-like way, because she was clearly the most distressed about the prospect of crossing the bridge, so she probably did the quote-unquote most to face her fears. For some reason, they immediately dispense with that system and just start assigning people positions in the line. Seemingly at random, it's literally just whoever they point at first, and they seem to point at most of the people in their friend group first, all while being like, it doesn't matter really, I've put myself in a comfortably high position, but it doesn't matter.
11, 12. 12 were.
Some
It
lot.
doesn't matter.
You guys
doesn't
didn't- you guys
matter. It's
didn't
not
even see
all
But not everyone is happy with the outcome.
Very superhero, sorry. Okay, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter.
It was the girls who were basically choosing, and they were all really high up. And me, 9 Lives, Deflector, and Steel Soldier, we were randomly placed there at the end, and I was really unhappy because we didn't even get a say in anything.
Are we all ready?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, but I'll go with it anyway. I'm not really bothered about where I am. I'm just gonna take it, you know, because I don't want to cause a big fracas.
This test, thankfully, doesn't really get scrutinised that much. Spoiler alert, but no one at the lower end of the line is part of the 3 up for elimination. It's more just kind of funny and kind of fascinating to me. It's funny because the people higher up in the line are like, yeah, you know, I think my fellow superheroes voted to put me here because of XYZ, all while Santh is glaring at them. And all the people lower down in the line are like, I was ignored, mistreated, abused, ridiculed, I am disgusted and hurt.
Deflector, you're 12th. Do you agree with your position?
No, I don't at all.
Okay, explain why.
Because as when we were deciding on the last few people, they just decided that we would go here.
So you not speak up yourself and say how well you did as well?
Yeah, and I thought I did actually really well.
So you think you should be higher up in the line?
Yeah.
And finally, Steel Soldier, 13th. That obviously means that you're in the last position. Do you agree with that?
In all honesty, I don't really agree with this position because I think I did a lot better than I actually did. Quite a lot of us didn't get a say, and I was one of the last people to go, and I think I did all right. I'm a strong supporter of democracy, and obviously the people voted for me to be in this position, so I'm okay with that.
It's also banterous how you can clearly tell that H2O Man is considered like the one cool boy of the group. Also, note how him and Dolphin Girl are both quite high up in this line. Like, I know the line itself is meaningless, but both of them didn't just cross the plank, they made a show of it, made it a bit more fun. That's bound to be memorable for kids.
I would say if I ended up on the pods, it would probably be because I was being a bit silly on the plank doing disco dancing. Your disco dancing was really classy. Yeah. You're like, yeah. You like that? It looked awesome. Yeah, it looked really good.
I don't want to go up to do the power down again because when you're on the free pods, they single you out and they tell you like stuff what you did, and then when they tell you stuff that you've done wrong, you feel so small, and then your eyes start to water, and then you can't stop it, and then you cry, and it's a horrible feeling.
Bloody hell. Isn't this show supposed to be, like, fun? Power down time, and the vibes are immediately rancid.
Hello, superheroes.
Hi.
Now, you were all fortunate enough to survive the last power down, but sadly one of you will not be so lucky today.
Stan doesn't let up on the serious tone by informing them that sinister forces are at work, and they need to ask themselves,
who would want to try and catch you out?
And Sam and Mark say that they should keep their eyes and ears open from now on, as if children having mortal enemies that wish them harm is no big deal. Various superheroes are praised because they face their fears crossing the plank, which actually is nice. Mark tells them that they've demonstrated true inner strength and determination, which are very admirable qualities. Of course, they immediately follow that up by telling off Ms. Dungarees and Megamite Man for being too forceful in deciding the order of crossing. And then they say that H2O Man and Dolphin Girl didn't cross the bridge right.
Simply walking across the plank wasn't enough for you. You both saw this as an opportunity to perform, or as some would say, to show off.
How dare you derive enjoyment from any aspect of this show? You'll cross that plank with a dead-eyed expression and be grateful for it. The three up for elimination are Ms. Dungarees, Megamite Man and Dolphin Girl. And everyone looks so frickin' stressed, I can't deal with it. And, you know, I should say, whenever Sam and Mark address the superheroes up for elimination, they start it off by being all nice. Like, you're so lively, you're clearly very passionate, and other meaningless comments that are supposed to counterbalance the absolute slaughtering that is about to unfold. And this part is such school vibes, it's just cringe.
We love the style and glamour that you bring to the lair, and you are definitely a fashion hero. However, your behaviour up on the roof was not that of a true superhero.
How about we go boy, girl, boy, girl, boy, girl? Then Megamite, then me, then you, then you.
We were also concerned to hear you refer to H2O Man as an idiot in front of the rest of the group.
He can shoot lasers from his eyes, and he's got ice ability, and he's an idiot.
Such a description is not fitting for a superhero, even if it was said as a joke.
Then why are you both, like, laughing and joking about it, my guys? Megamite Man is criticised for his lack of interest in remembering things about Steel Soldier. They say this to Dolphin Girl.
Your flashy performance on the plank has unfortunately made us question whether you want to be a superhero for the right reasons.
Which is a lot of information to extrapolate from someone walking across a plank of wood. We got ourselves some armchair psychologists over here. Dolphin Girl does say that dolphins show off and try to impress people, which is not only a true dolphin fact, but also dangerously close to a logical argument. Like, why would you want your superhero to have a personality? Excuse you. Anyway.
Okay, Miss Dungarees, please could you tell us why you think you should remain in the lair?
Well, I think I should remain in the lair because H2O, I'm sorry for calling you an idiot, because that was just a stupid thing to do.
That's alright, darling.
A few moments later.
Superhero who will power down and return home is Ms. Dungarees.
Oh my god, like, so, like, oh, you know, don't worry, it's okay, it's alright, darling, don't worry. F*** off. So she does. Or, I mean, she's powered down and sent home, and everyone is really upset. Not just because the superhero with the best name has been eliminated, but also because the seriousness of the competition and the stakes of the eliminations are starting to set in.
I was actually standing at the pod. I felt like my heart was getting bigger and bigger by the minute. When they called Miss Dungarees, I felt like crying. Should have been me. She didn't deserve to go. She did not deserve to go.
Power Down was really scary and everybody got upset. Everyone before the Power Down thought there was going to be another fake one and they were going to say nobody's going. And then when they said Miss Dungarees, everybody got really upset. I think that Dolphin Girl, that's her second time up there. And even though I did make the same mistake as her, it would have been more fair.
I feel really sad that she's gone because she was the one that kept our house lively and everything. So it's kind of going to be lonely without her.
But I thought you didn't... Oh, whatever. Ms. Dungarees, or Emma, gives us a summary of her time in the lair, and the plank challenge was her favourite. I'm sure it was a really close competition between walking across a plank, running down a street, standing in a line, and talking to an idiot. What will they think of next?
Next time, the superheroes embark on their first crime-fighting mission.
Danny Harmer, aka Tracy Beaker, has become the victim of a terrible crime.
Wait, what? We start out this episode with a wholesome BAM session.
Yeah, I'll try to listen. My best power is, as you all know, BAM! This is how to BAM. You put your you get your finger like so, and start it here. And then you bring it round to here, and before you go to it, you go like that.
Which is then sadly interrupted by...
Whenever the alarm sounds, the superheroes must report to the control room immediately.
Oh, thanks. The superheroes are really excited to get some gadgets. These neat little alpha Apple Watches that Stan Lee can use to contact them whenever they're operating outside the lair. Stan informs them that they need to report to the City View Hotel because a celebrity has been robbed. So the superheroes rush to the scene of the crime and...
This looks like the place, superheroes. Now get inside and find Sam and Mark so we can get to the bottom of this.
Well, hope you guys enjoyed the fun watch gadgets, as that's the last time they're going to appear in this episode and the penultimate time they're going to appear in the whole series. Worth every penny. The superheroes greet the receptionists and are directed to some seats where they wait. But then...
Disaster strikes. Dolphin Girl loses a tooth. The first aid team step in to help. Unfortunately for Dolphin Girl, this means she can't take part in today's mission.
Oh no! Oh, it's so sarcastic. Oh no! Well, it's not... Oh my god, I can't speak. Oh no! Well, it's not like you were going to meet anyone important in this mission, just a childhood icon. No big deal. While the superheroes are waiting for the mission to begin, this seems like an excellent opportunity to secretly test the quality of their character. There's a lady struggling with some heavy luggage, an obvious job for a child to assist with. A guy drops his hat and a businessman drops his files. By that point, everyone has cottoned on to the fact that they should be helping people, and so they all start aggressively helping him. Like 6 of them swarm around him and start straightening his tie and dusting down his suit, it's kind of funny and cute. But it's also sort of indicative of a bigger problem, which will become more evident later on. There's also a couple other things going on in the reception area, like a cleaner walks past with a trolley, a suspicious man has a hat box. I actually really like the setup of this challenge, where there's clues to be caught if you're paying close enough attention to your surroundings. Of course, it would be better if this was specifically framed as such, like maybe the superheroes could be briefed on the fact that they should try and observe what's going on around them, rather than us just getting a voiceover saying, "This is a thing superheroes do, and any true superhero should already know that." But it's something, at least. The actual challenge involves the superheroes going one by one into the crime scene to interview the crime's victim, Danny Harmer, and to try and find some clues about the crime itself. And if you don't know who Danny Harmer is, she played a character called Tracy Beaker in The Story of Tracy Beaker, which was a hugely successful CBBC show in the noughties, and was based off the also hugely successful book by Jacqueline Wilson. The Story of Tracy Beaker was one of CBBC's most iconic shows and spawned a ton of spin-offs and sequel shows. It was a cultural juggernaut, at least to UK audiences of a certain generation. I should say that most of these celebrities they get on this show, other than Stan Lee obviously, are not really celebrities in the sense that you probably will never have heard of them if you live outside the UK. But to 12 kids who probably lived off CBBC shows, it's a certified big deal. And it's really cute seeing them get all excited about it.
Danny Harmer, aka Tracy Beaker, has become the victim of a terrible crime.
Someone has broken into a room and stolen some of her things. Now, we don't know when and how this happened, but it has happened.
It has, and that's where you guys come in. Now, listen up. We're going to ask each of you to go up and visit Danny's room, and you'll meet Danny, and we want you to get some clues to try and figure out what happened.
You've each got 3 minutes to gather as much information as you possibly can. Understand?
Ready?
Okay, Santh, you're up first. If you'd like to come with us, we'll show you Danny's room.
So, Danny's hotel room has been broken into, and the superheroes need to gather evidence to find out who done it.
There are 7 clues which will help the superheroes solve the crime. A footprint in the bathroom, a broken window lock, a note in the bin, a crowbar, a half-eaten biscuit, a missing hat box, and Danny's sparkly red shoes.
So, will the superheroes prove their detective skills and help out poor Danny? Or will they be too starstruck to solve the crime?
Oh, right. I forgot that this show likes to punish children for behaving like children. No, they're there to solve a crime, and if they even think about being distracted by the fact that there's an icon of the few years they've had on this earth right there in front of them, then they will be eviscerated. Anyway, Santh.
He's a big Danny Harmer fan.
Thank goodness you're here. Right, basically, I really don't know what's missing, but I know things have kind of moved around. But I can't find my really shiny, lovely red shoes, and also my really big hat box, which was red. And I'm pretty sure it was over there, and like it's just completely gone. Oh, I didn't catch your name, by the way.
Santh.
Oh, pleased to meet you. I'm Danny. Thank you so much again.
Where did you leave your red shiny shoes?
Do you know what? I actually really don't know. I came in and I thought they were over there, and then I thought maybe they were in the wardrobe, and then, do you know what? I have got no idea. But I really like that turtle on your top, by the way. That's really cool.
It's not a turtle.
I like it. Oh, is it not?
Shark.
Oh, it's a shark.
No, it's a crocodile.
Oh, crocodile. Yeah, that's really, really cool. I like that.
Was Santh getting a bit flustered there?
Death!
Biscuit crumbs all around here.
Right.
That doesn't really look right.
Right.
And over here, there's like a metal thing. So
interesting. So,
and there's a crowbar.
Oh, okay, right.
That's quite good.
Yeah.
They might have climbed up here, and then they've probably walked over here.
Right. Yeah, but what about my shoes? I was going to wear them tonight, and I've got no idea where they are. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, these are my favourite shoes, and honestly, I don't know what I would have done. I probably would have just left them there, so thank you so much.
Yes, I still fancy Danny Harmer.
but don't tell her that.
Your secret is safe with me. Flying Feather is next.
Hi. Hello. Hi, I'm Danny. Who are you?
Brandon.
What's that?
Brandon.
Branwyn isn't your superhero name.
Dare! Flying Feather finds Danny's shiny red shoes, and I'm sorry, but this clip is about 20 seconds long, and yet it raises so many questions for me.
Oh, those are my red shoes. Oh, thank you so much. How gorgeous are these? They are pretty
lovely.
good, aren't they? Do you want to try them on?
Okay.
Go on, I dare you. They are very nice. I'm going to wear them tonight, in fact.
Oh,
actually.
wow.
They are pretty good.
Do you think red, well, it does go with gold?
I think it goes with gold really nicely, actually. And the white as well. All goes nicely together.
I best get started on that Hatbox mystery.
Right, yes.
After being distracted by the red sparkly shoes, there's no time to look for any more clues.
Of what you found, so I can tell the other.
I think I wasted time by letting Danny, make me try on her high heel shoes.
Okay, firstly, I fail to understand what relevance Danny Harmer's shoes have to this crime. Like, did the thief hide her shoes as part of their master plan? Are we supposed to read into that? Secondly, gender isn't real or whatever, but this is clearly a distraction tactic that is aimed more at girls and there's no boy equivalent, so I don't know, hella sexist. But are we really supposed to expect a young girl who is excited to meet a celebrity, so much so that she walks into the room like, oh, to respond to this by saying, no actually, I'm here to fight crime, not waste time trying on your ugly ass shoes? Do you think a child knows how to make that not come across as rude? It just seems really unfair to punish a child for their interactions with a celebrity, when the things they are doing wrong equate to giving the celebrity their name and doing things the celebrity asked them to do, rather than something actively harmful or rude. But then also, not trying to victim blame here, but is it common for the victim of a crime to be actively trying to distract the investigative team? And what is the time limit here? Santh seemed to have a good couple minutes to look around, but Flying Feather is out of time in like 30 seconds. Unless we're supposed to believe that she was strutting around in those shoes for ages. I'm also just going to point out that when Flying Feather accidentally says her name is Branwyn, which is so obviously just an automatic / starstruck response by the way, you can just about hear Danny Harmer reassuring her underneath Mark's scathing voiceover.
Hello, hi, I'm Danny. Who are you?
Brandon.
What's that?
Brandon.
Branwyn isn't your superhero name.
Almost as if it's totally fine to make mistakes every now and then, and you don't necessarily need to be obliterated off the face of the earth for making them. Now, why the heck isn't Danny Harmer presenting this show? H2O Man, Gold Starlet, SGW, and Princess Paw put on better displays. H2O Man checks that Danny is okay, Gold Starlet isn't distracted by the shoes, SGW remembers the hat box from reception, and Princess Paw finds tons of clues, including a footprint in the bathroom that no one else finds. Megamite Man is up next.
Hi. Oh, thank you so much for coming. I'm Danny. Who are you?
Sir, Megamite Man.
Oh,
What did you say?
right. Danny. Who are you?
Sir, Megamite Man.
Oh no, he's
don't
giving
worry,
away his
everything's
secret
gone.
identity.
Yeah, but like, are we really going to pretend that that's just not an automatic response to being asked your name? Seems a bit harsh if you ask me. I really like all these kids' reactions to crowbars though. Like Santh was like,
That's quite good.
and Megamite Man is like,
Oh my days. Oh my days.
I don't know why, but that cracks me up. He does find quite a few clues though, unlike Steel Soldier who doesn't find any as he mostly focuses on asking Danny questions. Investigative questions, don't get me wrong, and then gets distracted by Danny asking about his superpowers. If only Megamite Man had listened to him properly in the previous episode, maybe he wouldn't have been so desperate to talk to someone. Pink Puffle Girl's investigation is mixed. She gives away her name, but does remember the hat box from reception just like SGW, but describes the person carrying it incorrectly, so she ends up with 2.5 clues found. Okay. 9 live stares right at the biscuit crumbs, but that doesn't count as having found them as a clue, I guess? He understands the importance of the mission, though.
Well, I think I have been a good superhero because if it wasn't for me, Danny Harmer wouldn't be able to go out tonight because she was going out in her red shoes and I found them for her.
It's the small things. Deflector has a very Sherlock Holmes vibe throughout his investigation. I mean, he gets it all wrong, which isn't very Sherlock Holmes, I guess, but you know, there's some intelligence behind it.
Already got basically all of it in hand, though.
Deflector has a theory before he's even begun his investigation.
There's this lady at reception. She was packing bags. Your stuff could have been in one of those bags.
Right.
Also, there was this man who was sitting next to us. He could have been listening over us and he was looking at a magazine of a holiday. So maybe it's enough stuff to buy, enough money to buy a holiday.
Right, okay.
Interesting theory, Deflector.
Right.
Could have opened the door with this.
Right. Okay, that's interesting.
What's this? What's this?
I've got no idea. It's Right, so you think
I may be just a citizen by day, but by night I'm night citizen.
Or they threw your stuff out the window down there and someone was waiting to grab
Well, I
it.
hope not.
and
That
go
was a
off
very
with it.
nice hat.
The superheroes return to the lair and discuss how they did, how much they have a crush on Danny Harmer, and we get treated to these, honestly, extremely unflattering comic book freeze frames. In the next part of their mission, the superheroes will need to study a lineup of potential suspects.
As Stan mentioned, the authorities have rounded up some potential suspects from Danny Harmer's hotel. Now, they're all lined up next door in the operations room.
Okay, we need you to confirm whether or not these people are actually at the hotel, and if they were, what they were doing at the time.
Okay, you'll enter the room in pairs and you'll have just 2 minutes to study the lineup. Okay, and then you'll report back to us here in the control room.
Okay.
SGW, Pink Puffle Girl, you're going first, guys. The rest of you, if you go upstairs to the lair, we'll see you soon.
Okay.
Off you go.
See you in a bit.
A true superhero always maintains awareness of their surroundings, so this mission will test the superhero's observational skills.
The superheroes must identify who is at the scene of the crime and who they think stole Danny's hat box.
Only 3 of the lineup were actually at the hotel. The cleaner, the boy in the hoodie, and the man with the hat box.
To make it harder, there are 2 lookalikes who resemble the businessman and receptionists who were at the hotel, but these 2 definitely weren't.
This guy in the Hawaiian shirt is completely random and was never at the hotel. Nice shirt though.
Okay, seems a pretty solid premise for a mission, even if I personally could not be dealing with the awkwardness of having 6 people standing there watching me in complete silence, but these superheroes have no such weakness. SGW and Pink Puffle Girl are a solid team of detectives. They both remembered seeing the hat box in reception, so they're able to identify the guy who was carrying it along with the hoodie guy, but they do fall for some lookalikes.
Okay, superheroes, now can you confirm who you definitely saw at the hotel and what they were doing?
Well, we definitely saw that the man in the suit.
This guy?
Yes,
definitely saw that.
And we've seen that man with glasses.
This guy?
He was holding a red box.
He was holding a big red box and he was walking out.
And this guy in red over.
This guy in red, we definitely noticed him.
But nobody else we didn't recognise anyone.
Me and Pink Puffle are feeling very confident together because we did actually do very well together because we communicated well, we had the same ideas and we didn't talk over each other.
All in all though, a pretty good display of teamwork and investigation skills. The next team, consisting of Flying Feather, Megamite Man and Deflector, it goes a little less well.
We're gonna interrogate the people, and interrogate them, and they must tell us the truth. If they want to go in the hard way or the easy way is tell us the truth from your heart. The hard way is you don't tell us the truth and you get sentenced to jail.
It's a bit harsh, Megamite Man. Suspects are meant to be innocent until proven guilty.
Can you please state your names? Can you please state your name?
The suspects have been briefed not to speak. This is a lineup, not an interrogation.
Excuse me?
To the next one.
Please state your name.
Excuse me, sir. Do you
State your
mind
name.
if we check in your case here?
Let's just take it.
These are silent.
State your name. Excuse me, state your name. By the law, state your name. Phone. Let's check it for Texas. One suspect is called a phone. I repeat, one suspect is called a phone.
They're not supposed to be questioning this. It's not good.
They're all main suspects. I'm ashamed of you guys.
Okay, superheroes. We'd now like you to tell us, out of the suspects who you definitely saw at the hotel and what they were doing there.
This lady, I think she was a receptionist. That guy, he had the circle bow hat. Like the hat in the end.
He was definitely there. And why is he wearing a hood indoors?
Okay. Me flying for the deflector, I had to interrogate some people. But the annoying thing about it is that they didn't actually talk.
I realised that it wasn't about asking questions, it was about knowing if they were in the hotel or they weren't.
Well, it's good that someone realised that. You could have maybe told your teammates this and saved yourself quite a bit of hassle, but whatever. As usual, I think it's just a weird case of communication issues. Sam and Mark did say at the beginning that they had 2 minutes to study the lineup and decide who was at the hotel, but if they'd mentioned at any point that the suspects weren't going to speak, I think the thought of interrogating them would have vanished out of the kids' heads. Bear in mind that I'm trying to credit the kids with some intelligence here. I don't think they necessarily need every little thing spelling out to them, but I can't imagine children having an in-depth knowledge of police processes and what the difference between a suspect lineup and a suspect interrogation is. Though if they did, they'd probably realise that most suspect lineups don't involve walking into the room with the suspects, thereby giving one the opportunity to interrogate them, go through their pockets and so forth. I mean, let's face it, going through text messages and pockets and such probably is part of some police process somewhere, just not necessarily this one. And I don't know, are superheroes really the best role models when it comes to working within the scope of the law? Isn't vigilante justice kind of most of their whole dealio? Anyway, we get some nice unorthodox pairings of 9 Lives and Princess Paw and H2O Man and Gold Starlet. Both of the pairs do okay, except that 9 Lives and Princess Paw accuse the hoodie guy of stealing the hatbox, while Gold Starlet and H2O Man rifle through their pockets. Again, instructions unclear. Plus, searching them is kind of studying, no? No. The last two to study the lineup are Santh and Steel Soldier.
Hello, suspects.
They're hoping for some honest answers.
Who do you recognise?
Okay, put your hands over your heart and swear that you'll not lie.
You're a hard bunch, this lot. Yeah. Do you remember me, sir?
Do you remember me?
Suspects do not respond.
Why are you smiling, sir? Have you ever heard of Danny Harmer?
Right, good. This was set up and explained so well. They basically just say that everyone was there, including the Hawaiian shirt guy, and they also accuse the hoodie guy, which feels like profiling, I'm not gonna lie.
Some interesting results there, and hopefully our superheroes' information will help the authorities with their inquiries. Now, while I'm here, thought I'd take a quick look down this lineup, see if I can spot any dodgy-looking characters from the hotel. Mark, what are you doing in identity lineup?
Identity lineup?
Yes!
I thought it was the queue for the bus.
Mark, you idiot! Why didn't you tell me? Where are we going?
They're not going to speak to you, Samuel. Tensions are a bit high in the lair after the mission, and Flying Feather has this to say.
It was really frustrating. I really wish I could have gone with another girl or 2 other girls because girls understand each other. The boys, all they do is sit about and talk about wrestling. I've been stopping myself from saying a lot of things about the boys
to the boys because they really get on my nerves, but I can't really say that in front of them. The boys, all they do is lounge around, be a superhero, eat, go to the toilet and go to bed.
I'll have you know that's all I do with my time too, and I am no man. Once everyone has reported to the resolution room, which, side note, Stan always says please go to the resolution room and wait for Sam and Mark. But Sam and Mark are always already in there when they teleport in. So anyway, the scathing judgment begins. I'm also just going to point out that the actual crime fighting gets no follow-up. Did Danny Harmer get her hat back? Is the glasses guy going to court now? We don't know, and I've grappled with that quandary for over 15 years. It might have been nice for the superheroes to feel like their actions actually made an impact, but hey, who needs encouragement or positive reinforcement, am I right? No, we'd rather kick your optimism and excitement in the G-dang teeth.
Okay, superheroes, today you had your real first taste of crime fighting, and that has given us plenty to talk about.
First of all, did you all enjoy meeting Danny Harmer?
Yes!
Good, but of course you weren't there on a social visit. You were actually there to investigate the robbery in her hotel room.
Some sparing praise is given to Megamite Man and Princess Paw for finding the most clues and investigating well. SGW and Pink Puffle Girl for remembering seeing someone leaving with a hat box. And H2O Man for checking on Danny's well-being. However, Pink Puffle Girl, Megamite Man and Flying Feather, that is so much alliteration, oh my god, are scolded for answering the question, who are you, with their actual names like they'd be expected to do in 99% of situations. However, since we have now definitively established in front of everyone that revealing your real name is in fact not something you are supposed to do, I'm sure we won't have to bring this up again in any future episodes. Will we? Foreshadowing is a literary device. And now, a study in facial expressions.
Now, moving on to the lineup. We can now tell you that there are only 3 people that you should have recognised that were at the hotel. They were the man with glasses, the boy wearing the hoodie, and the cleaner.
SGW and Pink Puffle Girl. We were impressed with the way you studied the lineup. You made good use of your time and worked well as a team. Well done.
This guy, he was walking out with a box. He was definitely walking out with a box. I definitely saw him.
Now, there were 3 people in the lineup that were not at the hotel yesterday.
2 of these people resembled the businessman and the receptionist. However, the man in the Hawaiian shirt was completely random.
Santh. I think you know what's coming, don't you? You're the only superhero to have claimed to have seen the man in the Hawaiian shirt.
The guy in the Hawaiian shirt was standing just outside.
But you did see him?
Yeah, definitely.
He definitely wasn't at the hotel, so how is this possible?
I might have saw someone who looked a bit like him that was in sort of the same shirt but not a Hawaiian shirt.
Fair enough.
Fair enough, you heckin' moronic child. Flying Feather, Deflector and Megamite Man get told off for the way they handled the studying of the lineup. I note that they don't get the chance to explain themselves, they're just lambasted for deciding to be jerks. This results in both Flying Feather and Megamite Man being nominated for the Power Down. They both also revealed their secret identities, so this is somewhat understandable. Then they get Steel Soldier to step forward too, and he didn't find any clues during the hotel mission, so I guess, sure, that makes sense. But can I just say, Sam and Mark have not pointed this out at all. They just highlighted who did well and who revealed their secret identities, and then double dunked on Flying Feather for trying on Danny's shoes. So this is like a frickin' sneak attack, and unless you were paying attention or watching this video, you'd have no idea why they're suddenly gunning for this guy. Anyway, time to watch these children get ripped to shreds.
Megamite Man. He demonstrated great detective skills in Danny's hotel room. However, the way you interrogated the suspects in the lineup was not the behaviour of a true superhero. We addressed this point with you in the last Power Down, but sadly, you don't seem to have taken on the feedback.
Flying Feather. Your positivity and sparkling manner have certainly brightened up the lair. However, this mission has proved tricky for you in more ways than one. Not only did you remove part of your costume to try on one of Danny's shoes, you also joined Megamite Man in a harsh line of questioning, and even went as far to say that you were ashamed of the suspects. These are not the words we expect to hear from an angel.
Steel Soldier. You clearly take your role as a superhero seriously. However, you seem to lose sight of the main purpose of this mission, which was to find as many clues as possible. Your questions led to very few answers, yet you persisted with this approach. Actions sometimes speak louder than words.
I once ran a really bad session of D&D where there was this locked door, and the only way I had planned for the players to notice the door was locked was for them to specifically say that they wanted to do a perception check on the door. My point here is that I don't think it's unreasonable for anyone, especially a child, to enter a hotel room crime scene where there's a witness and expect that asking that witness questions will reveal information that could be useful to them. Otherwise, why the heck is the witness there other than to get Tracy Beaker fans to watch this stupid show? This is just bad level design, and these two problem DMs are punishing their players for it. You're on thin ice, lads. The only reason I'm not popping off more is because I know what happens in episode 6 and I'm saving myself. So after the usual pouring out of the children's hearts, Megamite Man is eliminated, and everyone's all teary-eyed and, oh god, this is awful. We're left on a chilling cliffhanger from Stan, as he tells us who was behind the door number switcheroo thingy.
Superheroes, my worst fears have been confirmed. The criminal who broke into the hotel room was one of Dr. Dark's henchmen.
Who's Dr. Dark?
Now I know what you're thinking. Who's Dr. Dark? Well, I'll tell you. He's only one of the most notorious supervillains around. I don't mean to alarm you, superheroes, but this doesn't look good. Now, I will, of course, keep you informed when I find out more, but for now, be on your guard.
Comes to our house.
Okay, guys, there's one thing for certain. Now we all have to start really working with the team.
Yeah. We're just gonna have to be on our toes, if you know what I mean, and always be looking out.
Having a supervillain around will mean more challenges and more danger.
I'm definitely scared of Dr. Dark.
I'm not really scared of Dr. Dark because I know that there's loads of us and we'd be able to defeat him.
Yes, there's loads of you, which is definitely an advantage. If only the premise of the show wasn't based around depowering superheroes for making minor mistakes. There's no time to mess around as episode 5 dives straight into the action. You'll never guess what happens.
Whenever the alarm goes off, the superheroes must report to the control room immediately.
Yes, thank you. I do remember. Dr. Dark is up to some nefarious shenanigans at Pet Shop, City High Street. Wow, high effort naming there. So the superheroes are sent to deal with whatever aftermath he's left behind. It turns out that the pet shop on the City High Street has been left in chaos. Dr. Dark stole some animals and has tied up the pet shop owner inside the shop. And some of the pets have gotten loose and, spoiler alert, it's all snakes.
Superheroes, do you think you can save the day?
Yes!
Okay, first of all, I think it's worth you all taking a quick look through the window just to assess the situation.
Oh, the snake's coming out! The snakes are everywhere! There is loads of snakes out. Oh my god. Oh, there's like grass snakes and there's boa constrictors and everything.
He strikes with chair.
Stay calm! Stay calm!
Now, the good news is that these snakes are not dangerous. But the bad news is, there's quite a few of them. Now, your mission as superheroes is to navigate your way through the snakes, get to the pet shop owner and release him.
Now, if at any time you want to get out of the pet shop, all you need to do is shout the code word, which is Auntie, and we will get you out straight away.
Good to know that there's a code word to stop the mission.
So, for this mission, each superhero needs to navigate their way through the ransacked pet shop and release the owner.
Sound easy? I don't think so.
There are 30 snakes on the loose, including pythons, corn snakes, albino corn snakes, and a boa constrictor. That's right, a boa constrictor, 10 feet long.
And not only that, the snakes are all over the place. They're on the floor, hiding in boxes, hanging off bars, and crawling up the walls.
Rather them than us.
Now, as well as looking to see who completes the mission, we're also looking to see how the superheroes cope when faced with their fears.
And if they react by using the code word, I'm sure that will be totally fine. It's not like there's a man's life at stake. The superheroes are understandably fairly apprehensive about tackling this challenge. Even if the snakes aren't necessarily dangerous, it's still a pretty sketchy time. I know some people really love snakes, but I must admit that this challenge would give me the heebie-jeebies too.
So many snakes on the floor. You won't get me doing this.
Feels like that sort of disqualifies you from judging other people doing it, but okay. It's also just kind of pissing me off that they put a load of plastic snakes around too. Like, is this room really lacking in snakes? Come on now. The superheroes take it on one by one, navigating through the pet shop while the restrained owner whimpers and cries in the background, which is really not helping with the traumatic atmosphere. Steel Soldier is tentative but manages it. Gold Starlet pushes through her nerves, and Deflector, Princess Paw, SGW, and Flying Feather also manage to complete the mission. Then we get to Santh, who's feeling confident.
I feel really confident about today's mission because I really like snakes.
This should be a walk in the park for Santh if you like snakes so much.
Tell you a good thing about Santh. Always got a smile on face.
Yes! Yeah, doesn't he?
Always.
Always.
I think he's a little bit nervous now, which is surprising. He went in there smiling and...
Well, that was it, yeah.
Well, when I was outside the shop first, I thought, oh, that'll be easy. But then when I actually went in, I saw snakes right by the door, and there was this massive one, and I was really worried because I thought he was going to lash out. Auntie.
He's used the code word Auntie to end the mission.
I was really frightened, so I said Auntie, because I didn't think I'd be able to get through without hurting one of the snakes, or by hurting myself. if you went in there, you would freak out as well because it's so intense and the guy shouting help, help, help with his gag on. I felt really bad because I couldn't help the guy.
What happened? It all just disintegrated in front of me. Did I just watch someone lose a passion? Oh my god, what is this show, man? H2O Man completes the mission in like 20 seconds. Dolphin Girl just starts nicknaming the snakes and bossing them about, so she's clearly confident. And then we get to Pink Puffle Girl, who we've been cutting back to all this time, and she's made it very clear that she doesn't like snakes and finds them really scary.
It's now the turn of Pink Puffle Girl. She can't put the mission off any longer.
Well, I'm really scared because I'm absolutely petrified of snakes, and this is probably one of the hardest challenges I have to do.
Pink Puffle's struggling a little bit. She's probably the most nervous out of everyone.
Clearly upset and unable to carry on, Pink Puffle Girl leaves the pet shop. How are you feeling?
Feeling really scared, but I really want to go back in and try it again.
Okay. You sure?
You sure? Are you positive?
Yeah.
Don't need to do that.
Remember the code word's anti, so if you want to get out, just shout that.
Okay. All right.
Okay, good luck. Off you go.
Can't do this. Feeling really scared. Frightened.
Unable to continue after a second attempt, Pink Puffle Girl decides she can't go on.
My heart was beating really fast, and I had butterflies in my stomach, and all I was thinking is that I can't do this. The snakes were hissing and poking their tongues out and everything, and that's what scared me the most. I'm feeling quite upset with myself and disappointed because I didn't save the man inside.
Oh god. What the flip is this mission, man? I don't want to see kids bawling their eyes out. Oh my god. It's tough because pushing yourself to be brave when you're really scared can be super tough and super emotional. And this isn't the only show, not even the only kids show that does stuff like this. There's plenty of kids with phobias of heights and such who can be pushed to their limits. It's just tough to see, and it's made worse knowing that there's a scolding coming up afterwards. Like, shouldn't this be focused on the reward of pushing through your fears, rather than the punishment of not being brave enough to be a superhero? I don't know. And if you think I'm being overly sensitive about this, that's fine. Allow me to be an absolute dickhead instead for a couple mins and say that Pink Puffle Girl's attempt at the mission is giving this energy.
Help! Please! Someone! I'm going to die!
I'm going to hell. Cool. 9 Lives is the last superhero to attempt the mission, and he does fine. There's nothing really notable about his attempt apart from Sam and Mark laughing at him from outside the shop because the snakes get really close to him.
Big snake right next to him, like slithering. One of the snakes, he's wanted to say hello.
9 Lives is bent right down and there's a snake right in his face.
Oh, snake.
He's on his back, he's on his back.
Excuse me, I think you should be taking this a bit more seriously. After the mission, the pet shop owner runs out to thank the superheroes for saving him 9 times. Yeah, this challenge is a little immersion breaking, but whatever.
There isn't too much damage, but it appears he's taken all of my pets.
Well, I mean, he didn't take the snakes, bro. I think you're good for snakes. Are those your snakes? What? Anyway, the pet shop owner rewards them with £1 each, which seems a little cheap given they just saved his life, but alright.
But, as a reward for what you've done, I want to give you £1 each.
Hold on a minute! One of the rules of being a true superhero is that you never accept payment for your services.
Oh, alright. Have we established that as a rule, or is this another case where they're just supposed to know that?
Surely they'll never accept a reward.
Thank you so much, I'm so grateful.
That's really nice of you. Thank you. Thank you.
One for you.
Thank you.
One for you.
Thank you very much.
No?
Keep it.
You sure?
At last, Steel Soldier, Princess Paw and SGW are declining the money.
More? Okay.
No, you haven't.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much.
And now the rest of the superheroes are following their lead.
Now I have to go and tell the authorities all about it. Okay? See you later. Thank you. Thank you.
I've still got my £1.
Oh dear, Dolphin Girl kept £1.
She's a hustler, just like a dolphin. The press arrive on the scene wanting to interview the superheroes about their heroic deeds. And this forms the basis of the next mission, where the heroes have one-on-many press conferences talking about the encounter at the pet shop. But as is always the case, these press conferences have hidden tests within them, as Deflector shall now demonstrate.
While the superheroes face the press, we'll be watching their every move from the control room.
Hi, talk us through what happened at the pet shop.
There was this robber called Dr. Dark, who apparently for some reason stole some of the pets.
We hear you were the bravest superhero.
I wouldn't quite say I was the bravest superhero because then I didn't actually see all the superheroes at work.
I'm sorry. Now, you're clearly a true superhero. Are you looking forward to fame and fortune now that everyone knows who you are?
I wouldn't want a fortune, to be honest, because I don't like to be selfish.
And what do your friends think about you being a superhero?
My friends don't actually know, because otherwise I'd be giving away my secret identity.
Great. Where are you from originally?
I can't say that, I'm afraid.
What's your real name?
I can't say that.
Excellent. Can we get a photo, please? Pose, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just hold that there.
A true superhero wouldn't pose for the cameras, but that's still an impressive start. He kept his superhero cards pretty close to his chest there.
So just so we're completely clear, they shouldn't be revealing any incriminating information, like their name, place of birth, or anything that could be used to discover their secret identity. They shouldn't display any signs of confidence in themselves nor expect any kind of recompense for anything they do, and they shouldn't strike any poses for the camera even though that's what helped them to get noticed in the initial audition phase. Very cool, very good. Thanks. Is it also just me who finds it annoying that none of them are actually wearing masks? Like, I understand why, because their faces would be obscured and they'd probably be annoying to wear all the time, but even the worst superhero shows have the heroes' identities slightly protected, enough that we can suspend our disbelief that people might not know who they are. Tangent aside, Deflector put on a good display, and Santh, who follows him, seems to as well, although he also gets criticised for enjoying having his photo taken. I'm just gonna say that he literally just puts his hands on his hips and smiles, which plenty of non-superheroes do when having their photo taken. I guess it's important for superheroes to appear on the front page and look bored AF. That'll inspire generations to come.
Hold the photos, please.
The next 3 superheroes to face the press are H2O Man, Gold Starlet, and Flying Feather.
What's your real name?
I don't really want to give away my secret identity.
What's your real name?
No comment.
And where are you from originally?
No comment. No comment. No comment.
H2O Man is being very guarded with his answers.
What's the best thing about being a superhero?
No comment.
Come on, surely you can answer that question.
So what do you get up to when you're not a superhero?
That's for me to know and you to find out.
Well, they all managed to keep their real identities secret, but will they remain modest in front of the cameras?
We hear you were the bravest superhero.
That's not true. We don't have any bravest superheroes. Everybody was brave.
Are you looking forward to fame and fortune now that everybody knows who you are?
I don't think that superheroes should do anything for the money and the fame and stuff. I think that they do it because they want to.
No, not at all. It's not about the fame and fortune.
I just want to do good deeds. Sorry, no pictures. Thank you.
What's the best thing about being a superhero?
Well, they all seem to do quite well. At least the kids do seem to understand the brief here. You know, I think seeing exactly the same answers get parroted back to these questions one after the other does lend this slightly performative and even borderline clinical air to proceedings, but hey, at least they're getting the idea of what this show wants from them, and some of those things, some of them, I suppose, are decent enough qualities to strive for. I think modesty is good, but I don't necessarily think confidence needs to be shunned. But I'm still glad everyone seems to understand what's going on here.
Now it's Dolphin Girl's turn to face the press.
Hi there, can you talk us through what happened at the pet shop today?
Dr. Duck, he managed to take away all the pets, but I did manage to save the pet shop owner.
We hear you were the bravest superhero, is that right?
Yes.
Oh.
Can you jump up and give us your superhero pose, please? We'll take a photo.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's brilliant. Brilliant. Just hold that there. Just hold that. That's fantastic.
Oh.
Now, you're clearly a true superhero. Are you looking forward to fame and fortune now that everyone knows who you are?
Yeah.
Are you?
Most definitely.
And what do your friends think about you being a superhero?
They think it's great.
Her friends aren't supposed to know she's a superhero.
Where are you from originally?
I was from Newcastle.
A true superhero would never reveal where they live.
What's your real name?
Beth.
And they certainly wouldn't reveal their secret identity name.
Oh.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Beth.
I don't know why, but the interviewer calling her Beth rather than Dolphin Girl at the end has a really patronising / parasocial vibe to me. Like, show some respect. You're not on first name terms with her, okay?
Dolphin Girl, how do you think that went?
Okay.
Yeah, really? Answered all the questions?
Yep.
Happy with it?
Yep.
Brilliant. Alright then, go back up to the lane, we'll speak to you shortly.
I'm not going to provide any feedback. I'm just going to let you think it went well before I tear you to shreds later on. Deflector and Santh are more direct with their feedback.
I was really scared about... Did you say where you were from? Yeah. Did you? Did you say what your secret identity name is? No. Did you say what you do in your spare time? I just answered every single question. Really? You said your name? Said Beth. You're Oh! She said her secret and I took the money. You've given away your secret identity. That would probably be on TV and Dr. Dark will see it. Oh, you're dead now. You're gonna die. I swear, that some people are cracking under the pressure of the press. She did. Yeah, I actually think loads of people are gonna fall for it. Are you? No.
Honesty is a virtue, is it not? Steel Soldier, Princess Paw, and SGW all do decently well, only succumbing to the dreaded photography. I wonder if they made it clear at any point that this isn't something they're supposed to do, or if this is just another thing that they're supposed to guess at. I mean, to be fair, the not giving away secret identity stuff I think could be argued that you should just know, even if the situation is a bit dodgy with figures of authority asking it from kids and them having to refuse. But superheroes by their very nature are noticeable. It's baked into the concept. And not all attention is negative, you know? I get that they're saying that you shouldn't let fame go to your head and that they're superheroes with a goal in mind rather than just a celebrity who is only concerned with fame, but when they've given them these outfits and told them to strike poses and come up with catchphrases, and Stan Lee himself has even talked about the concept of being memorable and iconic, it just feels weird and a bit hypocritical to be like, nah, you should just sit there and tell these adults to bugger off with their photography, please. I know there's more nuance to this, but these are just kids. I understand why these blanket generalizations are being used, but they just don't work in this case. Anyway, here's a banterous clip.
And where are you from originally?
I'm originally from London, but I moved to Hartlepool when I was 18 months.
What's your real name, Nine Lives?
Jake. I'm from Bristol.
What's your real name?
April.
Like Dolphin Girl, Nine Lives and Pink Puffle Girl have also revealed their secret identities.
Surely things can't get any worse.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lives.
Yeah.
9 lives. 9 lives. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lives. They call me that because I'm a cat which has 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lives. 9 lives. 9 lives. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lives. They call me that because I'm a cat.
It is actually embarrassing how long I have had that song stuck in my head. Also, Dolphin Girl wasn't actually around last week to hear the whole thing about secret identities and all that jazz, but Nine Lives and Pink Puffle Girl were, and Pink Puffle Girl revealed her name last week too. Are you seriously trying to tell me that this incredibly intimidating and intense scrutinization of their performances doesn't even teach them anything? Bloody hell. Dolphin Girl is sure she'll be up for elimination, and like, yeah, I am too, but Nine Lives and Santh are also concerned. Thankfully, Deflector is on hand with more comforting words of brutal honesty.
This will be your first time, wouldn't it? If you were picked, this would be both of yours first time.
Yeah.
Believe me, trust me, it's terrifying. Like the whole world is closing in on you and you feel scared.
Yeah.
Now these are the kind of poses we were looking for. Power down time, and Stan Lee makes sure that the children know that the paparazzi are the worst.
I'm sorry that you had to come face to face with those snakes like that, but actually, it was very interesting to see the effect that situation had on each of you. And I'm also sorry that you had to come face to face with those journalists as well.
Good one, Stan. The superheroes who completed the mission at the pet shop are praised, and H2O Man is singled out for completing the mission in the fastest time. Then we move on to Pink Puffle Girl, and oh boy.
Pink Puffle Girl. You clearly had difficulties with this mission.
I can't do this.
However, you tried to face your fears and attempted to rescue the pet shop owner not once, but twice.
Feeling really scared, but I really want to go back in and try it again.
Sadly, on this occasion, you didn't overcome your fear of snakes, but that does not stop you from being a good superhero. Everyone has a weakness. Look at Superman and Kryptonite.
Wait, what? That's like entirely reasonable? And points out that she showed good determination and perseverance despite not succeeding? Wow. Okay. You win this round, show. But I got my eye on you.
The press conference that followed was also extremely revealing. We can now tell you that each of you disclosed at least one piece of information to the press that you shouldn't have.
Ooh, back on form, because that is objectively not true.
Flying Feather. Dolphin Girl. Gold Starlet. 9 Lives. Pink Puffle Girl. Steel Soldier. Princess Paul, and SGW. You all told the journalists where your hometown is.
What? When? You can't criticise the press and then just start making stuff up. That's not how this works.
That's for me to know and you to find out.
Well, they all managed to keep their real identities secret.
Keep their real identity secret. Identity secret.
And then, 9 Lives Dolphin Girl and Pink Puffle Girl get the expected telling off for revealing their secret identities, but then they add some extra menace for no reason.
What is even more worrying is that you revealed your real names to the journalists.
What's your real name, 9 Lives?
Jake.
What's your real name?
Beth.
What's your real name?
April.
The number one rule of being a superhero is that you never give up your secret identity. Don't you think it'd have taken a lot more than a pushy journalist for Spider-Man or Superman to reveal their secret identity? In the wrong hands, this type of information could prove disastrous.
Like, why are you saying that, bro? I advocate for kids being safe and guarding their personal info, but you don't need to invent some world-devastating consequences for that. The real-life consequences are enough, I think. Anyway, 9 Lives, Dolphin Girl, and Pink Puffle Girl are on the chopping block. So I think we can all guess that revealing your secret identity is the worst crime that a superhero can commit. Dolphin Girl is really in trouble though. She revealed the most information to the journalists, she was the only superhero who kept the pound, she wants fame and fortune, all that jazz. So honestly, this is all sort of a fairly foregone conclusion here. So let's enjoy Santh in the background instead.
Dolphin Girl, please will you tell us why you should remain in the lair?
I think I should remain in the lair because I should be the ultimate superhero because I'm very strong, encouraging towards the superheroes. Also, that I do act like a dolphin and went a bit crazy in the head at the press conference because I couldn't think properly as they were shouting all the things at me.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
And when she does get eliminated, yeah, because that happens, SGW and Santh shake hands like they had a secret bet or something. Anyway, Dolphin Girl is out, and the search for the next great superhero apparently intensifies next week. We'll see about that.
3-minute hero, I wanna be. 3-minute hero, I wanna be. 3-minute hero, I wanna be.
Now buckle up, peeps, because I have a lot to say about episode 6. We begin with this interaction where Steel Soldier absolutely cooks Flying Feather.
Hey! How are my favourite females?
Get off me.
Okay. Thank you.
So, I'm depressed already. Why are you here anyway?
I don't know, I felt bored. I was really bored.
So you thought you'd come bother girls?
Yes.
Come to annoy them.
Yes.
It's Supergirls only over here.
Oh really, what are they?
Believe it or not, this is setting up a major thread for the episode. In the meantime, we jump straight into the first mission, and it's nothing too crazy. All they've got to do is save the world. The heroes are split into pairs and basically tasked with solving an escape room, except that's giving it far too much credit because Sam and Mark will now show you the nitty-gritty details of the escape room.
Now, saving the world sounds like a pretty impossible mission, but actually, it's quite simple. All our superheroes need to do is stand back, assess the situation, and be observant. Now, here is the world. It is trapped in a cage and needs rescuing.
And over here are items that at first glance could help save the world. They might look helpful, but these items, including a set of keys, a rubber fish, a barrel of oil, and some air freshener, are merely a distraction.
Over here we have a giant red button. Now that is a pretty tempting button, but I don't dare touch it.
Don't get touching it now.
I won't.
Okay, over here on top of the door is a silver envelope with a message on it.
Now that message is very important because it tells our superheroes how to save the world. So, you think they'll notice it? Let's find out.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure you may have spotted some issues with this setup, but let's just run through them, shall we? First of all, the objective of this whole thing isn't exactly clear. They've got to save the world, and that's it. Is this globe meant to be a literal representation of the world, or is the world outside the world? The world's in a cage, so do they need to break it out? Well, no, that's not the solution. And the solution isn't related to doing anything with the globe, or the cage, or the big padlock on the cage. It's just there to take up space. In fact, no, it's actually worse because it's completely misleading as to what the goal of this room is. Secondly, they've been provided with a bunch of items which are very, very noticeable. They're pretty much the only objects in the room, and then for good measure, they're surrounded by a bunch of black and yellow hazard tape. But none of these items are useful at all. They're all red herrings. The items don't interact with anything else in the room or with each other. They don't provide any clues or context as to what you're actually supposed to do, or even what you should be trying to find, and one of the items is a huge set of keys. I'm sorry, you really don't expect that the first instinct of anyone, adult or child, heading into this room with the giant cage is to waste all their time trying every single key in the lock? That's just naive or deliberately malicious. At least chuck a riddle or a box with multiple compartments or something in there to help guide them along. You're just begging for the kids to go the adventure game route and just start bashing every item on everything in the room in the hopes it does something. Thirdly, even if I could look past the abysmal level design on display here, I cannot look past the absolute joke that is putting a small grey envelope in an entirely grey room and having spotting that envelope, which is partially obscured, positioned away from everything else you would reasonably be looking at, and that has no relevance or connection to anything in this room. Having that envelope be the be-all and end-all of this challenge is nothing short of a f***ing disgrace. Do I have to remind you that children are short? How are they supposed to reach that envelope, let alone spot it? Why would they be looking at the ceiling of this room when there's literally nothing on it and everything else of importance is in the complete opposite direction? This room doesn't even encourage searching. The walls are blank, there's no hidden cubby holes or anything, it's so bare. There's also a time limit. So who in their right mind would be pissing away the seconds trying to find the solution to this problem in an area that has literally nothing to indicate its importance? And you had better friggin' believe that we are about to sit through 5 different attempts at this mission that are going to be picked apart by our hosts. Because isn't this solution just so simple? No. This solution was devised by simpletons. There's a difference. Before we can even get to the attempts though, there's a problem. Remember when I said that the superheroes were divided into pairs? Well...
Alright, Steel Soldier and Flying Feather. That's one pair. We got SGW and Pink Puffle Girl.
Yeah, right next to each other. How easy is
Yes, Princess Paw and Deflector. We got Santh and Gold Starlet. And finally, H2O and 9 Lives. If you'd like to all go back up to the lair, we'll speak to you shortly. Bye.
Back in the lair, the superheroes split into their pairs.
I think I got a strong team. So do I. Because we're good together. Yeah. You like puzzles. I like puzzles. I like puzzles. I like puzzles. So we'll be able to solve this mission. Right? Handshake.
Even though we haven't ever worked together, I think we're going to do pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're going to do pretty good, but I don't think it's a good thing because cats don't like water, but to save the world they do.
But not everybody is so happy with their pairings.
The situation is that a Steel Soldier doesn't get on with me, and now I've got to team up with him.
Flying Feather's a bit concerned about working with me because she thinks I dislike her. And I'm a bit upset that I might have offended her or upset her. Because I was actually under the impression that she disliked me. But I think it might be a bit harder to work in this challenge if we don't exactly see eye to eye.
Seems like there's some tension there. Honestly, hadn't really noticed any issues between them, but then again, I'm not sure I ever saw them interacting before this episode, so I can believe it. Anyway, SGW and Pink Puffle Girl are first up, and they've been a successful pair before, so let's see if they can save the world.
SGW, Pink Puffle Girl, as you know, your mission is to save the world. Everything you need to do that is in that room in there. You feeling confident?
Yes.
Okay, guys, you've got 3 minutes in the operations room. Off you go, save the world. Good luck.
Whoa. Oh, right, okay. Do not touch.
Okay.
Right, okay.
I will not touch that.
It's got a big sort of...
Remember, this mission is designed to test the superheroes' teamwork,
What's this?
Air freshener.
Air freshener.
observation skills, and their ability to remain calm under pressure.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. Just wondering how their teamwork is being tested in this mission if all they have to do is spot the envelope. There's only one envelope. How many people does it take to look up? Don't mind me though. Carry on with what you were doing.
These items won't save the world. They're here as a distraction.
What's this?
Hold on.
Tickle it.
No,
I'm not sure why she thinks tickling the world will help.
We need some scissors. Look at this bit here.
An air freshener won't help either.
Oil.
To save the world, they just need to read the message hidden in the envelope above the door.
So simple.
Keys would appear to be the logical solution to the problem, but they won't work in this situation.
Hi, hey, me again. Do I even need to explain the issue with this? In order to complete this mission, they have to ignore what is logical. Are you kidding me right now?
It won't fit. None of them will fit. How?
SGW attempts to pick the lock with a metre-long ruler. And he can't resist touching that big red button.
Don't touch it. No. Don't press it. Don't press it. We only have 20 seconds. 28.
With time ticking away, SGW resorts to brute force.
He gets to the world, but he's unable to save it. They fail to spot the all-important envelope.
Did we save it?
Sorry guys. Sorry superheroes. Unfortunately, you failed to save the world. If you'd like to go back to the lair, we'll speak to you shortly. Off you go.
Sorry, world. Stupid world. I tried to save.
And wreck the prop as well.
Yeah, that prop deserved to be broken as payment for your crappy challenge. We get the next 3 pairs in rapid succession.
SGW and Pink Puffle Girl may have failed to save the world, but Samson Gold Starlet, 9 Lives and H2O Man, and Princess Paw and Deflector still have a chance.
So, what do you think we have to do? Key?
Oh, I think we're gonna get the world out.
What does that mean? Do not touch. That probably means
Do touch.
go up. Footprints.
Key.
We could try pressing the button. What's this thing? Keys.
Remember, this mission is all about observation and staying calm under pressure.
Oh my god! Let's try.
Is there anything that looks like it could be open?
This will work. Okay, it did.
What's the deal with air freshener?
Why? And why do people keep trying to pick the lock with a pencil?
Maybe because they're children, Samuel. Now, let's talk about the big red button, since SGW got close to pressing it, and a couple of these pairs actually do end up doing so.
I touch it.
No, don't touch it, don't touch.
Do not touch. Couldn't be any simpler, could it?
Pressing the button doesn't actually do anything, but it does clearly say, do not touch.
What does that mean? A true superhero should always obey random signs? Are we all about workplace safety now? What is even the context of the button, or this room for that matter? Is this a villain's lair and the button is likely to do something that's actually dangerous, or could it be a bluff and it's actually the solution to the problem, like a failsafe or something? Why aren't there any instructions somewhere for what the button actually does so you can see who acts based on information and who acts based on impulse? They have the gall to call this one of the simplest missions the superheroes have faced. And bro, like, it's simple to make an omelette, but it gets a little bit more difficult when the eggs are locked in a cage and you put a do not press button on the oven. I think it's hugely telling that in the aftermath of all three of those pairs failing, that none of them really have any takeaways or ideas about what they did wrong, other than everything.
Smells very nice in here.
Yeah, now you obviously didn't save the world in time there. What was happening?
Well, we didn't really know. We might have had to make a contraption.
Oh, yeah. We could have done, but
then again, there was no glue or sellotape or anything to stick anything
or
together.
what did you use the contraption for?
No, guys, you didn't have to make a contraption.
Yeah, it's not like they've ever been given a bunch of random items that they did have to use in conjunction with one another. Except literally in the first episode, but it's fine. I'm fine. There's just one more pair to face this challenge, and they apparently need to overcome their own personal differences and work together. In any other show, I'm sure this would lead to a really uplifting display of teamwork. In this show, well, let's see.
The true superhero would probably, carry on with whatever the situation is, and if she didn't get along with the person that she has to work together as a team with, then she'd just get on with it, and I think that's what I should do.
So, with their differences behind them, let's see how they get on.
Oh, so we're literally do not touch.
Look around the room.
This is the world.
Is this the world?
This is the world.
What happens if you touch that? Does that fall down?
Well, I don't know. Wanna try?
Yeah, okay then.
Okay, come here. I think we should do it together. So, wait. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't do anything.
Okay, right.
Okay, what else?
That's the unit. Is this the unit? Something, yeah? This
Trying
is
to figure
west.
that doesn't work either. What's this, scuba?
Air freshener?
Freshener. Why?
Now they're cleaning. Spring cleaning. At least the world's going to be clean when it blows up. Awesome.
The pair use almost all the distraction items, but fail to spot the all-important envelope.
No.
5. There's a countdown.
Okay, we got
4, 3. We need to save the wheel.
Oh, out of time.
Sorry, guys. Time's up.
Unfortunately, it didn't save the world. Now, very interesting there, watching.
You seem to be doing a bit more of a spring clean as opposed to saving the world.
We sprayed some air freshener and then it was dripping down.
And none of the keys fit the lock at all. And then we found this little pin thing, and we thought, let's try and stick that in, but...
You touched the do not touch button very soon. Why did you do that?
Because we thought,
Oh, does it like break the lock?
Okay, well, unlucky, you didn't save the world. If you'd like to go back up to the lair, we'll see you shortly. Okay, see you guys later. Bye.
At least we tried.
Yes, we tried. And we failed. No worries.
But hey, at least you failed together, right? So, who are the real winners here?
Now, all the teams failed to spot the envelope and therefore save the world.
But this mission was designed to test their observation skills and their ability to assess a situation properly.
Again, no, it wasn't. How is assessing the situation going to lead you to find the envelope? And this angle here that they used to laugh at the contestants for not spotting it, I'm sorry, you can barely even see it. This challenge is such a piss take, man.
Despite the superheroes all failing to save the world, one person feels a sense of achievement from the mission.
Flying Feather managed to put aside her personal differences and work together with Steel Soldier.
I think I made a big step towards being friends with everybody, because a true superhero would have to be friends with everybody.
I think it's good that we, as superheroes, put personal differences aside, and because that's what part of being a superhero is all about. Doing these things regardless of how you feel. So yeah, I'm pleased that we went in and did it.
Great character arc, guys. I'm glad two people got something out of this nonsense. It seems like Sam and Mark, or the producers or whoever, realised that this challenge was terrible because they decide to give the superheroes another chance to complete it, correctly.
Whenever the alarm sounds, the superheroes must report immediately to the control room.
They're all here.
Oh, sorry, the alarm, yeah, insert joke here. I can't be bothered with this episode. Oh my god.
Now, superheroes, that mission didn't go very well at all, did it?
No. None of your teams managed to save the world. However, we are about to give you one more chance.
We just... Right there, you haven't heard the chance yet. In just a moment, we're going to send all 10 of you into the operations room. And the first person to spot the vital clue in saving the world will be rewarded.
Okay, superheroes, off you go.
We went back down and they said they'd give us a second chance, and everyone was like, yes. And then they told us that we had to find one vital clue, and the person who found the vital clue got a prize.
Button! Anybody, button? Anyone? No? I think we should work together.
I don't really want the prize. I want to save the world.
Yeah, I don't want the prize. I just want to be able to find it. I want the prize.
Does 9 lives, Steel Soldier, Santh and Princess Poor get closer, but they still haven't spotted the envelope.
Guys, this is just making us greedy.
We need to think logically.
Put it down because...
So everyone was looking for ages, and we couldn't find it. And all of a sudden, our last goes, over here, and everybody just ran over to him.
Because I knew there was little holes and stuff that could be in, and then I just seen this piece of paper hanging off the arch, so I just shouted at everyone, and they all came over and started lifting me up and everything.
Stop!
And if it wasn't for H2O and Pink Puffle Girl, I don't think I would have got the envelope down. Because they're the ones who lifted me up and helped me.
This is so exciting. I'm just gonna rip it.
No, don't you let them rip the message. What does it say? It says, to save the world, save the children, monkey bells! 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 Monkey bells!
Okay, which one of you
Nine lives. Come here.
Come here, mate.
Well done, mate. You correctly spotted the envelope that contained the code word to save the world.
Okay, your reward will be revealed a bit later on in Power Down.
Yep.
Okay? Guys,
Power Down?
you may go back to the lair.
See you later.
Well done, mate.
Monkey battle. But this is what the message says. Weird. Because why would the world have a code named Monkey Belly?
Wow, the challenge was so much easier when they were actually told that it was a clue that they needed to search for. They have 5 times the number of people looking for it, they're not being timed, and they've exhausted literally every other option. What a great mission! Also, like I said, so much for being about teamwork. I told you only one person needed to spot the clue, and I also told you that children were short. Is that the only reason they were split into pairs at all? What was Santh and Gold Starlet going to do?
But not everyone seems so pleased with 9 Lives' success.
I think it's a bit unfair that only he's going to get a treat when we all helped. Because he was just like, oh, look up there, there's a piece of paper. And I think that's really what happened. He was just getting a bit bored, and he looked up, and he saw it. I think that's really what happened.
It's almost like the mission design was somewhat flawed. And I like how they're all saying a true superhero shouldn't accept the reward, whatever it is, and it's like, yeah, why is that acceptable now? The whole concept is flawed. He gets rewarded for doing well, but to truly, actually, properly do well, he shouldn't be rewarded? Make it make sense. 9 Lives at least doesn't think that it's all down to him.
Well, I do think I saved the world, but not by myself. With all my superhero team like H2O Man and Pink Puffalo lifted me up and supported me while I grabbed the envelope, and SGW read the message out and stuff. And if it wasn't for them, we'd still be in the room searching for the clue.
And trust me, no one wants to see that. Believe it or not, there's a whole nother mission in this episode, so I suppose we should talk about that. Dr. Dark is up to his old tricks again, along with the help of his henchmen, who are pig guys, just literally ripping off that one episode of Doctor Who. Anyway, he puts a load of radioactive canisters in a bin. Oh, the horror. The superheroes report to the, city dump, you know, the one dump in the whole of London, to meet with Sam and Mark. Apparently, all of London is at stake in this mission, so they better not screw up. Sam and Mark are really invested in the immersion too. They say that the canisters will go off in 20 minutes, so for safety reasons, they've only got 15 minutes to complete the challenge.
So, for this mission, the superheroes must enter the skip one at a time to retrieve a canister of radioactive waste.
There are 10 canisters in total, and they have just 15 minutes to find them.
The mission will test the superheroes' teamwork, so we'll be looking to see how they work as a team and who remains calm under pressure.
It doesn't look nice in there, superheroes, and I can smell it from here. If I were you, I'd take a deep breath. Remember, there's a lot at stake.
Cool, glad we brought the Watchers back for that. That's the final time you'll be seeing them, by the way. They made really great use of them, huh? Also, again, with this mission will test the superheroes' teamwork, when the whole point is that only one of them can go in the skip at a time. The others can cheer on the sidelines, but like, no offense, but that's not really what teamwork is. Maybe y'all should crack open a dictionary. SGW goes first, and
for this mission, the superheroes' actions and instructions outside the skip are just as important as those inside.
But SGW doesn't appear to be listening to his teammates.
Come on!
Rip them over!
Go on! Rip them out! Everything!
Try and find the heavier things, they might be in there!
Let someone else go in!
No, just keep going!
There are lots of different instructions coming from the other superheroes, but there doesn't appear to be a group plan.
What is their plan supposed to be if they don't know what strategy works? They literally do not have any idea what is going to be successful here, so... I will say that I would be suggesting that they chuck things out of the skip, but no one does that, so I guess they must be banned from doing that. Probably get penalised for littering or some such. SGW eventually finds a canister after nearly 5 minutes spent searching. Gold Starlet follows and does a bit better, finding a canister in just a couple of minutes. No doubt inspired by Deflector's damn passion.
Come on, you can do it!
9 Lives is next, and is clearly riding the high of discovering the note because he's just doing whatever TF he wants. Flipping and jumping about like a mad lad until everyone is literally begging him to come out of the skip. He eventually does after searching for 7 minutes and not finding any canisters. Santh is getting increasingly frustrated on the sidelines this whole time.
You can do it!
There's no way.
You can do it, Nine.
It's not gonna work.
You can do it! Come on, Noah! You've got to do 10 minutes in 2 minutes. It's probably less.
Thankfully, H2O Man is here to be absolutely beastly and gets a canister in literally like 30 seconds because he's simply built different. Or maybe 9 Lives loosened the lid, so to speak. Flying Feather enters the rubbish with less than a minute remaining.
Do it! Feather, you can do it!
The other superheroes cheer Flying Feather along, but Santh appears to have given up.
I mean, to be fair, they're not going to win the mission at this point, are they? In fact, when the time runs out, they've collected only 3 of the 10 canisters, and the mood is grim. And then if that wasn't enough, we also have to deal with the fact that because they failed, London has now become a nuclear wasteland. Because if you remember, those were the stakes of the mission after all.
Whew, I'll tell you something. It's lucky that our superheroes retrieved just enough of that radioactive waste for it to cause any real problems to the city.
Right, like that makes any sense. The superheroes engage in behaviour that I thought might be classified as unsuperhero-like, but apparently it's fine to just kind of bitch about each other behind their backs.
I think that 9 Lives has got a chance of being up there.
Why?
Because when he was in the skip, I don't know how it looked to everyone else, but it almost looked to me that he was comically diving.
Yeah, it was like he was just stood still, not doing anything, just waiting for everybody to laugh or say something.
HDW took up most of our time.
It's really desperate.
9 Lives sort of wasn't taking it seriously. He was just like diving in.
Like, I think they're gonna judge it on like if we looked bored or not. Like if we wasn't cheering, if we were just standing there just going.
I'm not gonna say any names, but some of us were like giving up.
Or even right in front of them. Okay. As if the superheroes weren't already depressed enough about failing both of the missions today, it's time for the power down. And Stan dishes out some grandfatherly disappointment.
Hello, true believers. The purpose of this show is to find out which of you has all the essential qualities of a superhero. Now, each of you has demonstrated most of those qualities, and today you have been tested on another: teamwork. I hope you managed to get the smell of all that rubbish off your costumes. But that's the least of your worries. Your team failed the mission, and I just hope the damage caused isn't too severe.
The damage? It wasn't real, Stan. And they said it was fine. What?
Sam and Mark will go through how you all did individually, but for the first time, I am truly disappointed.
With that barrel of laughs out of the way, Sam and Mark get straight to the bollocking.
It was your job to work as a team and retrieve those canisters. Sadly, that didn't happen.
F*** you, children.
SGW. You had the tough job of wading through all that rubbish first. However, this also meant that you had the best odds of finding a canister. Although we can't fault your lack of effort, you didn't listen to the other superheroes' advice and suggestions.
Hurry up! Hit the bars! Try and find the heavier things, they might be in there!
And as a result, you used up over a quarter of the team's total time.
You child.
9 lives. You took the most time in the skip, yet you were the only superhero to emerge without a canister. There appeared to be no method to your searching, and despite advice from your fellow superheroes, you seemed reluctant to fully check each rubbish bag.
You child.
H2O Man and Gold Starlet, you showed the others that it could be done, and more importantly, how it should be done. Well done to you both.
What's this? Praise? Nice of you to get it in there somewhere.
However, Santh, we couldn't help noticing that you seemed distracted, frustrated, and a little bit annoyed.
Yeah, maybe not. Then we get this bull crap.
It were disappointing that not one of you spotted that envelope above the door. Sometimes, as a superhero, you need to take a step back and figure out a logical explanation.
Yeah, like assuming that the solution to a problem where a globe is contained in a cage isn't solved by the keys or any of the other items that have been specifically highlighted, but by a random piece of paper shoved on top of a door, you know, that obviously logical thought process. Then they go even more into head teacher mode by giving everyone crap about the stupid red button.
SGW. Deflector. Steel Soldier. Princess Paul. And Santh. You all touched the red button. Can you please remind me what the sign said?
Do not touch.
How could you be so sure that pressing the button wouldn't have disastrous consequences? Princess Paul?
Me and Deflector only touched it because we thought that it could have been a trick that Dr. Dark put in place. So, for example, if we pressed it, it could have saved it, and we only pressed it at the last seconds.
We were just like running out of options because we weren't so sure what to do, so we trusted our instincts.
It did say, do not touch.
Wow, got 'em. Steel Soldier and Flying Feather at least get some praise for working together. Truly the only good thing that's happened in this entire episode. The 3 nominees for the Power Down are Santh, SGW, and 9 Lives. Santh and SGW get sort of minorly told off for their performances at the skip and for touching the big red button, while 9 Lives get scolded for the time taken to retrieve nothing in the skip. However,
you were the first superhero to eventually spot the vital clue needed to save the world.
Monkey bells!
And for this, we said you would be rewarded. I can now reveal that the reward is immunity from today's Power Down. You may now step back and return to your podium. Your 9 lives are still intact.
oh, well, it's good that he did appallingly in that mission then, isn't it? Otherwise this reward would be entirely meaningless. But no worries, they decide to make it entirely meaningless anyway by choosing not to eliminate anyone.
Neither of you.
Why'd you do that? What's the point?
I know, right?
Santh and SGW, you made some fairly obvious mistakes today, but you weren't alone. Superheroes, today proved to be your first real team mission. And we hope it has taught you the importance of working as a team and listening to others. We strongly suggest you take all this on board.
Superheroes, you may all return back to the lair.
Nine Lives reward. If he hadn't have got that reward, to be honest with you, I actually think that he would have won. Because he's been on them podiums 2 times in a row, in fact, which could have been actually really bad. And if his speech wasn't very good, he could have been gone.
When they said, 9 Lives, you got the reward, your reward is immunity from this power down, I was really annoyed. I really was. Because that's not really fair on me and SGW.
But I do think it was a bit unfair that the 9 Lives got excluded from that. When they said immunity from power down, I was like,
That's really unfair.
yeah.
I was annoyed. I was really ticked off. I was like, what? That is so unfair. I mean, if he got up here, he has to stay up here. You know? It shouldn't be like, oh, you found a letter. You are excluded from power down.
So, let me get this straight. This episode had a horrendous challenge that made no sense, that they had to try again under completely different circumstances to actually make it work, when it's supposedly the easiest challenge they've done so far. Then they had to do a challenge which was all about having a strategy, and it was impossible to formulate a strategy, and both of these things are about teamwork, but not really at all. And then at the end of it, the reward for completing the stupid ass challenge is something that pisses off everyone because the person who was clearly going to be sent home got granted immunity, thereby rendering this entire episode pointless. Cool. Good. I love weeing my finite lifespan into the abyss. Ugh, just get this nonsense out of my sight. The superheroes begin the day by discussing what their next mission might be.
Guys, I've got an idea. Can I just say my idea? What the next mission could be? Dr. Dark could live in this big, dormant volcano, and then he's up there and he's going to launch a missile into space. I think that there's going to be a World War III. And then Japanese samurai lower from the top on strings, and they keep on going down, and they keep on shooting machine guns, and everyone's like, no, number one, what's happening? And then we have this big fight, and then we save the world.
Whoa there, Steel Soldier, you're not in Hollywood yet.
How dare you think that anything exciting would happen on this show? No, Sam and Mark have a much more boring mission in mind, but first they split the heroes into 2 groups.
So today, we're going to split you into 2 teams so you can prove to us that you've taken everything on board, what we said to you.
Okay.
Okay?
Alright, so team number 1 are all the girls. So, if all the girls would like to line up in front of the bubble chair there.
Team number 2 is all the boys. As you can see, the teams are slightly uneven. So, what we need one of the boys to do is volunteer to be on the girls' team.
Okay, well this looks like it's going to be pretty easy.
I will H2O.
Okay, H2O man, you're with the girls, excellent. That wasn't too hard.
Okay, you're in your teams, and everything that you do today, you're going to be in these teams. Okay? Starting with tidying your bedrooms.
So, that means, and you look like you're pretty happy with it, H2O man, you're going to be tidying up the girls' room, and we've seen it, and it's a disgrace.
It's an absolute tip.
It's filth. Off you go.
All right.
Wow, cleaning bedrooms? That's almost as exciting as the Volcano Ninja battle, but I guess we're on a tight budget. While Sam and Mark are observing the superheroes' performance in this honestly entirely pointless mission that doesn't get commented on again, the TV goes all staticky. Ooh, that's actually setting up for the next mission, which is also boring. Yeehaw! In the meantime, whenever the alarm sounds, the superheroes must report to the control room immediately. They're greeted first by Stan, then, shock horror, by Dr. Dark! Coming to you live from the void, I guess. He's taken control of the TV airways and the superheroes need to go to the Satellite Control Center, which is conveniently situated at the bottom of a massive climbing wall. I wonder what the challenge might involve.
Superheroes, this does not look good. Dr. Dark has dismantled parts of this satellite dish and is quickly gaining control of the airwaves.
And it's only a matter of time before he broadcasts his evil message to the entire world, so you need to work quick, superheroes.
Your mission today is to work within your team and retrieve the rods that have been taken from the satellite dish. They're scattered across this wall.
Okay.
Now, as this is a race against the clock, each team will be timed. But we're also looking to see which superheroes have the determination to face their fears, push themselves physically, and ultimately defeat Dr. Dark.
I mean, didn't we already do this with the Plank mission? And also, don't know if you noticed, but this challenge involves sending up individual superheroes to retrieve these rod things. So, again, what aspect of teamwork are we testing here? I'm beginning to think that you think teamwork just boils down to how well you can cheer someone on. Don't get me wrong, moral support is nice, but they could just have a challenge where they actually just work as a team. That's not a hard or complicated thing to set up. I guess at the very least there's rods that are higher up on the wall, so there's some consideration there. And there's only 4 rods to get while there's 5 superheroes on each team. So while there are some more decisions to be made that I guess we can very loosely call team-based, I can't help but note that these factors seem more like an excuse to have some of the superheroes perform worse than others, so Sam and Mark can yell at them. I subtly hinted that this mission was boring, so let's just cover the highlights. Pink Puffle Girl gets the lowest rod for the girls, seemed disappointed and did struggle a bit, but gets lots of encouragement. H2O Man is like the best ever and gets the highest rod super easily. Flying Feather does well and gets the second highest rod, and finally Gold Starlet is incredibly nervous and shaky, but after 2 attempts at scaling the wall, gets the final rod, which is really great to see. She's super determined. Because all 4 rods are collected, Princess Paw doesn't attempt the climb. Santh gets the lowest rod for the boys, and next up is Steel Soldier, whose attempt is unsuccessful but honestly really heartwarming.
Steel Soldier has his own reasons for wanting to tackle this wall.
Thing is, I never get to do it because every time I try and do something, people always say, "Oh no, you got a disability, you can't do it." But I was born pretty much like this, and my fingers were like stuck together. I don't really find any daily disadvantages with certain things. Nothing that like any kid with normal hands and feet would do.
Remember, only 4 of the 5 superheroes on each team need to retrieve a rod, and it's up to them who climbs the wall.
Steel Soldier, you're up next, mate. Off you go.
Want to try for this one?
Yeah, do that. Right, now put your left. Yeah. Hand on the white one. Yeah, that's it.
Whoa! It's not as easy as it looks, is it?
Retrieving the rods isn't the only important thing here. We're also looking to see who pushes themselves physically and demonstrates determination.
Soldier, you okay?
My hands hurt a bit though.
You can come down if you want to.
No, I'm gonna try and go for it.
Go on! Really hard to get your right foot on the three. Try really hard. Just bend it and put it on. Right now, push yourself up with your legs and try.
Can I stop, please? My hands are hurting me.
No problem. Nice one.
Well
Well done, Steel Soldier.
I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, I know it doesn't sound too heartwarming at the end there, but just wait for the power down. And I know that also doesn't sound heartwarming, but just trust me, okay? Deflector steps in to grab the second rod, SGW nooms up to get the highest one, and 9 Lives gets the final one with no trouble, all while the other superheroes cheer his jingle. Not gonna comment on whether that's allowed or not. With that mission successfully completed, we get the really satisfying conclusion of this satellite dish moving a couple of inches, and that defeats the villain. It's probably a bit late to point out that Stan actually said that Dr. Dark destroyed the satellite rather than just removing some rods, but I'm sure it's fine.
Dr. Dark has destroyed London's main TV satellite dish.
Dr. Dark has dismantled parts of this satellite dish.
Then, back at the lair, Stan is all like, well, this place does have school vibes. Time for you to sit an exam.
Now, we've definitely seen plenty of teamwork from you today, so for your next mission, you're going to be in pairs.
It's time to test your superhero knowledge, and we have devised an exam that will do just that.
Now, you're going to take the exam in pairs, and usual exam conditions apply. Okay, Gold Starlet, Flying Feather, you're up first.
Okay, would everybody else like to go back up to the lair until you are called, please? Okay?
Nice one, off you go, guys. Gold Starlet, Flying Feather, come follow us to the exam room. Okay, superheroes, if you'd like to take your seats. Now, as we said, usual exam conditions apply. So there'll be no leaving your seats, no talking, don't turn your pages over, and we want you to write one answer for each question clearly.
Okay, you've got 10 minutes to complete the exam. Please do not leave the room until the time is up, okay? The exam starts now.
So, we've clearly explained the rules, but how will the superheroes behave when they think they're not being watched?
What the superheroes don't know is that we've set up 2 hidden cameras in the room. One watching them here, and one here.
Our producer is about to call us and the camera crew out of the room, leaving the superheroes all alone.
Now, the answers to the exam are on the other side of the page. Will the superheroes be able to resist temptation whilst we're gone? Let's see.
Because we couldn't just have them sit an exam. No, we need to try and catch these children out. So they pretend they aren't watching them, except, tee-hee, they are. They want to see if they'll talk, or copy each other, or turn the page over and look at the answers. I like how the critical information about not turning their pages over is just splurged out in one sentence right at the start. And that's the part that isn't covered by the exam conditions apply thing. Like, it's fairly common that there might be more questions on the back of the page. Plus, what kind of kangaroo exam is this, where the answers are within really easy reach of the candidates? Also, I would maybe question how many exams some of these kids have taken given their ages, but I will admit there's some dodgy behaviour here. Flying Feather realises that the answers are on the other side of the paper and turns it over multiple times. But at least she helps Gold Starlet out with the answers. That's sort of teamwork, right? The next 2 pairs are Pink Puffle Girl and Princess Paw, and 9 Lives and Deflector. I will say there's something a little weird about this group of adults watching children complete an exam and exclaiming judgmental things, like, What are you writing on that piece of paper there, girl? An added funny detail is the extremely overdramatic sound effect that plays whenever someone looks over at the other person's paper. Other than that though, there's no issues with turning over the paper, etc. SGW and Steel Soldier are a funny pair because they both copy off each other, sometimes at the same time, so what on earth must their exam papers look like? And H2O Man and Santh both do some copying.
H2O Man is blatantly, not even disguising it.
They also both commit the cardinal sin of turning over their papers.
Oh, nearly. Steel Soldier has turned a corner of his paper over.
H2O Man has turned the whole page over.
And now Santh's having a look too.
What are you doing? Don't cheat.
Says the one blatantly looking at Santh's answers, you cheeky so-and-so. Post-challenge, and the superheroes seem to have sussed out that Sam and Mark obviously intended that mission to be a test of their honesty. And Flying Feather decides that now is a really good time to be dishonest about how she did.
Hey, did you look at the back?
No. Did you?
No, what were you doing?
I don't think so, anyway.
I was doing the questions, okay? And then I thought, oh, these questions are hard. Are there more on the back? So then I turned it, it was the answers. And it was like 2 seconds to go. And I quickly put it back and I was like...
It's Sam that says, don't turn the paper over. Sam conditions, don't turn the paper over.
Now I've turned over the paper, I really regret it. Because I didn't copy down any answers.
Santh also feels confident that he got the Wonder Woman question right because she has ginger hair, which Kal-El, no, she doesn't. But then again, this is Santh. He just dreams up random people every now and then. Time for the power down, and Steel Soldier is praised for his performance on the wall climb.
You demonstrated incredible drive and determination on that wall today. And for that, we'd like to congratulate you.
Thank you.
A true superhero will always push themselves, both mentally and physically. And you certainly did that today, well done.
Thank you.
See, I told you it was nice. Gold Starlet also gets some nice words of encouragement.
You showed inner strength when facing that wall today.
I'm sorry, guys.
Despite your obvious fears and reservations, you pushed yourself to climb the wall a second time.
I'm going to try again. I'm going to try again.
And ultimately retrieved the final rod for your team. Well done.
In contrast, Princess Paw is highlighted for not even attempting the climb, and then we move on to the exam results. Steel Soldier and SGW got the highest score, which makes this... SGW and Steel Soldier are a funny pair because they both copy off each other, sometimes at the same time, so what on earth must their exam papers look like? Even funnier, I guess cheaters occasionally do prosper. However, we all know that superheroes don't actually need to be smart, so we move on to the true purpose of the mission, to see who was being naughty. But first they decide to see if anyone is going to confess to being naughty, like the devils they are.
Before we go any further, has anyone got anything they'd like to say about the exam? Okay, Santh?
I'd just like to say I was going to turn the paper over, but when I went like that, I saw there was a box on the back, so I put it back down. So I just wanted to confirm that.
Flying Feather?
Could I please say that? Because I thought there were more questions and they were really hard questions. And I turned the paper over, and then as soon as I saw that there was stuff on the back and it was definitely no more questions, I turned it back.
Right. Well, that's big of you to own up, but actually, we already knew that you'd broken the rules.
I must say that a heartfelt confession doesn't really work if you don't actually tell the truth. Princess Paw is praised for being the only superhero not to copy from her partner, which, justice for Deflector, we did not see that happening. They then tell off the people who did glance at each other's papers, but they don't list everyone for some reason. Anyway, I'm including this clip because it gives the most horrendous school-like vibes of any episode we've seen so far.
9 lives. Deflector. Pink Puffle Girl. Santh.
H2O Man, Steel Soldier, and SGW. You all glanced across at your teammates' paper. This is unacceptable in exam conditions and unacceptable for a superhero.
I guess on some level it's understandable because there really isn't any justification for cheating. But like, again, isn't this supposed to be fun? No, we have to be extremely flippin' dramatic about the act of turning over a piece of paper instead.
Steel Soldier, you turned the corner of your paper over, but you didn't read the answers and resisted from turning your paper over again. However, H2O Man, Santh, and Flying Feather, you all broke that exam rule by turning your paper over and reading the answers.
So another page. Oh.
Flying Feather, you turned over your exam paper 6 times. Yes.
I'm in danger!
The 3 up for elimination are H2O Man, Santh, and Flying Feather. The paper drama continues as they discuss H2O Man.
Going on your track record, we're surprised to see you here, but turning your paper over and reading the answers was a blatant rule break. However, you appeared to realise your mistake and refrain from answering any further questions.
How dare you try to imply that turning over a piece of paper isn't a crime against humanity? Anyway, Santh and Flying Feather's transgressions are slightly more egregious, so it seems like they're more in danger of elimination. Flying Feather is the one chosen to be powered down in an emotional elimination.
Flying Feather.
Flying Feather, it's been an absolute pleasure having the presence of an angel in the lair. And these decisions get harder each week. Unfortunately, Flying Feather, the time has come for you to power down and leave the lair. If you'd like to get in position and prepare to power down.
Jeez, can we not just get back to the superhero stuff? Okay, so I've had a cold for about a month or so now, and I still have it, but we're just going to record this. We're just going to vibe. The episode recap tells us that Santh and 9 Lives have both faced 2 power downs, and everyone else has faced 1, aside from Princess Paw, who has not yet faced any, but needs to step up her game when it comes to pushing herself. With that said, we jump straight into the alarm going off, and the superheroes report to the control room immediately, only to discover
Oh, look! Oh my goodness!
There are files! I see my
Oh no, it looks like the superhero's secret identity files have been stolen from the safe.
Oh no, indeed, as those files contain critical information about the heroes and their secret identities. Thankfully, the thief has left behind scraps of an incriminating note which the superheroes are quickly able to piece together. It's almost like if they know they're supposed to be searching for something, they can do it really easily. Anyway, the note is from Dr. Dark, who instructs the thief to steal the files and go to the cafe, which is a vague and meaningless enough address that by jingo we're gonna crack this case wide open. Now, they do ask things like, how does the villain know where the lair is, and how did they break in, and how did they know where the files were, and all kinds of stuff like that. And the answer to all of those things is that the show doesn't know nor care to explain, so let's just move on. Seeing how they can't go to this cafe as either their hero personas or as their civilian selves, they're gonna need to disguise themselves as a new 3rd persona, which is completely unrecognizable.
My name is Isabella.
I'm in London on a tourist trip. Come to see Big Palace and Big Ben and Big Eye.
To any nationality on Earth, apparently.
No, you may not do that to my hair. I just got it done last Wednesday.
Howdy, y'all. My name's Pearl. I am Thank you, my name is Makoto, and you know nothing about this pink puffball. Who is she anyways?
Anyway, Sam and Mark have given them this big box of fancy dress clothes and then seem surprised when the superheroes resemble people wearing fancy dress. I really like Deflector's disguise, though sadly it wouldn't function in a post-COVID world. The assortment of random civilians report to Sam and Mark, who split them into pairs and one group of 3 and brief them on the mission.
First, we're going to split you into groups because this mission requires a lot of teamwork, okay?
Yes.
Okay, first off, we've got H2O Man and Princess Paw. Next, we've got Steel Soldier and Santh. Then we've got SGW, 9 Lives and Gold Starlet.
Oh, let's go.
And finally, we've got Pink Puffle Girl and Deflector.
Okay, now you're in teams, here's what's going to happen. We're going to go to the cafe that was mentioned in the note, and it's just around the corner. When we get there, one of you is going to try and distract the person who's got your files. The other is going to try and steal the files back.
Okay, superheroes, you're going to need to put a lot of thought into this. It's not going to be easy. Okay, superheroes, off you go. We'll see you in 10.
With this in mind, the superheroes begin devising possible plans for what they'll do when they get to the cafe. Now this is fun, kind of a roleplay challenge almost, a good opportunity to get a bit creative and actually test their teamwork. I'm down for this. It's also a little tense because the thief turns out to be one of the big old pig henchmen.
Okay, superheroes, listen up. This is the cafe, and it looks like one of Dr. Dark's men is inside.
All right, what you need to do is take a look and assess the situation. Come on.
Oh my gosh. Woo.
For this mission, the superheroes must retrieve their files from the cafe without the henchmen spotting them.
While one superhero acts as a distraction, the other should attempt to steal the files back.
We'll be watching to see how they work as a team and how they adapt if things don't go to plan.
Okay, H2O Man, Princess Paw, what's your plan of action?
Well, I'm going to go in and then H2O Man's going to count to 50 and then going to run in and trip over.
Right, okay.
And then he's going to ask for a glass of water from the henchman and hopefully he'll leave the table and I'm going to grab the files and run.
Okay, sounds like a good plan. Well, if it all goes a bit wrong, then get out there as quickly as you possibly can, okay?
Oh, geez, really escalating the tension there, aren't we? Princess Paw and H2O Man are the first to take on the mission, which, remember, is testing their teamwork as well as their ability to adapt and improvise.
Princess Paw's role is to steal the files back, but she's decided to sit well out of reach.
Don't forget, in the last Power Down, we told her that she must get more involved in the missions.
No.
Can I have that?
No.
Are you finished with this? No. Do you want me to get you any of them? That looks a bit dirty.
Improvisation is apparently not something the pig henchman is well versed in. Seriously, man, ever heard of yes-anding?
No.
Though honestly, the situation very quickly descends into weirdness when H2O Man just straight up sits at the table with the henchman and starts taking his drink and like, what human being is doing any of this?
You're in someone else's seat.
Who sees this?
None of your business.
Do you want me to go? I'll go through.
Getting annoyed with him.
What are you doing?
Just trying to get close to the files.
Oi, that one's taken as well.
This is not working.
To be fair, at least H2O Man is actually doing something. He's basically carrying the whole mission on his back here, while Sam and Mark are practically screaming for Princess Paw to do something. Eventually, she does move closer and is actually able to take the files, albeit a bit obviously.
Oh, no.
Attract his attention this way. Okay, now you got a clean shot. Come on, just. Oh, he's get it. Okay, now no, she's doing it. She's got him. Oh, he's seen.
You're superheroes, ain't ya?
The henchman unrealistically makes no attempt to pursue them, so I guess it's fine. Also, it's a little difficult to plan around a scenario that you have no idea about. Plus, the henchman doesn't exactly give them much to work with in terms of improvisation. While I like what H2O Man did with the paper, we can hardly expect people to have an elaborately thought out ruse, right?
What's your plan of action?
Well, basically, who's 9 lives? I don't know. Chucky is gonna go in. He's gonna be all friendly with them. He's gonna get a drink and stuff. He's gonna go, all right, yeah. Do you want to check out these new glasses I got?
Yeah, from the Science
Museum. You can see in the future.
Yeah.
If you just close your eyes and spin around for like just a little bit, and then when he closes his eyes, we'll just slip the files under.
Well, how hard can it be?
Don't say that.
Excuse me, do you want a piece of chocolate?
No.
Do you like jokes?
No.
Do you want a drink?
No.
Not going well.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
You could always leave me alone.
Rude, pig-faced man.
Wait,
Hello?
that seat's taken.
I'm sorry.
He does not look happy. Good up, more seat.
Sorry about that.
You will be.
Sorry.
Oh.
9 Lives seems to find this amusing, but remember, we've told him before that he needs to take the mission seriously.
Yeah, I cannot possibly fathom what in this scenario where a child must retrieve their superhero identity file from a guy with a pig nose while wearing a pair of magnifying spectacles is remotely amusing. Sam and Mark would never. It's also not like anyone laughs when they're nervous or anything. Get a grip, Chucky, you're gonna get doxed. Their ruse does actually seem to work, but SGW is a bit slow to react and grab the files, and they're about to make that completely his problem. You may think that it's a bit unfair that there's drinks on both piles of files, but don't worry, they decide to be even more unfair 20 seconds later.
Oh no. The henchman's picked 2 of the files up, and now there's only 1 left on the table.
You've got to be hands-free.
Nothing in your hands.
You're winding me up, aren't
We're not
serious.
honestly, we're not winding
I
you
got them
up.
from the Science Museum yesterday.
Oh, he stood up. What's he doing?
Now they're in trouble. He's dropped the files on the floor and he's standing on them.
Why is this guy being an asshole? I mean, I know why, he's the villain, but be so for real right now. This was a good idea, why must we crush their creativity? And why only with 2 of the files, for God's sakes? Like, if you're gonna be a prick, at least be a consistent prick. SGW is getting roasted in the voiceover for not taking loads of opportunities to get the file that's on the table, but 9 Lives is also being told off for not contributing here. And to be fair, yeah, it's mostly Gold Starlet leading this. After an agonisingly long time, SGW gets 1 file, and then...
10 seconds.
Get it! Come on!
Do it.
5 seconds.
Grab him! He's got him!
Grab
He's
it.
got him!
Go.
Okay.
Get out.
3, 2, 1.
We got 1.
You got 1?
There's 3 of them.
You do the math.
Yeah, so that didn't go so well. But we're gonna come back to this, don't you worry. Let's move on for now. Santh and Steel Soldier are next, and they're a well-oiled team. Steel Soldier, flirts with the henchman and gets him to boogie on down. Santh grabs the files and slips out of there easy peasy. Great job, Charisma 100. They're the only ones to actually properly succeed at the mission so far. Shout out to the scene where the henchman is searching for the files, because what is this person thinking when they see this pig guy burst out of this random cafe? Last up is Deflector, Pink Puffle Girl and their dubious accents. They have a tussle and it results in easily the funniest moment from this entire series.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Are you alright? Are you alright? Alright.
Oh,
Are you alright?
he's got always up. Oh, the pig-faced man is not happy, man.
Get your hands off me.
She's grabbing him now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Unlucky.
Deflector's got his attention, but Pink Puffle Girl is too slow.
I'm sorry. Are you okay?
What do you want?
Are you alright? I am sorry. I didn't mean. Oh, I am sorry, sir.
You will be.
He's knocked the henchman's drink over. This is her third chance to get the files.
What's she waiting for?
Yeah, because that was planned.
I didn't mean. Oh.
Anyway, they do eventually get the files. Pink Puffle Girl actually nearly gets them without being spotted, but the henchman looks round at the wrong time and beans. It's fine. They get out, and they did that really fast too. They packed a lot of banter into like 30 seconds. Incredible. I'll let Sam and Mark spell out their observations here, as that was a pretty informative mission.
The aim of this mission was to retrieve the files without the henchman spotting them. But remember, we're also looking to see how the superheroes worked as a team and under pressure.
So, how did they compare? Princess Paw was slow to get involved in the mission, leaving her partner H2O Man to do most of the work.
She also missed 2 key opportunities to take the files back, and when she finally did, the henchman spotted her.
SGW, Gold Starlet and 9 Lives were the only team not to get all their files back.
It was Gold Starlet and 9 Lives' job to distract the henchman, but 9 Lives seemed happy to take a back seat.
Although SGW was right to grab the file and escape, Gold Starlet and 9 Lives should have stayed to get the remaining 2.
Steel Soldier and Santh were the only team to retrieve the files without the henchman realising.
Although Deflector and Pink Puffle Girl managed to grab the files back, they were seen by the henchman. Luckily, his slow reactions enabled them to escape.
Oi!
Good work. Okay, we need to get out of here quick. Yeah, definitely.
Oi!
Okay, guys,
Oi!
time for us to go.
Come back!
Quick!
I'll get you next time, superheroes!
What an exciting rivalry. They never interact again. Back at the lair and out of their disguises, the superheroes discuss the mission in a very, roundabout way. See, this is the issue when you're constantly monitoring them and they want to say anything negative. It's all got to be so indirect. I'm not saying they should actively be bitching about each other, but I mean, they basically are, just with extra steps. I'm not saying this, but they were saying this, so I'm bringing it up to you, blah blah. Come on, just have a gossip. Honesty is a good policy for a superhero. SGW and 9 Lives seem to be blaming each other for their poor cafe performance. SGW specifically says that 9 Lives is openly blaming him and saying loads of things about it. And I don't know if we don't see that happening ourselves because it's left out of the edit or because it didn't happen. But speaking of 9 Lives...
Although our team didn't do good in the challenge, I don't think it will backfire at me. So I think it'll go okay.
It seems you are unfamiliar with the premise of this show. Children make mistakes and we verbally assassinate them for it. The power down. And looks like there are some unforeseen consequences for not retrieving 9 Lives and Gold Starlet's files.
Now, unfortunately, not all of you were successful in retrieving your files. And just a few minutes ago, I received this rather disturbing footage from Dr. Dark.
I have your secret files and know everything about you. Top secret. Excellent. Gold starlet. Ah, yes. I see that when you were 4, you jumped off the sofa thinking you could actually fly. And fell on the floor in a heap. Oh, what a super zero. And you like making up rhymes. Well, I've got one for you here. There once was a girl called Gold Starlet, and she was a complete numpty.
Didn't even rhyme.
Oh no, how will they cope with having random trivia about them exposed?
9 Lives the cat. I like cats. Not! Ooh, what's this I see in your file? You once brushed your teeth in a bidet because you couldn't reach the sink. I can tell you now, that's not what bidets are meant for, you dumb cat! 5, 6, 7, 8, no lies!
Okay, hold up. He kind of ate with that though. With the terrifying threat of Dr. Dark now really enforced, even though he should have already known the important stuff about 9 Lives from the paparazzi challenge, but whatever. Sam and Mark move on to the slaughter of innocent lambs.
The aim of you disguising yourself today was to prevent Dr. Dark's henchmen from recognising you and to avoid drawing attention to yourself.
That's why we gave you a box of clothes from a party shop. Next.
Pink Puffle Girl and Deflector. You retrieved your files in the quickest time, but were clearly caught in the act.
Oi! What are you doing with that? Used to are superheroes.
You were lucky to escape in one piece.
What the fuck?
H2O Man and Princess Paw. You didn't work effectively as a team. Princess Paw. Although H2O Man had offered to distract the henchmen, there were clearly times when he was struggling and could have done with your help. However, you seemed happy to take a back seat. Plus, you missed a key opportunity to take the files.
That might be us.
I don't think so.
This resulted in you panicking and doing what only we can describe as a snatch and grab.
Hey! You're superheroes, ain't you?
You two superheroes were very lucky to escape that cafe at all.
What the fuck? Are we seriously now bringing the threat of maiming and K-wording kids into the picture? And not like a sort of, you know, abstract one like in Raven where it's like your soul gets consumed or something, but no, like he was gonna shank him or something? Are you kidding me? And then they move on to the group of 3 who are obviously in real trouble. Now, let's just watch this clip before commenting, okay?
SGW. 9 Lives. And Gold Starlet. You were the only team to not retrieve all of your secret files.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Sitting down.
SGW. Well done for eventually taking back your secret file without the henchman noticing. However, you seem reluctant to act and missed more than one opportunity to grab the file.
Gold Starlet and 9 Lives. You both left the cafe without your files. And more importantly, before the mission had ended. Why did you do this?
SGW ran, so I guess we just followed after him, if you know what I mean, because it was just like all one quick thing, and we just ran with him because we didn't know what to do.
SGW left the cafe to hide the fact that he was carrying one of the secret files. Both of you could have stayed in the cafe and tried to get the last 2 files back. It was surprising to see you give up so easily.
Give up? Like, come on now. You just said that if the other teams had actually been caught taking the files, then they would have been, like, horrifically injured, I think is the most charitable implication here. Plus, you know...
Well, if it is going wrong, then you need to get out there as quickly as possible because he looks pretty mean.
Yeah.
Alright, so you ready?
Yeah.
Off you go.
Was this not going wrong? Like, they don't know how this guy, who is pretty intimidating to an adult, let alone a kid, is going to react when the countdown runs out and finds out that one of the files is missing. Did they even know that they could carry on doing the mission without SGW? I understand there isn't really a reason they couldn't have stayed, but it's also really easy to understand their actions. They panicked, weren't sure what to do. SGW was leaving, so they assumed they should probably just leave too. The plans weren't working and the guy was getting pissed off. Seemed like their avenues of distraction were closed. But no, we need to actually a frickin' 8-year-old rather than trying to understand any of these amazingly reasonable motivations. Okay, Gold Starlet, 9 Lives and Princess Paw are called forward to face the power down. The first time for Princess Paw, second time for Gold Starlet, and third time for 9 Lives. And that vibe really comes through. He doesn't even bother with his "why should you stay in the show" speech.
Please could you tell us why you think you should remain in the lair?
I should remain in the lair because without me, and the chocolate monster would take over the world. So please keep me in and the world would be a healthier and happier place.
Can't argue with that.
Except we will argue with that because 9 Lives is eliminated and the mood is very somber afterwards.
When I first stood on the pods, I was smiling, and then I couldn't hold it in any longer.
No.
I just couldn't, so I just had to cry.
It felt really scary to be stood up on the power down podium because I haven't been up there yet, so just to be stood there was quite freaky. Really didn't like it. I don't want to be up again. We're all just sitting around. It's quite sad at the moment. People are crying. It's really emotional.
I am actually going to miss 9 Lives because he was one of the funniest, and we were always playing jokes on other boys, which was funny.
It was a shock in some ways, considering one of 9 Lives is one of my friends. I'm quite upset to see him go.
Well, lighten up, kids. We've got some infiltrating to do. They changed the wording of the alarm thing.
The alarm is a signal for the superheroes to report to the control room immediately.
As if things could get any more exciting. But Stan has good news today, as the location of Dr. Dark's lair has been uncovered.
Superheroes, I've received some vital information. The exact location of Dr. Dark's lair. And I've been informed that he's got animals locked up there. I don't know why he would want them, but I can assure you he won't be keeping them as pets. Superheroes, you need to get down there as soon as possible and rescue those helpless animals.
Maybe it's part of the pet shop, because he took some of those animals from the pet shop.
Details for the lab are on the screen. Report to Sam and Mark when you get there, and hurry! There's no time to lose.
Oh my god. Not Warehouse 13. I love that place. But this mission promises to be tough. The superheroes have to sneak into Dr. Dark's lair one by one and rescue the animals. They add the artificial tension of a sleeping henchman and the fact that Dr. Dark could return at any time, but let's face it, we know that nothing will happen before they all get the chance to complete the challenge, so we'll ignore that. They also have to put the animals in a carrying case, which is a bit weird because all of them are already in cases, but it's just to add an extra challenge because, well, remember how that pet shop Dr. Dark robbed, which is a nice bit of continuity by the way, was full of snakes? Well, it also apparently had cockroaches, a tortoise, a lizard, maggots, locusts, and all manner of creepy crawlies. And also, one dog. So you can see where the test lies, right? Some people are more scared of insects than others, so will the people who complete the mission earlier than others show consideration to the people going later? As we will soon see, no. Not really. Steel Soldier is first and rescues the tortoise, and the most notable thing about this is that it reminds me of Spider-Man 3, where the victory trumpets suddenly blare after a period of dead silence. It's a tortoise, you idiot. Next is Princess Paw, Gold Starlet, then SGW. Princess Paw takes the bearded dragon as well as the rock it desperately clings to. Gold Starlet takes the rat and SGW takes... the dog? Okay, I will say that a dog is kind of more openly expressive than an insect. You could make that argument, but what was he thinking here? Obviously you take the dog last. Everyone wants to take the dog. This means that it's only insects left, which doesn't bode super well as it's Pink Puffle Girl next.
I think that the spiders and snakes are going to be in there, which are really scary, and I don't want to pick one up because I'm really scared of spiders and snakes. So I just want to pick up a little mouse that's cute and it doesn't run away from me.
Reptiles have proven problematic for Pink Puffle Girl in the past. She was unable to conquer her fear and rescue the pet shop owner from a room filled with 30 snakes.
My heart was beating really fast and I had butterflies in my stomach, and all I was thinking is that I can't do this.
But will she be able to overcome her fear this time?
No.
Getting past Dr. Dark's henchman is no problem for Pink Puffle Girl.
She was hoping to rescue a nice little mouse, but there aren't any here.
Pink Puffle Girl is looking really nervous. Can she conquer her fear?
No, she's decided she can't complete the mission and leaves empty-handed.
Alright, Puffle Girl.
More disgusting.
The what?
More disgusting.
All disgusting.
Slimy.
That's alright. What did you think when you went in?
Nothing more disgusting. You tried your best, babe. Didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Not everyone's saying you can do every challenge. The challenges are going to be hard. And this was just a hard one for you.
What was that?
I want to pick some penny off them.
What, any of those you'd have picked up? So if they'd have been left there, you'd have gone for one of those? Okay.
I should have known. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm really
I'm
sorry.
really sorry.
I'm sorry,
Because
sis.
I should have done.
SGW seems to be regretting his decision to rescue the puppy.
Well, character growth, I guess. Although, on a serious note, I think that this is a nice moment of maturity from SGW, actually. On a less serious note, he might need to get ready for another apology, because Santh is next.
Santh has also struggled with animals in past missions. He was the only superhero to use the code word to abort the mission in the pet shop and get away from the snakes.
Auntie.
Santh has already faced 2 power downs.
You seem frustrated and a little bit annoyed.
We've got to do 10 people in 2 minutes. Probably less now.
And he broke the rules in the superhero exam.
And this is why you stood in this position again so soon.
So, he has a lot to prove with this mission.
do it.
Santh also walks out of Dr. Dark's lair empty-handed.
Well, what went on? Sorry, man.
They're the only the insects left. I don't like them.
No.
Don't worry, I didn't get it either. I would have rather gone for one of these.
Can I just say I'm really sorry because I got the dog, but I'm really sorry.
It's nice that they support each other. That's about the only good thing I can say about this. H2O Man is next and retrieves the hissing cockroaches. And he even takes the time to upright one that landed on its back. What a gentleman. Last up is Deflector, who rescues the maggots. I mean, call me crazy, but does he have to pick them up with his hands? Wouldn't it be easier to tip the container into the other container? Like, sorry for any insect rights activists out there, but if the option is there to not touch the maggots and run back and forward with them like the world's most minging relay race, you surely take it. While we're here though, because Santh and Pink Puffle Girl didn't rescue anything, this means that the winged cockroaches and locusts are left in Dr. Dark's lair. Presumably to be subjected to some horrendous genetic experimentation, but weirdly enough, this isn't commented on by anyone, because no one cares about insects. Am I the only one wondering how on earth you're even supposed to pick up a locust? Back at the lair, and pigeon! Back at the lair, the worst challenge in the show awaits our superheroes. And considering my opinion on episode 6, that's not a good sign.
Superheroes, as a reward for saving all those animals from Dr. Dark's lair, I think you deserve a little treat. Even superheroes get to let their hair down once in a while. So I've arranged for you to go for a meal with 2 celebrities. You have 10 minutes before your taxi arrives.
Aw, a treat! Stan, you shouldn't have. They're all so excited and it's so wholesome. Nothing can possibly go wrong.
Taxi for superheroes? Oh, how many of you here, by the way? 8. Oh, there's going to be a small problem, kids. There's only room for 6.
What the hell, Stan? I know Sam and Mark have skipped a couple of eliminations, but you should know how many superheroes there are by now. But no, even the act of being rewarded must be a test, since they now have to decide who should stay behind and not get to have fun. We get one of the most unpleasant scenes in the show where they actually start arguing with each other because they must be seen to be doing the right thing, even if it's aggressively so. Meanwhile, the asshole taxi driver is pressuring them to make a decision.
There's only room for 6.
I'm not going. I won't go.
You two, I think you two should go because...
Yeah,
You should go.
This is horrible.
Sorry to interrupt you, superheroes, but the taxi is waiting and I'm on the yellow line and I must go. So,
If you're not going, I'm not going. No, I'm following you. I'm following you. No, you go. No, you go.
I'm just gonna get angry at you lot, right? Because I seriously, I'm not gonna go, right?
We're not.
We didn't do anything in the challenge.
kids, I've got 30 seconds, please. I must go. Really, I'm in a hurry. Come on, please. I'll lead the way you come.
Come on, man.
All right, you sort it out. Come, I'll lead the way you come. You ready? Come on, we've got to go. All right, thank you very much. Come on, let's go, quick.
But it's not fair on you. Just go. Bye.
So, Santh and Pink Puffle Girl have chosen to remain at the lair, whilst the others go out for a meal.
Remember, H2O slept on the camp bed and he got a prize for it. So we might be getting a prize for this.
Surely, a true superhero would never expect a reward for their actions.
Oh, shut up. The holier-than-thou reward rule is such bullcrap. And I'm sorry, when did H2O Man get a prize? Oh, I see. In the previous episodes, the camp bed has been replaced by a much nicer bed. Thank you for not mentioning this, like, ever. At all. That's really helpful. And hold up a moment. So, you're saying that there is a precedent for good behaviour and selfless actions being rewarded, and you expect that these children should understand that they're not supposed to actually want that. Maybe Santh was just commenting on it to boost morale, you friggin' ding-dongs. But at least, you might think, that after that, they're on their treat. All is well.
If you think this has a happy ending, you haven't been paying attention.
It turns out the treat is also a test. And even though Stan said that this is a time for the superheroes to let their hair down, apparently not. And we were frankly fools for thinking so.
While Pink Puffle Girl and Santh wait back at the lair, our celebrity friends Abs and Rani wait for the remaining superheroes at the restaurant.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi guys, nice to meet you.
I'm Abs, nice to meet you. What's your name?
Loving the colours and costumes.
Now, the superheroes should know by now that they must be on their guard at all times. But will they be too starstruck to remember?
I've got to say, Abs, I feel slightly underdressed now.
So, as well as giving the superheroes a treat, Abs and Rani will be putting the superheroes to the test to see who drops their guard. And if they remember the golden rule, a superhero is never off duty.
Is that different to the number one rule of being a superhero, which is to never reveal your secret identity? There seems to be quite a lot of very important rules to this, just saying. Oh, also, if you don't know who Abs and Rani are, how dare you, first of all, they're childhood icons. But that also means that you've never seen the amazing CBBC show Best of Friends. So I pity you. Honestly, that show was a better display of selflessness and sacrifice than anything this show has displayed so far. Can we also talk about how there is clearly space for 2 more people at this table? It's like they're trying to piss me off. Several horrendous crimes against humanity are committed as a few of the superheroes let Abs and Rani try on parts of their outfits, and are appropriately torn to shreds in the commentary.
Uh-oh, it looks like SGW has forgotten that he's still on duty.
And let's hope Gold Starlet's not got any urgent crime to fight.
Does Princess Paw not realise that she could be called upon at any minute?
Very fetching, Abs, but I don't think that Spider-Man would have let you try on his mask.
I mean, no, they probably don't realise that they're still on duty because this is a treat. And Spider-Man's mask is kind of integral to disguising his secret identity, whereas I'm gonna be so for real right now, it's not gonna make a lick of difference whether Deflector wears his mask or not. He's incredibly recognisable. Does the magic identity protection thing only work if they have their full outfit on? Or do you just not want people to know that he's ginger? SGW and Princess Paw also reveal where they live. SGW just comes out with it super randomly and then goes on to specifically say where his house is for some reason, so I can't really defend that. But Princess Paw is prompted by Rani saying, "Oh, so you're all from London then?" And I'm sorry, but for some people, correcting that is going to be a point of national pride. I don't know why none of the other superheroes tell them to, not say that, and they ask Deflector and he doesn't say where he's from, and it's like, cheers mate, could have said that earlier while SGW was busy doxing himself.
Deflector, what about you? Where are you from? Are you from London?
Can't say.
Oh, you can't say? So is this really secretive then? Yeah. Are you like proper superheroes and you just can't tell us anything?
Yeah.
Who's...
You guys are a bit suspicious. You're asking too many questions.
Well, because we want to know all about the show so that we can go tell everyone about it.
Well done, Deflector. You never know who you can trust.
Because being extremely suspicious of people is a good character trait that should be encouraged, actually. Are we suggesting that Abs and Rani cannot be trusted? I mean, they clearly can't be trusted to behave in a remotely responsible way, as they start a food fight with each other and then try to bring the superheroes into it, and actively encourage them to partake in more extreme ways.
Stop, Fortress. Actually, this could be like a frisbee.
In your face.
Don't be daring at me! You're so bad, you're not allowed to mess around. I'm trying to... You're so saucy. Oh! Who's done it? H2O man's getting really nervy.
H2O man can wash us all down afterwards.
Excuse me, Mr. Ouch.
Yeah.
What have you done to my costume?
I didn't do that. See, I didn't use tomato ketchup. I dare you. I dare you.
You got close then.
I thought you were going to do that.
A true superhero shouldn't get carried away with the moment, and certainly wouldn't throw food in a restaurant.
And that's certainly not superhero-like behaviour.
You got close then.
Listen, mate, I agree that chucking food about in a restaurant, even a restaurant with no one in it, is not good behaviour and I don't think it should be encouraged. However, the fact that you seem to expect that these children need to be more responsible and mature than the grown-ass adults around them is, frankly, bullshit. And you know what else is bullshit? This scene, which I can't even. Just watch this.
Just thinking, does anybody want dessert?
Oh, yes. Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, definitely.
I was thinking we could maybe order dessert or...
Yeah, dessert.
She's just gone. She reckons it's someone's birthday and we get a free dessert. No. Go on.
No.
We do it. Is it anyone's birthday today?
Not today.
Is it anyone's birthday this year?
Yes.
Tomorrow.
It's
Your birthday's in 10 days.
Whose birthday?
Tomorrow it's
How old are you going to be?
birthday.
You're going to be 12.
Superheroes always truthful.
I can't lie. It's not good, no.
Oh, no, it's only one free dessert.
I really would. What a superhero fake their birthday?
It's next
Okay, but is it for the good of the cause?
Do you want a birthday today?
See, I think that's a really nice idea.
Okay, H2O's out. Who else is in or out? Out.
I'm out with this, I'm sorry.
Abs and Rani aren't going to trip the superheroes up with that one. But it looks like no birthday cake means no pudding at all, and it's time to get back to the lair.
Are you kidding me? Is this a treat or is this a piss take? They can afford to buy these children some puddings, that's in the budget. What is this bullcrap scheme about getting a freebie? And then it's like, aw, good job, kids. You didn't want to lie to and randomly scam this restaurant? No cake for you! What message does that send to the children at home? I know I'm getting really disproportionately annoyed about this, but like, why not just share burgers and chips at the lair or something if you're gonna be so tight about it? Honestly, while the group was off enjoying their treat, Santh and Pink Puffle Girl are busy wilting away back at the lair. Seriously, Santh is dying in every cut back to them.
Meanwhile, back at the lair...
I know we volunteered, but being here is really boring. You're probably having like loads of fun.
Could they be regretting their decision to stay behind already? Back at the lair...
This is actually the most bored I've ever been.
Yep, probably.
The boredom has really kicked in.
Was actually agonising. Do you know how agonising it was here? I almost jumped out that window.
Bro, you're literally 10. Are you good? And when everyone else is back at the lair, Santh and Pink Pufflegirl keep saying that they weren't allowed to watch TV or eat anything or like do anything that would alleviate their boredom. And I'm sorry, but what in tarnation is going on here when the treat is a test and the punishment is a goddamn prison? Abs and Rani head to the lair to update Sam and Mark on the mission. I mean, on the treat.
Abs and Rani, welcome to the lair.
Thank you very much.
Can we have a look around?
Yeah, a bit later on. We'll show you after. But first, we need the headlines. So, what did you think of the superheroes?
Well, we thought they were all fantastic. It was lovely meeting them all. Great meal.
We've got some feedback. I don't want to get anyone into trouble.
Yeah.
But I'm going to.
Okay.
We think we might know some of their locations where they live, like normally in their normal lives.
Oh, really? Oh, no.
Oh, secret identity. They gave. Oh,
that's not what a true superhero would do. What they were actually saying where they came from?
Well, yeah, SGW told us he was from Newcastle.
Whereabouts in Newcastle from?
I'm from, I live in Cotton Park, which is really
Because that's where the bridge is,
It's
right?
just across the bridge, basically. Do you know
And also Princess Porsche.
Yeah,
she actually
Taunton
told us the
area.
area.
She didn't just say Somerset, she actually said whereabouts in
Yeah, she told us her hometown as well.
Whereabouts in...
Bridgewater, Taunton.
Okay.
Oh,
I used to play hockey down there all the time.
That was really nice.
what else happened?
Well, I tell you what was really nice for us. We got to sample out their superhero powers
Oh,
because.
no.
Oh, is this not good? Because we got to try on their outfits as well. I
They're
didn't
pretty
think this
cool.
was good.
What, like?
I tried on Deflector's hat. You know,
That's massive.
Well, SGW let me try on his wristbands because he wanted to show me how his powers actually work. So I had a sample of that, and I tried on Princess Paul's belt. Oh, and Gold Starlet's headband as well. So if I still has it, I'll make you guys shine.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Very bad behaviour, so wasn't it? We had a food fight between us. Ronnie started it, to be
Well,
fair.
SGW may have thrown some stuff back at me, but he nearly threw a glass of Coke on your head.
I almost tipped a cold glass of Coke. I was going, yeah, go on, I dare you, I dare you.
He
And
got
just
so
just
close.
there, almost tipped over.
He got really, really close.
Oh,
I wouldn't
You
do
got close then.
I thought you were gonna.
So is there any of them that you think make true superheroes?
I think everyone's got great qualities, but H2O Man said to me when he was leaving, "Thank you so much."
I think Deflector's the dark horse.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's just got like a real dark element about him, and I think every superhero's got to have that.
Okay,
Alright,
interesting.
Well, thank you very much for your help, guys.
Yeah,
It's
cheers.
been brilliant. Yeah.
Can we come in and have a look?
No.
Oh.
Top secret in there, sorry.
Yeah?
But you said we could.
No, we can't go in. Oh, all right.
Says
yeah.
danger, high voltage.
Thanks anyway.
Yeah, cheers.
See you guys.
All right, yeah, thanks
Bye.
very much. I can't believe it.
Funny bit, but why are you being assholes? Santh and Deflector reflect on the upcoming Power Down.
I'm really worried about Power Down because I didn't do the task. But
Yeah,
then
but
I didn't do the task.
because you didn't go on the treat, that's marks for good, in a way.
Sam thinks that he's going to be up for the Power Down, so he thinks he's going to go because that would be his third time. So I'm a bit worried about that because he's about the best friend here that I have.
I just hope that they don't put me up in Power Down because I will be out like a light
switch.
Don't worry, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. The Power Down begins, they run through the missions, which is pretty much what you'd expect. Pink Pufflegirl and Santh are scolded for not rescuing anything, and SGW is asked to explain his reasoning for rescuing the puppy.
SGW, we were surprised to see you go for the easiest option, the cute puppy dog. Why did you do this?
Well, I just thought because I'm quite like I panic a lot, and I just I'm not really good with maggots and like cockroaches. And I just thought to myself, if I got them, I think I would probably drop them, and then the henchman would wake up and stuff like that, and I would panic. But I actually really do agree with you, and I'm sorry to the people who should have actually took the dog because they were really scared, and I should have faced my fears. So I'm sorry about that.
Again, I think that's actually pretty mature, and Sam and Mark don't comment on it, so I will. oh wait, they do comment on it, they're just dicks about it.
Perhaps if you had opted for a different choice, then more animals would be safe right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Ugh, then they talk about the stupid treat and the staying behind and all that jazz.
Santh. Pink Puffle Girl. Steel Soldier. And H2O Man. You ended up arguing on who should stay behind, rather than listening to each other. This battle, to be seen to be doing the right thing, made us question your motives. H2O Man?
It may look like we was all arguing about who should stay behind. We wasn't, Steel Soldier and me, we felt quite strongly that they were like putting themselves to blame for everything, and we didn't think that they had all that blame on their shoulders, so.
Okay, thanks.
That's also pretty mature, and no, they don't comment on that either. Nor do they comment on the fact that they themselves have basically conditioned these kids to try and do the right thing at all costs. Then they tell Santh off for his comment because him posing the possibility that they might be rewarded for their actions based on what's happened previously made them question his motives. You cannot make this crap up. Then they get told off for their actions on the chilled out treat because superheroes are supposed to be role models for young people, don't you know? Which, okay, but like, they are young people? Why is it okay for adults to behave irresponsibly, but the onus is on these kids to be mature? Most of them don't even know what maturity is. Unsurprisingly, Santh, SGW, and Pink Puffle Girl are called forward. Santh is eliminated, which I don't think is that shocking, but something he says kind of is. We're going to save that for later though, as things are already depressing enough with Deflector having lost his buddy and us having lost Santh's facial expressions.
I'm gonna miss him a lot because he was my best friend here.
Oh dear, what a deflated tone of voice. Still, tomorrow is a new day, right? Right?
You've done too much, much too young. You're married with a kid when you could be having fun with me.
The recap of the series in this episode is really funny because they talk about these really serious reasons why people were facing elimination, and then H2O Man's is just, you turned over a piece of paper, you lunatic. Also, this has been present in the previous episodes, but the summary of who has been eliminated so far is in a weird-ass order.
6 superheroes have powered down.
Flying Feather. Mega Might Man.
Dolphin Girl.
Ms. Dungarees.
9 Lives.
Santh.
And left the lair for good.
No budget for counting either, apparently. Anyway, remember how a while ago the superheroes had their secret files stolen, indicating that Dr. Dark was fully aware of where they lived and how to break in? And you know how last episode they broke into his lair, so he's probably plotting a way to seek revenge on them?
Mark, could you open the door, please? My hands are full. Mark! Mark, what are you doing? Mark! What are you saying? What? Mark, what's going on?
Yeah, like, maybe you should have moved somewhere else? Oh no! Sam and Mark have been captured by Dr. Dark. He's tied them up and has a laser ready to slice them to pieces. Or, erase their memories of the superheroes and Stan Lee. I mean, that's not really that big a deal. Stan Lee is like a public figure, so, oh my god, they're doomed! Except not really, because Dr. Dark contacts the superheroes to offer the solution. There's a keypad on the control room door that requires a 4-number pin, and Dr. Dark poses riddles to the superheroes where the answers to the riddles are the numbers in the code. Simple, let's rattle these boys off.
So, there is a new lock on the control room door, and only I know the code. But, if you can crack my riddles, you'll have the code to release your precious presenters. I doubt you'll have the brain power, stupid heroes. Okay, here's an easy one to start with. The first number you need can be found at the bottom of a face that has hands but no eyes.
I'm talking about a clock, of course. And number 6 is at the bottom of that.
A clock. Clock. Six.
So, that pink puffle girl has managed to solve my first riddle. Well, that was an easy one anyway.
You got six. This is good teamwork. Oh, yes, he's back.
Let's see how you do with this trickster. I am an odd number, but take one letter away, and I become even.
You said take one letter away.
The answer is 7. If you take away the letter S, you're left with the word even.
Think of letters, odd numbers. I think I know the code. What? It could be 1. No.
No, why don't you take a letter? You take a letter of each number and then put the letters together, and it becomes even.
Now I've got them, and with my laser beam getting ever closer to their precious Sam and Mark, time is running out.
Right, we're thinking 2. We're thinking.
Hold on.
Let's think easy.
Tick tock, superheroes, tick tock.
F-I-V-E 5 7 S-E-V 7. Even is in 7. Even's in 7. 7. Even is in 7.
Yeah, I love you.
Well, that pink schmuffle girl's definitely smarter than she looks.
Even is in 7. Even's in 7. 7. Even is in 7.
Yeah, I love you. Right, so me taking exactly what he says.
Luck is clearly on your side, but can you figure out this conundrum? If you dig a hole 2 meters square by 2 meters deep,
I've done this 0.
how much dirt is in it?
The answer is 0, because if you dug a hole, all the soil would have been removed.
Because if you've got a hole how much soil's in it, well, there's no soil in there because it's a hole. 0. We've done that at school.
Yes,
Since when did they start teaching supervillain riddles at school?
2 by 2, dig, no soil. Yeah, perfect.
It's back.
Right.
That's one.
So me taking exactly what he says again because that worked.
See if you can get this one, super losers. The day before yesterday, I was 25, and next year, I'll be 28. What day of the year was I born?
In my book of riddles, this is one of the toughest. The answer is, I was born on the 31st of December. So, add 3 and 1 together, and you get 4.
Add 3 and 1? What is this? Zero escape? This one stumps them for a bit. They go round the room trying to come up with ideas and...
Deflector? Deflector?
I don't know. 3.
What do you think?
He seems a bit down. Hope he's okay. Anyway, Pink Puffle Girl gets the right answer once again for this one, though it takes some time for the others to listen to her. Thankfully, opening the door also disarms the mega laser beam for no discernible reason, and...
Hey guys, bad news. Dr. Dart knows the location of the lair.
Well, yeah.
You've definitely got to be extremely careful from now on, superheroes. It's a good job that you guys were here to save the day. You can all go back up to the lair. Cheers, guys.
Thank you. See you guys there. You guys okay?
Yeah. See ya. Phew, that was a close one.
I know, yeah. Where's that cup of tea?
Well, it'll be cold now.
Oh, go make another one.
You make one.
Oh, all right then.
Guess I'll make it then.
Right, so they're definitely going to change location now, right? No. Sam and Mark then thoroughly scrutinise the superheroes' performance in their rescue mission, like the ungrateful bastards they are.
So, how did they compare? Well, Pink Puffle Girl was the first to correctly guess 3 out of the 4 numbers for the code.
Even is in 7. Even's in 7. Please, can we try 4?
Princess Paw also solved one of the riddles.
There's no soil left, is there? Yeah, because it's a hole.
Deflector offered up the least amount of suggestions of all the superheroes.
Even if it's a guess, just what do you think it was?
I would have thought it was on 3 or 4, but...
Deflector?
I must say that I am getting the sense that Deflector's vibes are very off in this episode. He's very quiet and seems upset. It's not the most fun to watch, but then again, why would this show start being enjoyable?
Coming up, find out what happens when the superheroes think no one is watching.
Again? And speaking of again...
When the alarm sounds, the superheroes must report to the control room immediately.
I bet you thought they were going to skip this episode. No, I wish. The superheroes receive an important mission from Stan. They're going to appear on Newsround. That's basically just the news, but for kids, by the way, in order to warn the public about Dr. Dark. But of course, that's not the only thing they've got to do, because I don't want you to think for a moment that this show is about children doing fun things.
So, for this mission, the superheroes will be interviewed by Newsround presenter Gavin to tell the world about the evil Dr. Dark.
However, this is only part of the mission.
What the superheroes don't know is that along the way there will be a series of hidden tests.
Sorry to interrupt, but is this seating arrangement a test? Why does one person have to sit alone? Anyway, carry on.
For example, in the makeup room, we have set up 2 secret cameras, one here and one here. This means we can see what happens when the superheroes think no one is watching.
Since arriving in the lair, we have warned the superheroes about the importance of not revealing personal information.
So, let's see how they get on.
First to collect their visitor pass is SGW.
Hi, can I sign in, please?
Yes, you can. I need to give you a pass. What's your name?
SGW.
Okay. Having trouble. What's your full name?
SGW.
Odd name. There you go.
Good start by SGW. He wasn't caught out by that question.
Uh-huh. I see what you're going for. So, does the badge have their superhero name on it or not? Because I think if they're told that someone doesn't have the badge under one name, it's quite reasonable that they would give another.
Up next is Gold Starlet, the youngest of the superheroes.
I need to sign in.
Okay, what's your name?
Gold Starlet.
Okay, I don't have that. What's your full name?
That question's thrown her.
I mean, is it not Gold Starlet? Is it
No, I don't know that.
Is it Ella?
What was that?
Gold Starlet. Is it
No, I don't know that.
Is it Ella?
Oh no, she's told the receptionist her real name.
But she gave her the pass. What name is on the pass? Deflector and Princess Paw also fall victim to this. They both give their real names, which is insane because neither of them have had that issue so far. Deflector especially has been super on the ball with that stuff, so like, what are the vibes here, honestly? When they're saying, hey kids, you're gonna be on Newsround, he just sits there. Seems so low energy. It's rough out here, Chief. The superheroes are divided into pairs and a 3, and then they go into makeup with the hidden cameras. H2O Man, SGW, and Deflector are a team, and H2O Man and SGW do well in the makeup room. Don't say anything they shouldn't. But...
what's your favourite thing about being a superhero?
No, I don't know.
Deflector is unusually quiet.
very quiet, aren't you? Sorry, I'm a bit chatty.
Deflector doesn't seem to want to talk to the makeup lady.
Who made your outfit? Your mum? That's brilliant. You good to go? Let me just check, look in the mirror. Nice and smiley. Good, you're gonna be brilliant.
Oh, bless him. They do quite well collectively in the interview itself, though. Deflector even gets a good segue in there to get them on the topic of Dr. Dark. Does anyone know if this was actually broadcast on TV? Because banter, if so, just broadcasting a fake warning about a supervillain. And actually banter if not, to be honest. Just lie. Just lie to the kids. No big deal. Gold Starlet and Pink Puffle Girl are next into makeup.
So you're from London?
No, from Huddersfield.
Oh, are you? So you're down in the big smoke?
Yeah.
Do you like
Oh no, we spoke too soon.
So you're from London?
No, from Huddersfield.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Do you
Gold
like it?
Starlet has revealed where she lives. That's the second time she's given away
What is
personal
what there?
information today.
London's better than Huddersfield. Are you used to having your makeup done?
No.
No?
No, I do it at sleepovers.
Did I detect a Bristol accent there?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Did I detect a Bristol accent there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pink Puffle Girl has also revealed her
Very nice.
hometown.
Did she? Did she though? What was she supposed to say? No, you don't detect this accent. She might be putting on a Bristol accent, you never know.
Hey, buddy, I'm speaking in an accent that is beyond her range of hearing.
Look, Metal Ball, I can hear you.
Run! I don't need to do the voice. Run!
Gold Starlet and Pink Puffle Girl talk a little about themselves, and Sam and Mark are like, "Bleh, let's talk about Dr. Dark and stop showing off," when they're just doing what the interviewer asked them to do, but whatever. Princess Paw and Steel Soldier are next up, and Steel Soldier sort of gives away where he lives.
Steel Soldier, he's on a roll. He hasn't stopped talking yet.
So you'd be in Hollywood?
Oh yeah.
Would you enjoy that?
Of course, everyone would, unless you actually live there and it's, you know, normal everyday thing, and you see the Hollywood Hills, nothing usual, see every day on the doorstep.
Yeah.
But you know,
But you'd like
for
a bit of that
for
lifestyle.
Yeah, for a Southeast Londoner, you know, to go to Hollywood
Yeah.
is a big thing.
Yeah, definitely.
What did he say?
Yeah, for a Southeast Londoner, you know, to go to Hollywood is a big thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Steel Soldier's just told the makeup artist where he's from.
Debatable, but I'll go with it. The interview is a bit awkward.
Hello guys, welcome to News Round. Thanks so much for coming on.
It's been a pleasure.
You know, you're all part of a gang of superheroes protecting the country, right?
Yeah.
Is it true you know Stan Lee?
Sort of.
Yeah.
But we've actually got a very important message we'd like to tell the nation. if
Princess
that's possible.
Paw is keen to talk about Dr. Dark.
Is it true you know Stan Lee?
Sort of.
Yeah.
But we've actually got a very important message we'd like to tell the nation.
But she ignored Gavin's question.
Oh, hell. Are they supposed to talk about it or not? Pink Puffle Girl and Gold Starlet were too slow to talk about it. Steel Soldier and Princess Paw bring it up too soon. Like, what do you want? Listen, I know and you know that there's nuance to this, but I'm questioning why this show is allergic to just explaining what they want the children to do and then punishing them when they interpret their instructions in the incorrect way. Or would it disrupt the purity of the search to actually be informative? And then Gavin asked them about poses, and you might think, but they were told off for doing poses in the paparazzi challenge, and earlier in this challenge, in fact, so they should not do them, right? And they don't. But they don't. Wrong?
All of them have poses. You know, Batman's got a really cool pose. Superman has. Superman's like that, isn't it? You know, what's your pose?
Well, I don't actually have a pose, and I don't
Really?
plan to ever get a pose because
Sure,
I don't
that's what you're all about.
But
Though.
a
You know, you've got to.
superhero
How's Dr.
never
Dark going to be
shows
scared
off.
of you?
Superhero isn't because of their pose. You know, you can't just be judged as a good superhero by going like this or this. It's about what you actually
It's
do.
what's in our hearts.
It's the job that you do by saving people and helping the public.
Whereabouts is your lair?
Oh, we can't
We
say
can't
that.
say that.
We really can't say that.
Really?
Yeah.
They certainly made it difficult for Gavin with their guarded approach.
Plus, Gavin just demonstrated the issue with the poses. Batman has a pose, Superman has a pose. Not like they're famous or iconic or anything. And how are they supposed to answer "Where is your lair" in any other way besides "We can't say that"?
Back up in the lair, the superheroes are talking about their appearance on Newsround.
It was hard because you had to think about every single move you made. You did. Right, and right at the end, you went, "See you later," and you went out to shake a hand, and I was like, "Should I shake his hand? Should I shake his hand?" Yeah.
What a reasonable level of paranoia to have. That aside, time for the power down, and let's not beat about the bush because it's fairly obvious who will be leaving.
Deflector. You were noticeably quiet during this mission.
Deflector?
I don't know.
Think of all.
3.
3. What do you think?
You didn't seem particularly interested in solving the riddles. Why was this?
I wasn't actually not trying to join in. I was really trying to think in my head of what it could be because I really wanted to pass the mission.
Okay. Teamwork is important for a superhero, and time was of the essence in this particular case. Saving people is the business we're in. Your lack of participation in the code cracking mission was surprising to see, especially with so much at stake.
Did you want us to die, Deflector? Sam and Mark also say that it's alarming that they're still revealing their secret identities at this late stage, because these dumbass children are still telling people their names when asked, like the morons they are.
It seems as though every week we're reminding you about not giving away secret information to anyone. This is really disappointing.
And then they do the usual thing of building the heroes up with praise, and then they nitpick the hell out of their performance.
Princess Paw and Steel Soldier, you were definitely more guarded with your answers than the other superheroes. Although it's good not to give away too much information, Gavin actually found the interview quite difficult because of your reluctance to answer questions.
Is it true you know Stan Lee?
Sort of.
Yeah.
But we've actually got a very important message we'd like to tell the nation if that's possible.
Steel Soldier?
When we do, answer almost any questions, it does lead to sometimes give away too much information. So I think we were just a bit wary of whether we did that or not. And I just want to say, if you could say to Gavin that we are sorry if we did seem a bit rude at any time.
Again, nice moment of maturity that goes completely uncommented on. I'm so fine. And I'm also so fine with the fact that you've basically encouraged them to be super suspicious and guarded this whole time, but they needed to know to not do that this time. Anyway, like I said, the conclusion is fairly foregone. Despite Gold Starlet and Princess Paw revealing information they shouldn't, Deflector is powered down, which is a real shame because he was actually pretty consistently solid throughout the whole show, other than the first episode.
In a way, the lair will change without Deflector because each time somebody gets powered down, the lair does change. Do you think they made the right decision?
Yeah, I did. I actually think he didn't want to stay anymore.
Yeah, we could tell, and this episode was hella rough as a result. Still, back to the grind, eh?
What do you think it's like being a superhero?
It's quite stressful.
Yeah, summarizes the show, that, doesn't it? Anyway.
Whenever the alarm sounds,
Dr. Dark is back at it at City Canal, East London, trying to pollute London's water supply with
highly contaminated waste.
So the superheroes report to the scene for a barrel task. Ow.
Superheroes, listen up, here's the situation. Dr. Dark has dumped 5 barrels of toxic waste here in the River Thames, and one of them is already started to leak.
Now, a piggy henchman has been guarding the barrels, but he's just driven off somewhere. We don't know where he's gone to, and we don't know how long he's going to be. But we have got this tracking device which will tell us if he's close or not, so we can get you out of the water in time.
Superheroes, are you up for the mission?
Yes!
Okay, first things first, we need to get you ready. So if you go that way, we'll see you in a sec.
there are 5 barrels of toxic waste. The superheroes must retrieve them before the evil henchman comes back, and he could return at any time. Each barrel is attached to a heavy anchor which the superheroes will need to untie. They can use any of the items around the water to help. The furthest barrel is over 20 metres away, and the superheroes will need to brave freezing cold water to reach it. This mission will require teamwork, courage and quick thinking.
Now, it goes without saying that you should not try to recreate this mission at home, and you should always be extremely careful around water.
Okay, superheroes, you need to get out on the water and bring the barrels back as quickly as you can and safely. Now, guys, you really need to work as a team on this one. Now, we suggest you form a plan of action before entering the water.
I think we should go out in twos. Yeah. So then, like, boy, girl, boy, girl.
Yeah. Right, so who's going with you?
I'll go solid. All right, careful.
Right. When we paired ourselves out, the H2O man said he was going to go Pink Buffalo, and I looked at Steel Soldier, and Mr. Soldier just don't get along, and I can't see us doing very well together.
Why does no one get along with Steel Soldier? We didn't see any signs of hostility when they worked together in the last episode. What's this all about? H2O Man decides to pair up with Princess Paw, Steel Soldier is with Pink Puffle Girl, and SGW and Gold Starlet make up the final pair. All they have to do is bring the barrels back to shore, which sounds easy enough. But not only do they have to deal with removing the heavy anchor, but there's also a leaking barrel in a boat and a double barrel which will be harder to retrieve. It goes without saying, obviously, if you've been paying attention, and also by his name, but H2O Man is the real MVP in this mission. He zooms ahead, then goes back to help Princess Paw and brings her to the first set of barrels, then gets the barrel that's furthest away, brings it back to where Princess Paw is, gives that barrel to her because she hasn't untied the first ones yet, then unties those and gets them back to shore. As you might guess though, that does mean that Princess Paw doesn't really do much. She clearly struggles a bit with swimming, which is fair enough, but that's not a good match for this challenge.
Couldn't quite get to where it needed to be untied, so H2O Man was coming back, and he went, "Hey, you take mine and I'll untie these, and then come back and help me."
Are you alright? Come on. You haven't untied it. Hold that, take that back. Okay. Take that one back. You got it. I'll untie this.
As Princess Paw heads back to shore with the barrel, H2O Man is left to deal with the heavy double barrel alone.
A few minutes later,
Princess Paw brings the first barrel back to the pontoon and gets out of the water. Meanwhile, her partner, H2O Man, is still struggling to untie the last 2 barrels.
a little longer than a few minutes later.
Are you okay, H2O? Do you want me to come back?
So H2O Man was coming back, and he went, "Hey, you take mine and I'll untie these, and then come back and help me."
Come back and help me.
Come back and help me.
The other pairs do okay. Pink Puffle Girl and Steel Soldier are held back by not untying the anchoring weight, so they just sort of tread water for a while, unable to make progress before H2O Man and then Sam and Mark tell them to untie it. They do pretty well after that. Meanwhile, Gold Starlet and SGW go for the leaking barrel, which is in a boat, and I think they didn't know what to do because SGW gets in the boat and starts trying to haul the barrel out of the boat, maybe? Which is a bit illogical, perhaps, but Sam and Mark are like, "Bro, get out of the boat! It's dangerous, it's toxic waste. But what I'm wondering is whether he's immune to that stuff, or if he's like Captain Planet and pollution is like his kryptonite. Or, sorry, his Marvel equivalent of kryptonite. Besides that incident where SGW lives dangerously, they do well, and both their pair and SS and PPG are keen to jump back in the water once they're done taking their barrels back to try and help H2O Man. So it's fairly clear, I think, from my summary of that challenge and the one they do in the show who did well, and who did not.
H2O Man and Princess Paw retrieved 3 barrels, including the one furthest from the pontoon. However, Princess Paw seemed reluctant to get back into the water and to help with the last 2 barrels.
You okay, H2O? Do you want me to come back?
SGW and Gold Starlet retrieved 1 barrel, but it was the most difficult and dangerous as it was leaking toxic waste. But SGW risked his own safety by climbing into the boat.
SGW, don't touch the barrels, it's toxic waste.
Steel Soldier and Pink Puffle Girl also retrieved a barrel, but ignored instructions to untie it from its heavy anchor, which slowed them down.
Dr. Dart must have tied them down.
I got this heavy weight. Right, come on, just swim. I got the thing. You sure? Yeah.
However, the superheroes successfully retrieved all 5 barrels from the water, meaning the city is safe once again.
Yeah, don't try and be all uplifting. It's fairly obvious only one person covered themselves in glory there. Then there's some really awkward scenes back at the lair where Princess Paw seems blissfully unaware of the apparent resentment everyone has for her after that challenge.
I did feel like I was a superhero when doing that mission because I found that we actually did save it rather than failing like we have done in the past. We actually saved and achieved the mission and saved London. So yeah, I'm really happy about it.
And then afterwards I just had to take it off and hook it around.
I never saw you anyway. I saw you once. I saw you once.
I was shouting after you, you didn't hear me.
I'm not going to say who was the best or anything. I'm just going to say I think H2O Man did like really
You're
well.
definitely not gonna be
because listen. You went to the furthest one, and then you helped Princess Paw, and then you went back, and then you gave your barrel to Princess Paw, and then you went back for another one.
Exactly.
And then, so you basically did loads of things, didn't you?
I slipped off at one point. I was coming out of it. No one seems to bother. Okay, I'll shut up. What's funny?
Okay, kids being kids, and this was also like 16 plus years ago, so who cares? But the vibes are a little rancid here, huh? That challenge was over and done with pretty quickly, so let's move on to another one, eh? The superheroes are tested on their super senses, namely their taste, smell, and touch. So they eat things, smell things, and touch things, while blindfolded and sometimes nose-folded, and have to guess what it is. And of course, because this show hates children, they don't give them anything pleasant to touch or taste or smell. No.
Taste test.
The first super sense to be tested is taste. On offer there is raw potato and pickled egg.
The next course will really test their taste buds. Chocolate-covered ants.
But why, though? Do you actually expect them to identify the taste of ants? Or did you just want an excuse to feed these kids some bugs? They're not gonna pick you as the hosts for the junior version of I'm a Celebrity, guys. It just ain't happening. While we're at it, what child is also eating raw potato and pickled eggs? None of them, apparently, because...
H2O, what did you think the first one was?
Sweets.
Sweets, interesting.
Okay, SGW, what do you think it is?
Sprouts.
Sprouts. Okay. Steel Soldier, what do you think?
Onion.
Onion.
Gold Starlet.
Celery.
Pink Puffle Girl, what do you think?
Melon.
Okay.
Okay. Princess Paw.
Onion.
You
A
reckon it's-
tentative spelling of
Onion.
onion.
Go, Onion! I need to collect the tools.
Okay, the final one in the taste test. Pretty much all of you seemed to like this one. You wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
H2O, what did you think it was?
Dark chocolate peanuts.
Dark chocolate with nuts.
Chocolate covered nuts.
Cockroaches are peanuts.
Chocolate biscuit. Well, you all were kind of right there because it was chocolate. There you go.
It's got an interesting centre though, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
lovely soft centre of ants. It's chocolate covered ants. Yeah.
It's not a peanut.
No.
Chocolate coated peanuts.
Yeah, it's chocolate covered ants. Yeah.
So it's not a peanut.
No.
Boom, get owned, miners. The smell one is a bit more forgiving. It starts with burnt toast and then... Ugh.
This should prove interesting. The next item is Sam's stinky shoe.
Have a good whiff.
Oh.
Okay, keep it to yourself.
Oh. That's nasty.
SGW.
Okay.
Have a good whiff.
Where is it?
Steely soldier.
I feel scared now.
Have a good whiff. There you go. Big smelly.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah, you like that?
No, I don't.
Okay,
No.
keep it to yourselves. Okay, next one. Okay, have a good whiff now.
Oh, goodness me!
Goodness me! Okay, Pink Puffle Girl, you ready for this? Aren't you excited? Big whiff now. Smell? Okay.
scared.
Princess Paw,
Yeah.
big whiff now.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah, you.
Thanks. Tell us what you think, H2O.
A stinky shoe.
A stinky shoe? Okay. SW?
Sweat.
Sweat, okay.
Okay.
Some sort of
Steel
sweat.
soldier.
Smelly shoes.
Smelly shoes. Shoe.
Go on.
Shoe.
Sweaty shoe.
Sweaty shoe.
It was in fact my shoe!
A sweaty. Yes, it certainly does because it is very, very sweaty.
The most disgusting thing was Sam's shoe. Because I've never smelled anything so sweaty and smelly in my life, honestly.
Because at first I was going to say a smelly sock. But then I thought, oh, it smells worse than a sock. So I put a shoe instead. And I got it right.
Ah, yes, the well-known smell hierarchy. Tier list ranking when. Then comes the touch test, which gets a bit dicey, and they have the option to say the code word uncle to stop whatever it is touching them. First, they have to touch and identify a dead fish. Yum. And again, what child is touching dead fish? Thank you for specifying that it's dead though. I bet some idiot might guess they're touching a living fish. Then a rubber snake and a pipe cleaner spider, both of which they are particularly torturous with. All in good fun, I suppose.
Are they on?
Oh, it's giving me the shit.
You always? Okay, you ready? We just pull. You gonna hold out your arms?
Yeah, just do it.
You gonna do it? No?
Come on, just do it. Don't worry. Don't worry. It won't hurt you. You can do it. You can. You can do it. You can
Listen,
do it.
Princess Paul, if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do
I'll do
it.
it with you. Princess, hold your hand out, right? Princess, hold your hand out. Hold your hand out.
Oh, are you sure you want to do this?
As long as they put on like a yes.
Okay.
Ow, you squeaked my finger. I know. Alright, okay. Alright. Yeah, that's good. No, get it off, get it off, get it off!
Good lord. But a nice moment from Pink Puffle Girl there.
And the final item to test the superhero's sense of touch is a not-so-scary pipe cleaner spider.
Okay, I know what it is. I know what it is.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Whoa, but I think, whoa, I know what that is. Oh, I know what that is then.
You sure?
Yeah, I know what that is.
You want another just in case?
No, I know what
Okay.
that is. I'm sure I know.
Okay.
Get it away from there.
I know what that is. I know. Oh, please, just if it's anything like crawly, please.
It's not touched you yet, just so you know. You alright?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know what that is.
Yeah?
I know what it is.
Okay. Okay.
I know what it is. I know what it is. Get away from me.
You alright? Okay.
I know what it is.
Sure? Okay. Princess Paw, you're the last one.
Okay.
This is the last one.
Okay.
Hold out your arms straight in front of you.
You didn't know what was going to happen. It was like being scared of the unknown, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes.
Okay. Hold your arms out straight in front of you, that's it.
Uncle.
Okay, fair enough.
Princess Paw uses the code word to stop the fake spider touching her.
Okay, no judgment here because I can imagine this would be scary, but it seems like saying I know what it is just as effective at getting them to remove the thing as the code word is, with none of the drawbacks.
Okay, there was 3 things there that you touched or that touched you. Okay, we want you to write it down.
So, what do the superheroes think they've just touched? Did they recognise the fish?
The first one, H2O, what did you think it was?
Fish.
Okay. SGW, what do you think it was?
Soap.
Soap?
I thought it was raw meat and it was a fish. But I put soap down instead.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
The second and third items were perhaps the scariest.
Yeah, they seem to scare you guys the most.
So we're going to do these together. So, H2O.
Plastic snake. Snake.
A snake?
Snake. A spider. Okay. Spider.
A furry spider.
A cow's tongue.
Girl, what the fuck is you talking about?
He said snake, he said spider. They were, but they were not really that,
They weren't
dangerous.
Real. What do you think we were going to do to you?
Did you really just say that? It's like you're not even listening to me. However, this moment is peak banter.
I'm gonna get you too bad.
Chocolate ant.
Hey guys!
If you're actually wondering about the results, Gold Starlet and Pink Puffle Girl both got 5 correct, which is the most out of anyone, while SGW got none correct, so forget superhero, is he even human? Time for the power down, with things especially tense since there's only 6 superheroes remaining, but things not so tense because I mean, to anyone paying attention, the result here is fairly obvious once again. In fact, I'm convinced that they harp on SGW for scoring 0 in that test just so there's a vague bit of tension, because this must be the first time the results part of the test actually matters. Princess Paw was the only superhero to use the code word in the Super Senses test, and then...
Princess Paw, you were the first superhero to bring a barrel ashore. Well done. However, once back on the pontoon, you decided to stay there and help others, rather than get straight back in the water and help your partner H2O Man. He was clearly struggling with the 2 barrels and needed help.
Are you okay, H2O? Do you want me to come back?
You were heard asking H2O Man if he wanted you to come back. A true superhero would instinctively help people rather than asking if they needed help.
You were heard. Like this is a courtroom or something. Jeez. So all that doesn't bode tremendously well, and it's kind of inevitable when...
Princess Paw. We've seen you blossom since your time in the lair, and you have proven to have great inner strength. Unfortunately, your journey here has come to an end. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you for saving these 2 because they really deserve the rest of their time here, and good luck to the rest of my superheroes, and I just really want them to do really well. just to keep up what you're doing.
Princess Paw, could you please get into position and prepare to power down?
Charlie, because we can now call you Charlie, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the lair, and your warmth and generosity will be sorely missed.
Everybody's quite sad that Princess Paw went. And she said a really nice comment as well. She said, I'm really glad that you let Pink Buffalo Girl and SGW win, because they deserved it. Oh, I thought that was really nice.
I miss having Princess Paw around. I am really proud of Princess Paw because she just smiled, but she was just there, just smiling, not one teardrop from her eye.
Which on this show is nothing short of a miracle. Good news, everyone! They finally put the Power Down summary in the correct order. There's like 3 episodes left at this point, but I'm glad we got there eventually. Stan Lee checks in on Sam and Mark and decides that they should experiment on the kids.
Hiya, Stan!
Hello, Sam and Mark. Hey, firstly, I'd like to say that I think you're doing a great job with those superheroes, but I'd like you to test them in a much simpler way. I'd like you to set them a really mundane job in the lair to see how they'd cope with doing just everyday work as a superhero. Throwing in an added distraction could, of course, lead to some interesting results. Well, I'm sure you'll think of something suitable. Goodbye and Excelsior!
They decide to give the superheroes the super fun task of cleaning the lair. A well-documented part of being a superhero. That's in all the comics. However, they have a treat in store for them once they complete the mission. I'll give you a moment to have your war flashbacks to the last time we had a treat.
No pudding at all.
So they give the superheroes the cleaning supplies and the brief, say they're going to sort out the treat and we'll be back in an hour. Get to work. Simple enough, so that means there must be a twist.
Now, what the superheroes don't know is that our friend Barney Harwood is about to pay them a visit with a surprise treat. That's because the purpose of this mission is to see how easily the superheroes get distracted from cleaning up the lair.
Of course. Barney Harwood, by the way, is another CBBC icon. Blue Peter, Prank Patrol, Bear Behaving Badly, and of course, Bamzuki Street Rules. They've chosen a celebrity because they're testing how easily the superheroes get distracted from the job in hand.
But unlike previous missions, such as Danny Harmer's hotel break-in,
I really like your cape, by the way.
Thank you.
That's really cool.
Thank you.
Does that mean you can fly?
I can fly.
Wow, so much. How gorgeous are these? They are pretty
lovely.
good, aren't they? Do you want to try them on?
Okay.
Go on, I dare you.
Oh, wow.
Can I try your headbands on?
Go right.
Wicked.
or the meal with Abs and Rani, this mission has a bit of a twist. Yep, we're also looking to see who might get so caught up in cleaning that they forget to look after their guest in a friendly and superhero-like way.
Ah, yes, because children are normally the ones looking after household guests. Sorry, to clarify, the twist in this mission is that no matter what they do, either cleaning the lair like you've asked them to do, or looking after their guest in a polite way and thereby being distracted, you're gonna get annoyed at them. Great twist, guys. M. Night Shyamalan over here.
Knock, knock. Hello. Hi. All right. I'm here to see Sam and Mark. Are they here?
No, they're not here right now.
Oh, do you know where they are?
No. How did you find this place?
How did I've been told to come down here. Sam and Mark have said that you've been doing really well. They've said, will you bring some treats? Which I have done. I should say hello. I'm Barney, by the way. Hi.
Well, we're really busy at the moment.
Okay, are you cleaning this? Well, should I move this over here?
Come about in only about an hour.
So, a guest has just arrived and Pink Puffle Girl has asked him to leave.
Could you come in about an hour?
Well, I don't really have anywhere to go because they've told me to be here, like now.
Well, then they were idiots then, weren't they? Seriously, they said they were sorting out the treat and they'd be back in an hour, but the treat turned up in like 5 minutes. So where the heck are they? And I'll admit, I'm not the most social person, but like, hey there, I'm looking for Sam and Mark, the 2 moronic adults who told me to be here an hour early for some reason. Ah, jeez. Well, we're just children who probably shouldn't be expected to host you for all that time. Would you mind coming back when they'll be here? Is that really that rude? Really? At least they don't ask him to do any cleaning.
What's your name?
Pink Puffle Girl.
Hello, your name?
Jill Styler.
What's Starlet?
I'm still Soldier.
How you doing, mate? Pleased to meet you. How you doing? And what's your name?
SCW.
Let's do it like that. That's all.
Too busy washing up, H2O Man doesn't introduce himself to Barney.
Which one do you want? We got boiled sweets or we got sherbet straws?
We're not being rude or anything.
It's just that we're working.
We're just, at the moment, we're really busy. And
Okay.
Oh yeah, you might want to mind the floor as well because it's quite slippery.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just stay here then if that's all right.
Just keep yourself entertained. If you want.
I'll try.
If you want.
Okay, no worries. Who likes flying saucers? I suppose it might look like they were being rude to me. I don't think they meant it, to be honest, but they did ignore me completely.
So, as Barney settles down on the sofa on his own, the superheroes carry on with their chores.
Can I help?
Yeah, of course you can. Every time I wipe, spray some on. I'll tell you when.
Can I ask a question? If you're superheroes, how come you're cleaning the floor? Why are you doing that?
I can't really tell you at the moment.
Why is it so top secret? Because no one's told me why it's secret.
I'm
Why
sorry,
is it secret?
but the fact is, we just can't tell anyone.
You can't tell anybody why you're cleaning.
I guess it's not like we're being rude and we don't want to tell you. It's just like, because, well, obviously we can see that we're superheroes.
I got that from the questions.
Yeah, we have to be alert all the time.
Oh, I see. Oh, like superheroes. I get it.
Wait a minute, when did cleaning become a top secret activity?
I can't really tell you at the moment.
We just can't tell anyone.
We have to be alert all the time.
Yes, Gold Starlet, but being a superhero also means being welcoming to your guest.
You made them paranoid about what they say. Shut up! And why is he eating their treat?
People stop talking to Barney and that, then we'll get this done quicker. And Sam and Mark only said an hour.
All right, guys, I really think that we...
No, they're not. No one's listening.
H2O Man is determined to get the cleaning done, even if it means completely ignoring his guest.
You can read this if you
Oh,
want.
Doctor Who, beautiful.
You can read that if you want.
You lot, I really do think that we should start tidying.
Sorry, it's my fault. I'm taking the time up. Do you mind? Can I read this and do it?
No.
It is totally my fault. Sorry, I'm distracting him.
Hey guys, no offence, but if we stop talking, we can get this done and then we can come chat to him.
H2O Man's not going to be distracted from this challenge, but he's not being very considerate to Barney.
How long are you cleaning for? Just till you're done, yeah?
Yeah, till we're done.
Okay.
But we're really sorry about this, yeah?
It's fine, mate. Don't worry about it. Steel Soldier, I liked him. He was the one not doing the task the most, I suppose. But when it came to actually looking after me, I think he did that more than other people, you know. I've got to say, it's a little odd, isn't it, being around sort of... You're not really allowed to do much, are you?
We're allowed to do stuff that superheroes are allowed to do, or should do.
Okay.
There's no bullet. Steel Soldier. I've asked him 3 times.
Can I not help you do anything? I'm bored now. I'll tell you what I can do. Have you got a tea towel? Look, let me show you this. You'll like this. You roll it up like this. You roll both ends together, like that. And then you roll these ends together. You watch him? I went over to the table and said, yeah, watch this. So I'm rolling, I'm looking, girls, yeah, watch, are you watching? Are you watching? Look, I'm doing this. Completely ignoring me. I mean, completely. That's a bit rude. Gold person, look, you fold it in half, so it does that. Yeah? And you pull out both ends, like this. And then you just pull it from one end to the other, like that. See? And you've got the chicken. Very cool.
Poor Barney. No one seems impressed with his trick.
I mean, to be fair, cleaning was more interesting than that trick. I'm so sorry, Barney. You're a legend to me. I didn't mean it, I promise. Sam and Mark finally turn up, and what have they got to say for themselves?
Hey, hello.
Oh, Barney.
You're right, fellas.
What are you doing here?
The sweets. I brought them.
Oh, right, okay.
They won't eat them. Apparently, they can't tell me why they're cleaning, which is all good. But you know, it's all good.
Okay, well, speaking about the cleaning, let's have a quick inspection. Sorry, Barney, give us a second.
Yeah, no worries.
You just gonna leave your guest there by himself? The thing you just told them off for doing. That's fine. That is so fine. It's painful. Anyway, they look around the lair and it's pretty clean apart from Steel Soldier's bed, which has some items hidden under the duvet. And it also looks like H2O Man's bed isn't made properly, but that gets a pass, I guess. Anyway, they deserve their treat according to Sam and Mark, and obviously like true superheroes, they refuse it because it's a reward and... Oh, no, they don't. Further evidence that this rule is pointless.
So, the superheroes got the lair cleaned, but how did they compare? H2O Man was the most determined to get the cleaning done.
If people stop talking to Barney and that, then we'll get this done quicker.
But this was at the expense of looking after Barney.
Oh, Doctor Who, beautiful.
You can read that if you want.
Okay.
Although Steel Soldier spent the most time with Barney, he did the least amount of cleaning and hid some items under his duvet.
I do not know what else you expected, because if you do one thing, you can't do the other thing. You know? Am I crazy?
All the other superheroes were overly guarded with their answers at times.
I can't really tell you at the moment.
Because no one's told me why it's secret.
I'm
Why
sorry,
is it secret?
but the fact is, we just can't tell anyone.
We have to be alert all the time.
Oh, I see.
I think it's really nice of them.
It was really nice.
It was really nice of him. Do you think that he got suspicious of what we do?
SGW, I'm gonna be real with you. Your outfit and the outfit of everyone else in this building makes it fairly obvious what you do. I don't know what else you're referring to here. With that roller coaster of a mission out of the way, time for a quiz in the control room. They clearly blew all the budget on that 5-minute Barney Harwood appearance. They're just quizzed on things that happened previously in the show. Not much to chat about here. It's just a test of observation as well as patience. Because if you leap in too quickly and get the wrong answer, you can lose a point. I'll just use the first question as an example.
Here we go, question number 1. How many snakes were in the pet shop?
Well, thanks to this video, that's pretty easy, isn't it?
There are 30 snakes on the loose. She was unable to conquer her fear and rescue the pet shop owner from a room filled with 30 snakes.
Cool. So the answer's 30.
Gold Starlet.
Yep.
Was it 32?
No, it wasn't. And the second one was SGW.
Is it 31?
It was.
I hate this show. Yeah, I hate this show. Oh, sorry, I hate this show. Stop this, stop the show.
So, let's have a look at the final scores. Steel Soldier answered all of his questions correctly and is top of the scoreboard. He's closely followed by SGW with 3 points. Pink Puffle Girl and Gold Starlet have both ended up with a negative score. And despite H2O Man's enthusiasm to answer the most questions, his incorrect answers have left him with the lowest score.
Cool, just saved you 10 minutes. I wish I could get those 10 minutes back. Later on in the day, the alarm sounds and, you know, they do the thing and learn that a giant tarantula is terrorizing London. Oh boy, it's like climbing up the Gherkin and climbing up the London Eye and climbing up Big Ben. Lots of climbing going on. Now, would it make more sense if this was a locust or a hissing cockroach? Yes. Yes, it would. Anyway, the superheroes must return to Dr. Dark's lair and create an antidote which will shrink the spider back down to its normal size. Thankfully, there's only a sleeping henchman in there. That's pretty much all the henchmen do, I'm not gonna lie.
So, for this mission, the superheroes must create an antidote that will reduce the giant spider back to its normal size. The instructions for this antidote are stuck to a wall in Dr. Dark's lair, right next to a sleeping henchman. To make the antidote, the superheroes will need 3 ingredients. Exactly 4 litres of antiplasm, 3 handfuls of Radium X, and a slice of bacon. But to make matters harder, Dr. Dark has written some of the instructions as logical puzzles.
My logical skills are personally a bit weirded out by the pig henchman having a bacon sandwich, but I guess that's supposed to be ironic? Ironic cannibalism? H2O Man takes the lead with SGW as the second in command, while the others hang back a bit. They start faffing around trying to get the exactly 4 litres of antiplasm, because it's one of those puzzles where they only have a 5 litre and 3 litre container with which to make the required 4 litres. And it's agonising to watch because Pink Puffle Girl basically knows the solution from the start, but no one frickin' listens until like 10 minutes later. Meanwhile, Steel Soldier is sitting on the floor for most of it.
Guys, it just moved. That's 5 litres.
We need to put some more in.
Is this a litre? Stop. I think he's waking up. He's not.
Every time I looked over, Steel Soldier was like either rolling around and just saying, I'm looking up for the henchman, and then he'll make us stop just because like the henchman went, doesn't mean he's like waking up really, so.
Guys, get down.
All he was doing was looking after the henchman, and he was just there on the floor all the time, just waiting to see if the henchman would wake up.
He's not, he's a really heavy sleeper. He's good.
I definitely noticed that at some times, we did forget that we were in Dr. Dark's lair. There was a henchman who could wake up at any time.
Careful. Sorry. Careful.
Because I did notice that some of them were a lot more focused on, just making the antidote. Rather than making the antidote, avoid getting seen, not waking the henchman up.
The next ingredient is Radium X, which is just an anagram puzzle, easily solved. Then they have to retrieve the bacon from the henchman's sandwich, and they make a shocking discovery.
Retrieving the last ingredient, a slice of bacon, will require bravery.
Your box on there, your secret identity.
In a previous mission, Gold Starlet failed to retrieve her secret identity file from Dr. Dark's henchman.
Top secret. Excellent. Gold Starlet.
Oh my gosh.
Now, Gold Starlet has a second chance to get her file back.
And that will do what exactly? I mean, he already read it, right? Probably made copies too, committed the info to memory. But let's just pretend that this will fix the mistake. 9 Lives' file just vanished into the ether, I assume. It's H2O Man who retrieves the file and the bacon, and then they head out for an epic battle with the spider. Now this must be where all the budget went.
Tackling this 8-legged monster is the superhero's biggest challenge yet. But if anyone can defeat it, the superheroes can.
Wow. What a challenge. Also, that spider is still enormous if it's the same size as the numbers on Big Ben. So whoever that lands on is getting a nasty surprise. But the kids actually enjoyed it, so I suppose that's something.
We have to decide which superhero has got what it takes to become superhero godfather Stan Lee's next comic book legend.
We have been monitoring our superheroes' every move since they entered the lair all those weeks ago, and things are getting seriously tough.
Yes, because they're all brilliant.
12 seconds later.
Well, let's start off with the quickfire quiz.
Yeah, not brilliant.
No, then we had Barney coming over.
That wasn't brilliant.
You have got to stop summarising the show like this. Anywho, time for the power down. They congratulate them for saving the entire city of London, then rip them apart for not working together very well. Steel Soldier is singled out for not participating as much as the others, and Gold Starlet is told off for not getting her own file back. Then the results of that nonsense quiz, which we already know, and then the bloody Barney Harwood saga.
Now, we can't forget Barney Harwood's visit to the lair with that basket of treats. Barney's visit was not just a test to see how you coped with a distraction.
It seemed that you were so keen to complete the cleaning task that you completely forgot your manners.
Pink Puffle Girl, you asked Barney if he could go away and come back in an hour.
Could you come in about an hour?
You then asked him to lock the sweets away.
Could you lock that, please?
Can I lock it?
Yeah.
Why did you do this?
Because then I didn't want anybody to have them so that they wouldn't get in trouble for having them instead of cleaning.
Do you not think a thank you for the nice treats would have been a bit more appropriate, though?
H2O man, you were unusually quiet when Barney first arrived. Why was that?
There's no point of rushing into things and trying to tell him everything, because it might get caught up in the moment, it happened before, us revealing things. So I didn't really want to get too involved. I wanted to focus more on cleaning, and then after that, then get to know Barney. But unfortunately, he couldn't stay.
You actually didn't speak to Barney that much for the entire time he was actually in the lair. Would have expected more from you.
Okay.
Steel Soldier, you seem to give Barney the most attention and engaged in conversation with him. However, this was at the expense of the cleaning. And as for your tidying up, well, we saw all the mess under your duvet. It's all this.
Sorry, sir. Did you put that underneath?
Superheroes. Although we would like to congratulate you for not losing your focus, you were so caught up in the cleaning that you failed to realise that your guest Barney also needed your attention.
So the right thing to do would have been... Seriously, to this day, I don't know what the correct course of action was here. Gold Starlet, H2O Man, and Steel Soldier are the three who are up for elimination. Gold Starlet and H2O Man's records are more patchy, but Steel Soldier has gotten more wrong in this episode, apparently, even though H2O Man is scolded for his constant desire to take the lead, Lamau. So Steel Soldier is eliminated, and Sam and Mark have an announcement.
Superheroes, there are now just 4 of you left. And everything you do from now on is under intense scrutiny.
Oh my gosh, that's so totally different to how it's been this whole time. What?
If I was your hero, would you be mine? I know this ain't a fairy tale, this is real life. But if I were to save you, would you do the same?
We're in the home stretch now, boys, and this episode starts off really wholesomely as it's SGW's birthday. Yes, somehow 10 days have passed since the meal with Abs and Rani, and the other superheroes make him a card and surprise him, and it's just very sweet. This tone obviously won't last though, as Dr. Dark leaves his lair for the bajillionth time to do something nefarious, no doubt. I mean, I kinda thought the whole point of having henchmen is so you don't have to keep leaving your lair, but whatever. Also, obligatory mention of the fact that just like the superheroes, he really should have changed location by now. Anyways. The superheroes return to Dr. Dark's lair for an important mission. They're going to get rid of Dr. Dark's henchmen for good. No, they're not going to kill them. They're going to turn them back into pigs. And yes, that detail makes the fact that they eat bacon sandwiches even weirder.
Okay, here's the deal. Deep inside the lair is a box containing the piggy antidote. You need to use that piggy antidote to neutralise the henchman.
Now, unfortunately, Dr. Dark has hooked the keys to the box to a highly sensitive electronic device. Typical.
Yes, your mission is to open that box with the key, get the piggy antidote, place the piggy antidote onto a sugar cube. Then, you need to place the sugar cube into the tea that the henchmen are drinking. Now, you need to do this for each of the 3 henchmen that are asleep in there. 3.
Now, to avoid the henchmen from waking up, we've got these earplugs for you. Now, we suggest that you put these inside the henchman's ears, okay? Now, and it goes without saying, you need to tread carefully.
Okay, superheroes, do you think you can do this?
Yeah!
But will the superheroes remember the feedback we gave them in the last Power Down?
You often take a back seat, whilst others take the lead. Now is the time for you to step forward and shine.
You seem to doubt your abilities, and therefore don't push yourself to the forefront during missions.
You need to match your head with your heart and demonstrate that you can be a leader, and a thoughtful one at that.
You lead well and clearly enjoy being a leader, but it's important that you learn to step back and let others take the lead when necessary. Okay guys, good luck, and as Stanley would say, Excelsior! Off you go.
So, for the first part of this mission, the superheroes have to place the earplugs in the sleeping henchman's ears. And with a place in the final at stake, the pressure is on.
Because every other part of this process has been pressure-free. SGW, Gold Starlet and Pink Puffle Girl take the earplugs, with H2O Man on standby. SGW plugs with no problem. Gold Starlet fumbles a bit, but manages it. Pink Puffle Girl hangs back and gets H2O Man to help her out. With the piggy ears now plugged, they move on to the next part of the mission.
For the next part of the mission, the superheroes need to get the henchman antidote that is currently locked in this red box, inside this metal cage.
However, the key that opens the red box is hooked up to a highly sensitive electronic device.
The superheroes must navigate the keyring around this device without touching the sides.
Somebody if somebody holds the keys.
I'll hold the keys. Right, hold them down. Hold on. Have you got them?
Don't. They might wake up.
If the keyring does touch the sides, it will trigger an alarm. And the door to the cage will edge forward. And if they're not careful, they could get locked in.
They start off okay, but every time the buzzer goes off, Pink Puffle Girl gets a bit more stressed, and then that leads to the buzzer going off again, rinse and repeat. Thankfully, they at least have the foresight to get Gold Starlet to stand outside just in case they get locked in. Locked in as in locked in the cage, not locked in a good way.
The superheroes are so close to getting the keys off the device, but if they trigger the alarm one more time, they will be locked in.
Here you key. Where? Careful.
is really hard. Hold on.
The door, we're trapped. I can't get through that.
Very dramatic door-shutting scene there. Thankfully, Gold Starlet finds the key when the henchman very obviously drops them for some reason, and she overcomes her fears to retrieve them and get the others out. SGW, Pink Puffle Girl, and Gold Starlet administer the sugar cubes. Then there's a really confusing scene where Dr. Dark returns, and it seems like he's spotted them and says the superheroes will pay for this, yet he acts really confused when the pig henchmen turn back into pigs. Like, does bro know what's going on? The superheroes worked together much more effectively as a team this time round, but that doesn't stop Sam and Mark from having a pop as usual.
For this mission, we were looking to see how the superheroes worked as a team, and more importantly, whether they followed our advice from the last power down.
So, how did they do?
H2O Man made an effort not to dominate the group, but still offered direction and help when required.
Gold Starlet retrieved the keys to free her fellow superheroes, conquering her fear of the henchmen.
SGW took the lead on at least 2 occasions during this mission.
Right, we need to relax. We need to just take this logically. Look for a key.
And also helped Gold Starlet when she struggled with the earplugs.
Pink Puffle Girl was initially reluctant to approach the henchmen and relied on H2O Man to help her with the earplugs. She also got distracted inside the cage.
Pink Puffle! I'm not doing anything to shoot us.
You keep moving, looking over that. Just calm down.
The superheroes' views on this mission are more mixed. H2O Man felt there was a lack of teamwork. Gold Starlet felt that H2O Man took too much of a backseat. SGW felt that Pink Puffle Girl and Gold Starlet didn't contribute all that much. It's all a bit of a mess. Not sure why they're dissing each other and themselves so much. They did pretty well other than the alarm thing. Speaking of which, the alarm goes off, and remember, the superheroes have to report to the control room when that happens. Yes, they do point this out again. The next mission is their most frightening yet. Improvised presentations in front of school children.
Hello. Hello.
Hey.
Okay, superheroes, today you've got a pretty testing mission.
There you faced an evil supervillain, a giant mutant spider, and some piggy henchmen. But today you come face to face with your biggest challenge yet. A group of primary school kids.
Oh yeah. Okay, we want you to present your superhero character to the class one at a time. We want you to let them know what you are all about and why you should be the next great superhero.
Well, first things first, we've given you a nice quiet playground so you can practice and prepare your presentation. Okay, superheroes, it's time to go back to school.
As an added fun thing, though, they get to see some concept art of their characters in comic book hero form, which is nice. In case you're wondering, the Pink Puffle Girl and H2O Man artwork looks the best. The Gold Starlet one looks alright, but I don't know why they gave her these big-ass mech boots. That doesn't fit the vibe. SGW one? D tier, like, apologies to the artist, the art is fine, but that is not my green environmentally friendly boy. Anyway, the presentations are a bit awkward, but they're alright. I think SGW and H2O Man benefit from actually having, like, messages to them about the importance of the environment and hydration. Gold Starlet has the power of smiling and laughter, which is cute, but a bit flimsy as a theme. And Pink Puffle Girl likes pink, I suppose. Gold Starlet tails off a bit towards the end of hers, but does well overall. SGW and H2O Man are both confident speakers and get their missions across well. But Pink Puffle Girl spends most of her time talking about Dr. Dark, like, girl, we did that mission like 5 episodes ago.
Off you go.
Hi, kids! Hi! Well, I'm Pink Puffle Girl, and I'm here to tell you about this evil man called Dr. Dark. Okay, like all my other superheroes have said, He is really bad. And one time, he even tried to destroy the world.
Pink Puffle Girl is talking about Dr. Dark rather than her superhero character.
He even tried to turn off all of the TV so none of you could watch it. My superpowers are that I can run across water, so I can run across really fast.
She's back on track.
I'm super strong, and I have laser eye vision, so I could burn something with my eyes.
But she still hasn't said what her superhero mission is.
Where did the super strength come from? And can she only run fast on water, not on normal land? Anywho, H2O Man is voted the school kids' favourite superhero. And here's the summary from Sam and Mark if you're interested.
For this mission, we were looking to see how the superheroes presented themselves, and also how well they interacted with the class.
So, how did they compare?
SJW and H2O Man were informative, not only about their character, but also around the issues surrounding their cause.
You can recycle, tin cans, you can recycle plastic and paper and cardboard.
You are made of 70% water, and water is in you, no matter what you do.
Pink Puffle Girl chose to warn the pupils about Dr. Dark first rather than introducing her character.
I'm here to tell you about this evil man called Dr. Dark.
She also failed to communicate her superhero mission to the class.
Gold Starlet was informative about her character, but struggled towards the end and got a bit stuck for words.
I can also get a rope from my belt and tie baddies up. That's what my superhero is.
Jesus Christ. They like to make these eliminations as obvious as possible, huh? H2O Man says that he didn't want to make his presentation boring. He wanted to make it fun because his audience was a bunch of kids. It's almost as if children like fun things, and superheroes should be entertaining in some way. In unrelated news, it's time for the Power Down. They really up the stakes by saying that all of the superheroes are up for elimination this week, but then immediately lower them by praising SGW, H2O Man and Gold Starlet, and ripping into Pink Puffle Girl.
Well, we have to say, we all certainly enjoyed your presentations and think you all deserve a gold star.
SGW. Your presentation was clear, concise and well thought through. It's not always easy going first, but you rose to the challenge.
Thank you.
Gold Starlet. You gave an entertaining presentation which was representative of your personality. However, you seemed to tail off towards the end and got a bit stuck for words.
I can also get a rope from my belt and tie baddies up. That's what my superhero is.
But, taking into account that you are the youngest superhero by 2 years, it were a confident performance. Well done.
H2O Man. You were engaging and dynamic during your presentation.
Thank you.
And you interacted well with your audience.
When you're going swimming, where do you swim?
Swim in the water.
Precisely, you swim in water.
Like SGW, your presentation was informative not only about your character, but also about the issues surrounding your cause. Well done.
Thank you.
Pink Puffle Girl. It should have been an advantage being the last to present. You chose to warn the pupils about Dr. Dark rather than introducing the pupils to your superhero character.
Well, I'm Pink Puffle Girl, and I'm here to tell you about this evil man called Dr. Dark.
And you failed to communicate your superhero mission to the class. However, you did put in a confident performance. Well done.
H2O Man. Please could you tell us how you used our feedback in this mission?
I let other people face their fears to put the earplugs in their is, and then I took directions from Pink Puffle and SGW for me to come and help them, because they asked me to come and help them.
You obviously made an effort to not dominate the group. And it was pleasing to see you let others take the lead.
What should we do?
Right, let's find that thing probably. We have to put these in the ears. Guys.
I'll stand behind you.
Okay.
However, you still offered direction and help when required, proving you can be a team player without taking all the glory.
Gold Starlet, please can you tell us how you followed our advice during this mission?
Normally I'd stay like way away from the henchman. I wouldn't actually go near him because some of the challenges, when I had the choice to go get my file back, I got like not even close and was scared. And this time I went up to him and I put the earplugs in and the sugar lump. And I also tried my hardest to listen to everybody else, but also say my ideas and what I thought too.
You certainly faced your fears with the henchman today. It was pleasing to see you persist with those earplugs, particularly when one fell out. You remained focused and determined in Dr. Dark's lair. By volunteering to wait outside to retrieve the keys, you demonstrated that you could take charge of a situation when needed.
SGW, did you follow our advice during the mission?
Well, I definitely tried to do one of my goals, which was take a bit more control. When we got in, I was trying to like figure out and tell everyone my ideas and stuff. And I was like volunteering to go and put the earplugs in.
With H2O Man taking a back seat, you certainly upped your game and demonstrated you too can take the lead.
Right, we need to relax. We need to just take this logically. Look for a key.
You were also thoughtful towards your fellow superheroes, and in particular with Gold Starlet when she was struggling with the earplugs.
Pink Puffle Girl, how did you use our advice during this mission?
Well, I used your advice by actually going up to the henchman this time and putting the earplugs in their ears. And I helped with the buzzer by swapping over with H2O Man or SGW. And I put the sugar lump in his tea, so I think that I actually came forward this time and I worked better as a team with them.
You were incredibly determined to complete this mission. You were initially reluctant to approach the henchman and relied on H2O Man to help you with the earplugs.
Help me, I need help.
And whilst trying to get the keys off the electronic device, you spent a lot of time getting flustered and glancing over at the henchman.
I'm not doing anything, the shoes
Yeah,
are
but you keep
moving
moving
it.
and looking over there. Just calm down, everyone calm down.
Your divided attention meant that you were unable to focus on the job in hand. However, you did eventually conquer your fears and put the sugar lump in the henchman's tea. Well done.
High praise indeed. It's almost impossible to tell who will be eliminated.
Pink Puffle Girl.
Oh, well, at least she overcame her fear of pig-faced henchmen. That's really gonna help her out in life. And she gets to say goodbye to everyone. That's nice. Sam and Mark promise that the going is gonna get tough from now on. Which, again, like that's anything new. But hey, that must mean they've got something crazy in store for the final. I'm so excited, you guys. I understand that being modest is a nice character trait, and it's one that this show has tried to enforce, but in the grand final of a competition, I'm not sure it's normal for the contestants to be like, well, winning would be good, but it's not really about that, of course. I'm just happy making it to the final, like they've got a gun against their head or something.
Are you bothered if you win or not?
Not really, no. Because I mean, if you win, well, you win.
If you don't, you got really far and you did really well. Everybody to get into the lair has done well. And I'm not saying that because it's up because I've got here and I think I just leave it now. It's because I've got this far, and if I don't win, I'm happy with the person who wins.
I mean, whoever wins, well, obviously they're going to deserve it, aren't they? That'll be the reason why.
Sam and Mark won't choose just somebody at random, would they? They just, they'd take everything in.
They take everything on board.
Yeah.
Winning for me is like, it's great. It would be amazing to win, and I would love to win. But just like getting this far is good enough for me.
Modesty is lovely and all, but seriously, bro, can you lock TF in? I just sat through 12 hours of this show, and the least you can do is give a damn. The pleasant chatter is interrupted by the sound of the alarm.
With the alarm sounding, the superheroes report to the control room for one of the last times.
I am weeping. Now, they've really pulled out all the stops for this mission because, get this, okay? Get this. You're not gonna believe it, okay? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you sure you're sitting down? You good? Are you good? Are you sure? Are you sure you're ready for this? Okay. Sit down. Okay. You ready? You ready? They do something fun.
Okay, superheroes, we'd like to introduce you to Batman stuntman Jeff Davis. Now, Jeff has worked as a stuntman for over 20 years and he's worked in movies such as Batman, Judge Dredd and James Bond.
And he's going to teach you how to become a proper superhero. Now, we're going to leave you in his capable hands, and remember, superheroes, we will be watching you.
So be nice to Jeff or pay the price. But they get to do aerial acrobatics, fly around on wires. It's extremely cool. They remove their capes, I'm guessing for safety reasons, but that's a bit naff. They'd look so awesome in motion. Sam and Mark did have that ominous warning about watching the superheroes at all times, but there's nothing really to judge here. They just do some zooming about and try some somersaults. H2O Man can do the somersaults unaided, but that's about it. They don't even really comment on this one. Back to the lair, I guess? They chat about Dr. Dark and how they'll definitely defeat him if they ever see him again. And then they see him again. They have an epic rooftop battle. Whoa!
Hello, Super Zeros. I see you found the antidote and turned my henchmen back into little innocent piggies, did you? I bet you thought you were being very clever, didn't you? Well, you're not! You may have been able to defeat my mutant giant spider and my stupid pig-faced henchman, but you'll never defeat me. And now, it's time for me to defeat you!
Guys, let's use our powers and get him! I'll try first! I flap!
Try again, Super Zero.
Gold fuck!
You couldn't hurt a fly with that supposed power.
Bring it on! Hypno powers!
You'll never hurt me.
I know, let's combine all our powers together and do that
one. Darn you, superheroes! No!
Yes!
With their evil nemesis defeated, the superheroes return back down to the lair to celebrate.
Whoa, that was worth the wait. And they don't really mention this again, other than Sam and Mark saying, oh, well done for doing that. Just out here killing folks and ain't no big deal. Alright. So after that, Sam and Mark conduct interviews asking the superheroes a little more about their secret identities and what they've learned from the process so far. We get nice recaps of how they've all done from the auditions until now, and these interviews are quite sweet.
Yeah. Welcome to the final.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Yeah, well done, mate.
Now, we feel that we've got to know H2O Man, the superhero, pretty well, but we've not really met Carl, the person behind the superhero. Now, don't worry, you're safe with us. You can discuss your real name and stuff. We're not trying to get you out, right?
So what is important to you in everyday life?
Well, my friends and family are probably the most important things to me because they're always there for me, even if like they fell out with me, we'll always make up, and that's what makes friends friends, because obviously you're always going to have your ups and downs, but they're always there for me. And like my mum and dad, we always like have the odd argument now and then, but then we'll all make up, and it's really nice feeling when you make up with your mum and dad, and then it'll be a big hug.
Nice. Are you all quite close with your friends and stuff
definitely.
like that?
I'm really close to my friends.
That's good. Yeah. What would you say is the biggest thing that you've overcome in life?
The biggest thing I've overcome in life is probably myself. I mean, I've got like quite a big personality. I don't know if you know what I mean.
We know.
I think we know what you mean.
We know you.
I've got quite a big personality, and sometimes I have to control that, and I think I've learnt to control my personality and myself as a person.
Okay.
So what does being a true superhero mean to you?
Well, being a true superhero to me is like so much more than a pretty face. I know I always say like that and things like that. It's like so much more than that. I mean, I always act out that like I'm the big guy, but sometimes it's so much more than that. It's like what's inside. Like a superhero can be to a policeman, to a fireman. They're heroes in themselves. So that's what a superhero means to me, really.
Cool.
So what's the biggest thing you've had to overcome since being a superhero?
Probably the biggest thing I've had to overcome since I've been a superhero is Dr. Dark, obviously. Dr. Dark. Probably being a superhero. It's been like really hard and harder than I expected to be a superhero, because I mean some of the missions that we've been faced with, I mean, believe it, they are really hard. Sometimes it got a bit stressful, and then people like push their stress back and then push that to the side, and that's what a superhero needs to do, really.
So do you think you're going to act differently once you go back to your secret identity?
I don't think I'm going to act any different. I'm always myself. What you see is me in everything, so I'm not going to act any differently.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, the big one. Why should you be the next great superhero?
Well, I should be the next great superhero because all the way through this whole adventure, I've been different from what everybody else. Everyone else has been the plain normal superhero, and I've been absolutely like displayed courage. I've overcome things. I've got more determined, and just the sheer like being here is just amazing, and just being the ultimate superhero would just be whoa. It's absolutely just phenomenal what we've been through, and to describe what it'd feel like to win or become the next ultimate superhero, it's unbelievable to describe. You can't describe it, it's that big. Thank you for letting me be in the final, because even if I don't win, I think just getting this far, I mean, I know it'd be awesome to win, but just getting this far is just awesome, so...
You don't have to thank us, mate. You've done it yourself, all three of you.
Absolute pleasure. Carl, you may now return to the lair, and remember, your secret's safe with us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
H2O from now on, okay?
Gold Starlet is up next. At 9 years old, she's the youngest of our 3 finalists.
I'm Gold Star. Bam!
She also first auditioned in Manchester, where her star quality stood out.
I'd be 100% confident and determined to make everybody happy. My goal in life is to make the world a happier place.
But she certainly didn't shine in the first mission.
Not only did you fail to help the old lady and the tourist, but you did so with a smile on your face.
However, she pushed herself to face her fears.
I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I'm going to try again. I'm going to try again.
Although she struggled with Dr. Dark's henchmen.
Oh, God, I'm just worried about the henchman.
Your secret identity.
For your decision not to retrieve your secret identity file yourself was a disappointing one.
But she found inner strength and grew into a strong and courageous superhero.
You certainly faced your fears with the henchman today. You demonstrated that you could take charge of a situation when needed.
Up like that. Yeah, not yet, not too far.
So, will Gold Starlet be able to convince us that she has what it takes to claim comic book immortality?
Yeah, we can do it.
Hello.
Hello.
Take a seat. Congratulations on getting to the final.
Yeah, well done.
Okay, so first of all, tell us, why is it so important for you to be a superhero?
Well, it's important to me to be a superhero because what is the point of just sitting down all day watching the TV or going on your laptop when somebody could be out there when they're upset or they're hurt or something's wrong with them, and you could be like helping them and saving someone's lives rather than watching TV.
Fair enough.
Good.
Fair enough.
Very good. So what is important to you in everyday life?
My mum is important to me.
Yeah?
Because, like, if I'm upset, she'll take care of something, or if I need taking somewhere, she'll take me there. And even if it's somewhere far, she will make sure that I get there.
Really? Like coming to London?
Yes, like coming to London.
So have you missed your mum?
Yes.
What would you say is the biggest thing you've overcome in life?
Actually, and it's not that big, but it's big to me.
Yeah.
It was actually here.
Really?
Yeah,
Why's that?
because I was usually afraid of heights. And you know, like, when you go to the fair, there's that big wheel.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really
Oh, yeah.
fast. I
Yeah.
would never go on that. And, like, before, when we walked across the building, I was, like, really scared.
Yeah.
But, like, over the past weeks, I've overcome my fear.
What does being a true superhero mean to you?
Being a true superhero, well, it means a lot of things, actually, because a superhero doesn't just have to be somebody who does big things. It could be just something little, like saving somebody from falling down the stairs or something like that.
That's not little. That's pretty
That's
big.
it's pretty big.
No, but compared to the things that we've done, like saving the world and Dr. Dark and all that.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
Yeah, it's pretty
and,
big.
like, it
saving
doesn't
the world.
matter if it's little or big. You've still got to, like, help them. And, like, being a superhero means, like, seeing somebody smile, and it just makes you feel better when you see somebody smile.
Completely agree
Yeah,
with that.
definitely agree with that.
Definitely.
Would you say this experience has been harder than you thought it would be?
Well, a bit yeah and a bit no.
Okay.
Because it's like, yeah, it was harder than I thought, but being a superhero is not easy. And, like, I don't mind it being hard because it's just saving someone's life or whatever that counts, really.
Okay, big question. Why should you be the next great superhero?
I think I should be the next ultimate superhero because, like I've said, I don't see a point just, like, sitting around when you could be doing something. You could be helping someone. Somebody could be, like, upset or hurt or something. Making people happy it's just really nice to see a smile on somebody's face. And, like, I wouldn't make people happy all the time because that would be just not normal. Like seeing people walk around like this.
Would be a bit odd.
But, like, you know, just happy once a day. Just, like, at least one of the time every day. And when I got in, I thought I'm going to try my best, and if I don't get far, at least I've tried my best. And to get here, it's just wow. And it's like a full cake. It's wow, cake's nice, it's good. And to win it, just with the icing on the top, it'd be fabulous. Wow, it'd be just great.
Well, nice. Ella, it's been a pleasure having you in the lair, and it's good that you've exceeded all your expectations and stuff. And remember, your secret's safe with us.
It is.
Give me some.
Back to Gold Starlet now.
Yeah.
Gold Starlet, yeah.
Bye.
Gold Starlet, Gold Starlet.
SGW's last up. Age 12, he first auditioned in Glasgow, where his commitment to his superhero cause caught our attention.
My main mission in life is to educate, and what that stands for is stop global warming.
His enthusiasm and determination paid off in most of the missions.
This man had paper sitting down. I just care about saving people and making them happy.
But it also became his downfall in others.
I live in Copperpot, which is really outdated.
Revealing personal information and having a food fight are not the reactions of a true superhero.
However, he took on our feedback and became a more thoughtful and considered superhero.
You can do better than that. Hello? We need to relax. We need to just take this logically.
Now SGW has a final chance to tell us why he should become the next great superhero.
Stop global warming and protect the Earth.
Give me some.
Respect. You know it.
I know.
Now, SGW, we've gotten to know you as a superhero pretty well, but we've not got to meet Michael, the person
Okay.
behind the superhero. And don't worry, you know, you're not being tested or anything, so you can use your own name. We want to get to know you.
Good.
And first of all, why is it important for you, Michael, to be a superhero?
Well, basically, I always used to love superheroes. I didn't really have a reason why I loved them. I just loved them because cape, flap, fly, anyway. And then, as soon as I got to about the age of 10, I just started to really get a message, because I loved superheroes still. And I really got this really important message into my head about global warming. If I was a really great superhero, if I was really well known, and I had this message and I could get this across to people, what I'm saying is I'm helping them to help themselves, basically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
exactly.
completely.
Yeah.
It's a really good message.
It is.
So, Michael, what is important to you in everyday life?
Well, basically what's important to me in an everyday life is my family, because I'm very close to my family, and basically what makes my family so important to me is the fact that, like, they'll always, before I go to school, they'll always say, oh, go on, try your best at everything and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
So give you a lot of support.
Yeah, they give me a lot of support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you say the biggest thing is that you've overcome in life?
The biggest thing, well, one of them is definitely overcoming my fear of the dark.
Yeah.
Because, yes, I was extremely scared of the dark.
Okay.
I just literally could not sleep. I would be up, sitting like, if there was complete darkness. But now that I'm over that fear, which is just in time, because,
Yeah.
you know, Dr. Dark, it's
Yeah.
great. But it does bring back some horrible memories. if you know.
Would you say that this experience has been harder than you thought it would be?
To be honest with you, yes. A lot different. I thought it would just be like, I didn't really think that we would be actually like properly fighting crime and stuff like that, and fighting Dr. Dark, but it's been better than I thought, because I've been having more fun than I would have definitely imagined.
Yeah. Why should you be the next great superhero?
I think I should be the next great superhero because, one, I'm not an ordinary superhero, you got to admit, and two, like, I'm not one of those superheroes who likes the fame and the flashy fortune and stuff like that. I just, the kind of superhero I am, or the fact that, you know, when you just saved someone and the person comes out really happy and you saw them really distressed, and it's just that feeling that you know that you've just completely saved someone's life. And that's why I think, and I have an educational message.
It's very true. You're not wrong.
I really do think that is the thing. Basically what I'm saying is everything I try to do, and like when I save people, it all comes from definitely all comes from that heart. If you made me the next greatest superhero, I would literally be, it would be amazing. And I'd just like to say thank you to both of you for keeping me in this far, and thank you for letting me basically into the Ultimate Superhero, because this has been the best experience of my life.
Mate, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Pleasure, big dog.
Oh, nice, that's nice.
Oh, I didn't do the flip.
We'll just shake.
We're pretty cool.
Michael, you can now go back up to the lair. I remember your secret's safe with us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
SGW from now on.
SGW.
Who's Michael?
Who's Michael?
Take it easy, mate.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It would be remiss of me not to point out that all three do seem to have undergone genuine growth and have learned something from the process. I really don't have a problem with a show that wants to teach something to its contestants. I just think that this show has gone about it in a very questionable way. But let's put that aside for now, as the superheroes head to the resolution room for a fake out.
I can now reveal that my next comic book legend is... going to be announced at a much more glamorous location than this. Superheroes, your transport is waiting for you outside. I will see you very soon.
Sorry, guys.
Gotta fill the runtime somehow, I suppose. Oh, and if you're wondering how big of a deal they make about the fact that Dr. Dark, literally the main antagonist of the whole show, has been defeated, here you are.
First of all, we'd like to congratulate you on defeating Dr. Dark. Yes. I knew you'd get him eventually.
Yes, that's one less supervillain on the streets of London.
But back to the serious business of revealing who the world's next great superhero is going to be.
Yep. The superheroes get to travel in a frankly hideous limousine with the registration Hero 123, which all doesn't seem like true superhero behaviour to me, according to the show's teachings so far. But they do seem to be permitted to do fun things in this episode, so what do I know? They head to the final venue, and all the other contestants are there, and their parents, and that's genuinely very sweet. And then they play these cringe-ass videos for some reason.
Shall we meet the finalists?
I'm H2O Man, and I'm here to tell you how much water rules. H2O Man doesn't have weaknesses, he's invincible. H2O is here, there, and everywhere.
Jesus Christ, forget what I said about the capes looking good in motion. Like, bro, could the green screen person just not be bothered? Speaking of not being bothered, who was recording Stan's audio? Give me names.
Stan Lee has got a few words.
Welcome, superheroes.
And all he says after Sam and Mark are like, right, over to Stan Lee for a few words, all he says is, right, well, I've done enough yapping, back to you, Sam and Mark. And then Sam and Mark rattle through how cool the finalists are, even though we just did all this in the fake out Power Down and in the interviews. Had they run out of budget? They're like, Gold Starlet, you've gone on such a journey. SGW, you've discovered the ability to put thoughts in your head. H2O Man, you're just the best guy and you always were. So, I mean, with that in mind, kind of obvious when...
H2O Man.
Gold Starlet.
And SGW. The world needs a new superhero. And I can now reveal that that hero is... H2O Man.
Congratulations, H2O Man. Would you like to say a few words?
Oh, well, everything, like, every time since I've been here, it's just been so fun, and everybody here, even though, like, you're not up here, you're still, like, part of everything, so just thank you.
H2O Man, what does it mean to you now that you are the world's next great superhero?
Everything. It's just so amazing. Fandabubus.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the way. Well done, mate.
Thanks.
Got anything you'd like to say to SGW and Gold Starlet?
Well, these two, you've like got just as far as me really, because you two like the finalists as well, and like you're part of this, so well done for getting this far.
Thank you.
H2O, you will of course star in your very own comic book, created by Stan Lee. Stan actually has a message for you, so let's see what he says.
Heartiest congratulations, H2O Man. You are my next great superhero. Wow, it really has been a roller coaster of a ride, but you are definitely a worthy winner. Now, I must start work on your comic book straight away. And of course, I look forward to meeting you in Hollywood very soon. One thing I do love is a happy ending. Excelsior!
If only the story had been nearly so happy. No, before we move on to that, congratulations to H2O Man. Although, you know, wasn't it kind of obvious he was gonna win? Not that it's undeserved, and don't get me wrong, SGW and Gold Starlet were great contestants too, but Sam and Mark straight up described him as the most consistent superhero. He had tons of incredibly strong moments across many challenges, and came out on top multiple times. Lest we forget, his greatest crime was turning over a piece of paper. And let's face it, that was negated by the very first episode where he volunteered to go on the camp bed. So yeah, obvious conclusion is somewhat obvious. And dear God, was this episode rubbish. So this is how it ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper indeed. Except it's not the end, actually, because there's another episode for some reason. Dear God, just let this end. Just put me or the show out of someone's misery.
The tide is high, but I'm holding on. I'm gonna be your number one.
I won't cover this episode in too much detail, as it's just a bookend to the events of the series. We began in Hollywood and we head back there for H2O Man's prize, while also recapping the series, watching some highlights and bloopers.
Come on, it's not working.
And of course, going over the bloody rules of being a superhero. A lot of the action in Hollywood is really noticeably scripted, which does cut down on some of the charm, but hey, at least H2O Man gets to do superhero things. Like he has powers, gives bottles of water to people, is better than Sam and Mark at everything, gets to go on rides and stuff, and even gets to be a real superhero when Sam and Mark get caught in a net or something. There's also a genuinely really sweet segment where the other superheroes are talking about H2O Man.
Well, we found out what your fellow superheroes thought about you becoming the world's next great superhero. Have a look at this.
What I really like about H2O Man is that he's really funny and kind and caring, and he's a really good friend.
Nice. How good's that? Pink Puffle Girl. Digging your action, mate.
He's a good friend to me, and he, like, helps sharing challenges, and you get on well with him. And if it wasn't for him, I don't think I would have passed two of the challenges.
What do you think of that? That's nice, isn't it?
Very nice. I didn't really know I did that much.
So you gave him like so much confidence, you're saying there.
Nice. Never realised I did that.
Really?
Yeah.
A few moments later.
So out of all the missions, which ones did you find the hardest?
The most frustrating one was the toxic skip.
Oh, God. Yeah.
9 lives took ages. I think everyone's getting really frustrated about that. Not just me. Everyone's calling him 9 lives, but more like 9 hours.
Okay, no, sorry, it really is sweet, I promise you. If you think it's all just praise though, don't worry. They get one jab in there.
Where even good superheroes make mistakes.
H2O Man, please step forward.
Going on your track record, we're surprised to see you here. But turning your paper over and reading the answers was a blatant rule break.
H2O Man meets Stan Lee, and Stan's all like, with great power comes great responsibility. Also, here's your comic. Wow.
I think I've created a great character for you to battle against. I think you're gonna like this. Now tell me, are you ready to be immortalized as the next great superhero?
Yep, I can't wait. The time has actually finally come.
And we didn't have time to do another take. We do, however, have time for a peak audiobook.
Oh my word. That is awesome.
And you're the hero. It all started on an ordinary day in London when a strange man walked into a bank. Everybody stand back if you value your lives. I warned you. Give me all the money in the bank, or I'll make the circle of flames smaller and smaller. No, we'll give you whatever you want.
Wow, another big bank robbery.
Uh-oh, sounds like trouble. What happened, guys?
It's the Fire Fiend. He struck again. That's his 5th robbery in a week. They'll never be able to stop a Fire Fiend.
Never say never.
Where's Carl running off to? Maybe the talk about the Fire Fiend frightened him.
It's time for H2O Man to go into action. The next time the Fire Fiend strikes, I'll be ready for him.
Here's a bank just waiting for me to rob. Ha! We thought you'd strike here. You're under arrest. You can't arrest me. Why not? Because nothing can beat my firepower.
There he is.
Who said that?
The name's H2O, and you, mister, are history.
Water. The one thing that can destroy me.
Nothing can defeat the power of H2O.
Beaten by a boy. This is embarrassing. Where did H2O go?
I wonder who H2O really is.
Well, we'll probably never know.
Are you happy with your comic book alter ego?
It's me. I'm actually a superhero. Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good too.
Aw, that's nice. So with his comic in hand, H2O... What the hell is that? With H2O Man receiving his prize and going forth to be the world's next great superhero, what remains to be said about this series? Well, I think it's obvious why there was never a season 2 of this show. I mean, aside from the fact that a few of the challenges were straight up boring or bad or were all of episode 6. Ugh. You know, I watched this show as an overly sensitive child and I never thought that much of it, even though there were news articles talking about the fact that it was too harsh and punishing for the contestants. But now, as an overly sensitive adult, I've got to say I kind of agree. Don't get me wrong, I doubt any of the kids ended up psychologically scarred from this, at least I hope they didn't, and I wouldn't be surprised if overall this was a positive experience for them, but I think that, like, at least with the American show, there's something harmless feeling about horrendously unfair it is. Yes, it's silly, and don't get me wrong, some of those people are pretty emotional about it, but in the end it feels like you can laugh about it all because, well, they're adults, and they can be unfair right back. They can leave, or be sassy, or be dicks. Whereas seeing a bunch of kids get repeatedly told off for not grasping the extremely weird and often conflicting rules is just, like, uncomfortable. Especially since a lot of the time it feels like these are either things that aren't fully explained to them properly, or they're things that children really shouldn't be burdened with. The children have to be role models, they have to behave perfectly, they have to be responsible even when adults aren't, they have to be gracious hosts. And as Santh said in the Power Down speech I cut off earlier, they can never make a mistake, which is just wrong.
Please could you tell us what you've learnt from your time in the lair so far?
I've learnt that you should always follow your dreams, and I've learnt that everybody's special, and I've learnt that you should never make mistakes, and especially when something big's at risk.
It's wrong for children and it's wrong for superheroes. It's wrong for anyone. It's not just that life is about making mistakes, it's that stories are about making mistakes. Yes, there's more to being a superhero than flashy outfits and catchphrases and superpowers, and personality traits like kindness and honesty and courage and determination are great things for kids to learn. Of course they are. But there's more to superheroes beyond even that, and that's what makes them so compelling. Superheroes do make mistakes, and those mistakes can cost them or hurt people. They can be insecure or arrogant or angry or dishonest, but those things don't make them bad role models or bad people. Overcoming those things and learning from them, or accepting that those things are part of them but still doing your best to do good despite that, are what superheroes are all about. Not just from a general perspective, but from a character perspective. Stan Lee would never write, and I don't think has ever written, a superhero character who is perfect all the time, because that would be boring, and his characters would never have become as iconic as they have done if that were the case. Spider-Man is funny, Tony Stark is kind of a dick, and Deadpool, not made by Stan Lee, but illustrating my point, is both. And they're all beloved characters. So why should real people try to emulate something that doesn't even exist in the fiction they're looking at? And why should you try to make kids do that? Kids are allowed to have personalities, they're allowed to make mistakes and not be torn to shreds for it. And they're also allowed to just be kids, despite the fact that this show seemed to be allergic to doing anything actually fun until the last couple of episodes. And superheroes do tend to have a bit more going for them personality-wise, rather than just kind, honest, dutiful, etc. They can be silly or funny or whatever, and the show is lent a particularly weird vibe when you're telling kids of all people that they can't be those things. And telling them in such a harsh way too. Kids barely know how to be like people, let alone perfect people. Like I said before, they're still at an age where they're finding their own place in the world and who they actually are. Heck, a lot of adults are finding that out too. And then when you add in all this stuff about how they can't laugh or dance or whatever, it just feels a bit strange. I feel like they're supposed to learn that there's more to being a superhero than the action and the poses and the powers and all the stuff that kids actually find fun. And that in itself would be a good lesson. But I feel like this show instead teaches you that being a superhero is nothing more than just following the rules. You get told off when you break them, and you shouldn't expect a reward if you follow them. Like, some of the things the kids do, I can kind of understand getting told off for or corrected on, right? But making mistakes or not doing good in the proper way doesn't make you a bad person, and it doesn't make you any less of a person who is able to do good if you want to. But I think if being a superhero is just about getting told off for every little thing, then in answer to the question, who wants to be a superhero? Not me. And I think for a show like this, that's actually the worst thing it could have done. Other than turning over a piece of paper in a meaningless exam, obviously. But still, pretty bad. But when is H2O Man appearing in the MCU, though?
I try to be like Grace Kelly, but all her looks were too sad. So I tried a little Freddie. I've got an entity mind.